Hello, hello, once again. It is time for more Factorio, as is always. I am just doing a quick little sound check. Let me make sure it's not a little quiet or anything. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Yeah, okay. If it's not good, hopefully someone will let me know, but that seems good to me. Alright, let's jump straight into things. So, last time, I just finished up all the rocket components. We've got rocket fuel up and going. We've got blue circuits. We've got LDS. Of course, all the other bits and pieces necessary. We've got blue science, military science, everything. We do have this nest, and, well, really this chain of nests on the edge that's not really my friend right now. The other borders are looking fine. We've got these little satellite outposts that are powered during the day. It's just a solar panel and a radar. A couple turrets to let me know if expansion parties are moving into my territory. Like these little guys, for instance. I don't remember them being there before. We do have a singular wall up here, trying to just claim this territory. Didn't feel like taking on these nests with my current tech level, which is basically non-existent. I could probably make a tank at this point, but I don't have production of tank shells or anything yet. These is nests. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm gonna focus on for the immediate term. It also says I'm missing long arm inserters. Let's go see what that's about. Indeed I was. Some of the robot frames were not running. I can't do words right now. That's not a promising start. I do have, of course, bots up and running, though I only have the one roboport so far. I do plan on getting more, of course. Also, how are the accumulators going? I do have quite a few accumulators now. Should probably get some substations up and running. Military science, yes, I do have military. It's this little blob down this way. There we go. Everything at the moment is 60 SPM. So the labs don't quite keep up with that, it seems. Might want to expand those in just a second, but it's not really my priority at the moment. Speaking of priorities, let's grab some gears. I have too much copper on me. I guess science can get the copper. I also noticed I have a bunch of random junk, so maybe I'll spend just a second cleaning up. Oh, that was all of my copper. I guess that's fine for now. Let's clean up just a little bit, and then the roboports will be finished, and I'll start throwing them around. Batteries. Where can I toss some random batteries? I guess robot frames can take batteries. Gold standard, yeah, that's, I mean, it's just 1 per second. It's nice ratios, everything works out. You don't gotta worry about belt speeds for the most part, for the ingredients. Everything just kinda works. In you go. Anything else I got? I got so many engines. I don't need this many engines, though if I was gonna make a tank, might as well. And there we go. Okay, what else I got? Got some random timber, that's fine if I wind up handcrafting something, whatever. The wooden belts can definitely go. Let's get those put away. And I guess I should start handcrafting some logistics chests. There we are. Can't tell you how nice it is to just have requester chests. Like, after playing Bob's without requester chests for so long, just having them, indescribable luxury. In fact, maybe that's what I want to focus on first. Let me get a little bot mall up and running over here, which means I will want some assemblers. There we are. Why can't I upgrade you? No steel? I can steal some steel. That's not a big deal. Yeah, just get all those upgraded. And I think I'll start a little bot mall literally right here. So let me get a blueprint worked out. Turbo belts and belt stacking make belt capacity a non-issue. Once you have the capacity to make them, yes. But that means getting through Gleba for the most part. And that's probably another 2 weeks at this rate, I'm not gonna lie. Let's do something like that. We'll have provider in the middle. Yeah, provider in the middle, requester on the end. And then let's just start from the bottom. Ooh, where is the bottom in this case, actually? What I'm thinking through is I can't make assembling machines without a burner assembler. And burner assemblers take wooden gears, lumber, and basic circuits, none of which I actually want in the bot mall, because those will be made in sawmills, or lumber mills rather, and those are a little large to be just throwing up here in the bot base. I'll figure them out when I get there. Let's just pretend I have them for now. Or I guess I should be setting this up as a parameterized blueprint anyway, so let's go with that. So 0 and 1. And then let's grab a comparator. I have no copper, of course not. Let's just grab some. Set the turbo belts up before that to start letting them stockpile. I mean, fair enough. That is, probably a good idea. Okay, comparator. I want arithmetic. And all he's going to do, wherever he went, is he's going to sit right here, take inputs from the machines. Usually I do red for inputs. And then green for out. So we're just going to have the machine set to read ingredients so that we can figure out what will make this run. And then you're gonna just take everything and multiply by 5. And that way we have more than a single recipe's worth of ingredients just chilling in here. Set request. And request from buffer chest, trash unrequested. Seems like a good combo there. Probably want to go ahead and get power poles planned in here. And I guess in that case, yeah, I will want to make this 2 machines worth of tiling. So 0 is actually going to become 2, funny enough. And then you can just become 3, have fun. That way I can get rid of the extraneous pole that isn't necessary. Just make a couple of those, and then grab a blueprint of this whole thing. And let's see, you are bot mall. Everything looks cool. So let's just do that. And pick all this up. Let's see, how is 280 for ship speed? Honestly, ship speed is one of those things that I've not quite bothered learning enough about to say too much about. I have like 1.5 games of Space Age under my belt, to be perfectly honest, and ship construction is still one of those things that feels kind of odd and nebulous to me. It's a bit of black magic, so that is something I'll be figuring out as I go along. Let's just mess with all these so they stop yelling at me. But yeah, ship speed is still something I haven't quite gotten figured out, but I will get there at some point. Let's say power poles first. So you, and then I will need iron rod, so grab those. And might as well throw some copper coil in here, so there we are. And if I'm doing that, I may as well get substations as well. Pipe would probably... Well, I already have pipe somewhere. Maybe pumps. Pumps are annoying to make when you need them. I will have automation for rails, just not here. I guess it would probably be a good idea to do comparators, especially since I have comparators in the blueprint. And let's just keep throwing some stuff out, like for example, steel chests. Those will also help further make the blueprint. Let's go blues first, and then we can do the other chests up here. Might as well do purples, no reason not to. I guess I'll do constants. Again, no reason really not to. And, something random like a tank would be good for filling in the last spot here. Inserters would probably be nice. I already have yellows, but maybe some new dedicated productions, since those are also feeding science, wouldn't be a terrible idea. And that lets me do one dedicated block to them, which works out nice. So maybe I don't need to do woodens here, especially since they get productivity in the mills again, so I'll do bulks instead. And I'm very fully out of materials at this point. Oh, and I don't have these researched anyway. Well, they get to stay. Once I unlock them, it'll be fine. Roboports get their place on the old tool belt. And let's start dragging coverage around. So let's say roboports around the edges. I don't have very many with these, so I can't be too generous with them, but I do at least want to get them around the edges. That's fine. I hate how these power poles have worked out. That doesn't reach, huh? Why do you reach then? I guess you're just a little closer. Also, you could also be a little closer. Okay. High ship speed is hard to accomplish before Gleba unlocks for massively increased fuel. Yeah, like the first couple ships, I always just kind of assume... Always just kind of play them like they're a wash. Like, they're gonna need to be upgraded, but at the same time, I don't exactly know what makes a good ship versus what makes a bad ship, or... I just kind of toy with it, they move, and eventually I go, yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Let's get roboport coverage, and that'll actually fit nicely on this, the pipeline down here. I will have to get power down here eventually, but for the time being, this is, a good little space that wasn't going to be used for anything anyway, so... I doubt that's going to be enough. What am I missing? Oh, I can just make 2 more. Okay, let's make 2 more then. And maybe, like, right in there? Okay, now let's just get power down to these guys. Don't know if I'm going to be able to commit to large power poles. I would like to. I just don't think that's going to work. So yeah, we're going to just use mediums. Of course, that's not going to line up. And that's not going to work. Can't bring it down. Okay, you just get to be there. That's fine. You're not too bad. You can just go there. Oh, that is in the way of the bus, actually. Okay, I can just put you right here instead, and that works too. Now, of course, there's nothing for these bots to actually pull out of. I don't have any of my materials in storage chests yet, but I do at least want to get these first couple little roboports hooked up and ready to go. I might be able to get this to work. No. But that would... Okay, that's really bad. I hate that a lot. Let's... You know what? There's a perfect spot right there. By perfect, I mean barely acceptable, but it works. Anything over this way? No, you're kind of off by yourself. Well, once again, I think we can take advantage of the little bus gap there and get something just routed in like so. And that's a connection. It's not a beautiful connection, but it will do for now. So we need inserters, we need roboports, or not roboports, we need chests. I'll get to that when I get to it, but first I need to get all this stuff into the chest, but that also means making the chest, so yeah, okay, one thing at a time. I was trying to prioritize what I wanted to start with. Let's just start with the chest. So I'm going to start with a whole bunch of storage chests for raw materials. So boom and boom and filter you. I didn't want to take those. Let's do that again. Here we are. And then you guys will be much the same. Storage chest. In you go. Get that in there. And that. And there. Same for copper. And then last will be iron over on the side. Okay. And of course all of these will need coverage. And I'll get to that when I get to it. Okay, there's that. So now once I do have roboports down here, and I do have one more, but that's not going to be enough for total coverage, but I might as well get it down here somewhere. Yeah, that'll get everything but stone, it looks like. Half the steel's over there, but whatever. That'll be enough for now. So then I can come up here and focus on the requester chests. And that should get things going. Let's see, are those bots coming? Missing material for construction. I would think I would be able to see them by now. I do have logistics bots, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna run over here, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's logistics bots in there. There's 4 of them, which is not a lot, but once we start using them, the circuit logic will kick in and start throwing more into the system. I'm just a little confused why we aren't actually seeing any action over here. It says satisfaction 0. Yeah, it says logistics storage. It knows it's in there. On the way 0. What? Let me throw some random storage down, also, just so the bots can finally start taking my own trash out of my inventory. I'll even go ahead and give it a little bit of flooring, where I plan for the storage chest to go. And they should be on the way. I'm a fool. That's why it's not working. They're not connected. I don't know how I didn't notice that. They're like not even close to being connected. Okay. I feel like I would have noticed when I was placing it, but now I just feel stupid. But you know what? That's how the game goes. What do I need to make another? I need just steel. Okay, I can do steel. Steel's not too bad at all. There's one. And there's another, just for good measure. Sure, I'm gonna need them. And let's get you power over here somewhere. No? Okay, that works then. There they go, now everything's working. And yeah, you can see the logic kicked in, and as we start using bots, it keeps filling the system with them until we've satisfied demand or we run out of bots. Oh, these guys are coming for me, that's why they're bobbing and weaving. Oh, I did have a lot of junk on me, I guess. Does mean I should probably start working on groups. I appreciate what you were going for, even distribution, but I think I'm gonna make my own trash. So trash is gonna be things like tier 1 belts. I just never want those on me. And you, there we go. Turn personals on. Let's see, what else? I never want burner inserters, just as a random example. I will never want wooden power poles. Let's say something like, yeah, stone, for example. I'll never want more than, like, do I ever want stone on me? Right now, let's say I never want stone on me. Just ditch all of that. Same with, like, all the ores. Just, I have a fish. I don't want the fish. Yeah, I don't ever want ore on me. I might want batteries on me at some point if I'm handcrafting, like, materials or something. I guess that can stay. Yeah, let's say that's the trash. That's fine for now. If things are annoying, then I'll deal with them later. Let's say what I actually do want is going to be belts. Let's keep, like, 500 standard belts. Actually, I wanted to set a request, not an upper limit. That's fine. If I ever have some of these, I'll start requesting them, but for now, I'll just leave that off. Undergrounds as well. Let's say 50. And glitters. Power poles. That's cool. And the large ones. Maybe I don't want that many power poles. Let's say that many. Substations are a little expensive for right now, but I will go ahead and request some. Supply the character. Nice. This is a fresh install of the game, so I will get all the achievements and such. I don't have any trains yet, so I won't do any of the train requests that I usually would, so I'll keep those blank. What else do I want? Probably some of the bot chests. That just seems like a good idea. Just so I can keep them on me. Roboports as well, though I don't even make those yet. Inserters, actually. That seems important. Of all different varieties. Bulks, I don't know if I want to keep bulks on me. Again, they're kind of expensive, but maybe I'll keep just a few. Just because they take red circuits. And anything that takes red circuits is a little expensive right now. I don't think I necessarily want to keep comparators or anything on me. Maybe I'll keep some lamps. That's fine. Just keep going down the line. I don't think I actually want to keep assemblers on me. That doesn't seem like a good idea anymore. Yeah, I can't think of a scenario where I'd actually be happy to have assemblers on me rather than just having bots place them, so let's just say no. Anything else? Maybe baby green circuits, just for handcrafting reasons. Especially since they're more expensive now, so this will prevent me from trying to handcraft the more expensive green circuit recipe. And I think that's pretty much everything. Ammo would actually be cool. Let's keep 100 on me. and then I'll have a more dedicated military tab. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that, move that up. Let's call this military, or maybe combat. Combat's better. And that's the one that I'll have just a whole bunch of ammo, like 1,000. Gun turrets, maybe like 30 or something. And a bunch of walls. Probably want repair packs, just baseline. And I think I'm just about done setting all this up. I just, anytime you play Factorio, you do have this one little area where you have to go through and set up all your requests just to stay on top of things. And if I've forgotten anything, I can just come back and add it as and when I need it. Probably is a good idea to go ahead and get Space Platform Foundation going now that I've got the rocket silo research. It's expensive, and I would like to go ahead and get a trickle of them coming in. So let's just come down here to the end of the bus and get those ready. And just expand this forward. I'm using ghosts, so the bots will go ahead and clear all the trees for me, and I don't have to bother with that. And let's get this set up this way, I think, because below is really for science, and I want everything that isn't strictly science related to be up top. And since this is space platforms, I think that's not quite science related. I would like this to be at roughly the same level as everything else, though. Let's get you started right about here. So, first up, for space platforms, we need copper cables. And if you look at ratios here, let me just go ahead and set this. There we go. You can see that this takes 1.5 a second, and this produces 3 a second. So this is a 1 to 2 ratio. So it's pretty much like green circuits, but reversed. Which is more or less how I'm going to wind up building it. So all of the platforms will get this front edge here. And then everything for the cables will go over here. Cables will go this way. I built this not quite correct. Because you want to be at that edge, and then you want to be at that edge. That way, each one can supply 1.5 machines. And actually, I think I will move these in. I place them just one off. That way I can still run a belt this way of steel, and then copper can come up this way. Oh yeah, they're not going to be able to supply me because I still don't have all of my stuff in storage chests, so let me continue working on that for just a second. For example, red circuits over here. Let's get you popped in. And then you can have a logistics limit rather than limiting the chest. So let's say you have a logistics limit of 600. And that seems reasonable enough to me. And then I can just remove that limit. What else would be nice to have in storage chests? So they should already have steel. Now they have red circuits, so they can make more chests, so they can continue building out the bot mall. You can see how many is missing over there. They will also need green circuits, though. So again, we will logistics limit you and say green circuits. 600 is probably about good again. Let's just say 1,000. And then you can get upgraded once the bots feel like it. What else is over here? That should mostly get things started. We are missing inserters though. So they'll be able to come over here and place the chests, but we don't have the inserters to actually get the inserters themselves started. So let me turn off personal bots and just handcraft a few inserters. And then I can get those in place. There we are. And that way they will eventually make their way in. Because, well, they also can't make these, I guess, so... Oh no, they'll get there. They just have to actually make the chest first. Which they can't do because I ran out of blue chests, so I guess I will also make a blue chest. How about steel? Steel also needs a blue chest, so I can handcraft that as well. Okay, now they should be fully capable of expanding the bot area by themselves. It'll just take some time to actually get there, but they can do it. Yeah, there we are. So, I'll wait on that, they'll get around to it, and in the meantime I'll come back to the space platforms. I'd also want to look at research. Is there anything in here that seems interesting or important? Power armor could be cool, cargo size could be cool. I guess I might as well... Oh, well that requires mining uranium, which is something I want to do before I leave the planet, but that's not exactly a priority right now, mostly just because that'll get me steam turbines for use on Vulcanus. Maybe lab speed, but not really feeling it. Is there anything else interesting? Maybe laser weapons damage or something? Flammables might be cool. I'll be using flamethrowers at some point, and I guess I'll do bullet shooting speed. Lab speed, I guess, why not? I don't even have trains, but I'll throw braking speed on to just have something going. Also, I should probably get concrete up and running because that is going to be useful, but let's not get distracted. One at a time. The space platforms will definitely take longer and be more resource hungry than the concrete will, so we should get that going first. So, once again, space platform. Get you going. Let's get copper cable in here. Power armor is pretty good too. I mean, it certainly is. Certainly not denying that. I am kind of beelining for Vulcanus before I focus on too much else. I should get inserters and power, now that I think about it. Where can I even get... Oh, I can fit power in right there. That's awesome, actually. That's perfect. Like that a lot. I'll need inserters on the back as well, so should get those in. You get to be in the middle. Especially with Lignumus, yeah. About Vulcanus, don't give me bad news about Vulcanus. I would be very sad. Oh, you are in the way. Okay. I'll bring this down. It just makes expanding easier, and then we'll have storage somewhere around in here. We never actually need to belt this around. This can really immediately go into chests. It's just, rather than giving each of them their own chest, I'll just have one central storage chest down here. You also need input. There we go. And now... Yeah, now I can copy you. Let's actually go ahead and extend these belts down. And you look very copy and pastable today. But one too many, it looks like. Let's go with that many for now. It may not look like an enormous amount, but that is already 9 steel a second, which is probably more than our production. So that's where it's gonna stay for now. I'm sure it's normal, but have you looked at the research? That is a very good point. I don't have space science yet. Okay, so it is going to force me back to Lignumus first. I am honestly fine with that. I was debating on whether I wanted to go back to Lignumus first, or if I wanted to go to Vulcanus first. I was just going with Vulcanus because it's Vulcanus, and Vulcanus is amazing, but I am mostly fine with that. Yeah, that's not too big of a deal. Sure would have been a surprise if he didn't tell me to look first, though. Yeah, I knew that was going to be an issue. There's just no good way to get all that power. You know what? I have substations now. Can I just make a substation? I would honestly rather just have a substation in here, wasteful as it is, than deal with this nonsense. Just... right here? Right here. There we go. And now I just need a power connection. Which is still going to be ugly, but it's just not as bad. Honestly, that's still pretty bad. Can I get you in, like, here? That works. Okay. Sure. Fine. That's fine. Okay. I am noticing there's no belts or inserters showing up. I'm willing to bet that's... Is there an underground here? Fine, you get to stay. But, as I was saying, I'm sure that's because there's no bot-accessible storage to wooden gears or, wood, whatever the processed wood is called. I'm blanking for some reason. Timber. So this is almost always idle. So let's draw gears from you. You are not in range, but I can work with that. Let's do this. Yeah. That. And you can be a storage chest filtered to wooden gears. And I do have a roboport on me. I guess you can just go up there, that's fine. You should probably also be storage. There we are. What else needs to be storage? You should be storage. I remember doing all this a while ago, so that I could come in and upgrade all these when I was able to. I didn't upgrade you yet. Oh, that's gonna take a second. Can I just make more? I can, but I'm out of steel now. I guess that's fine. I don't actually request raw resources for some reason. So let's come up here and take care of that. Might as well make it a full stack in that case. Gears would be cool to have. We do have circuits in here, yeah. Okay, let's grab copper just because. What else would be cool? Steel, obviously. That's what I was just missing. And, yeah, as I think of more things, I'll just continue adding. Going for a minute there, but I was gonna do the same thing, just head straight to Vulcanus. Yeah. It seemed like the better choice, but I'm not too torn up about it. It's just a little more delay until I can get where I want to be. You know, I should probably have given you power. That would have likely been an intelligent thing to do. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, are you guys cool? I can undo you now. You need to be limited, however. So, let's say you're splitters. So, I don't really need many of these. Let's just keep it clamped to 50. That's cool with me. I'll do the same up here. Yeah, you keep, like, maybe 300? Just so I can have a bit of a buffer. I didn't limit you, did I? No, I'm glad I looked. So, wooden gears. We'll keep, like, I don't know, 600 of you or something, just to keep a decent buffer. little more over here. I guess I should set the limit first and then undo the chest limit. So, yellow splitters, again, we don't need many. Let's just keep like 100 on hand. And belts. You are already limited. Okay. That's fine with me, actually. How about undergrounds? Let's get undergrounds in on this. There you are. So, once again, let's say like 50-ish. Maybe 100. 100's cool. Okay, is there anything I've overlooked or that I didn't do? Is that still a steel chest? That's still a steel chest. Let's get you replaced. So, one more. You're the wooden undergrounds. Again, just keep like 50 of you or something, that's fine. And then undo the limit. Gleba demon holding me at gunpoint to go to Gleba. See, for me, Gleba's difficult, but I do enjoy what you have to do on Gleba. More and more, as I've gotten used to it, the one that I just don't vibe with is Fulgora. And I think that's fun because I think a lot of people truly hate Gleba and really like Fulgora. And to me, it couldn't be more opposite. I always wind up building the worst, horrible bases on Fulgora, and then my Gleba base just works. And I don't know, I think that's an interesting dynamic to have wound up in. I'm gonna continue this just a little further. For no particular reason, it's just, now it's a little further. Anyway. Bots have been busy expanding this area. This is coming together nicely. Yeah, I think that's doing well. There's nothing over here that has batteries in it. So I do need batteries for some of the personal equipment, and for just right now, I think I will request a couple yellow chests just to have some on me, so I can throw them around manually. For example, on modules. Let's set limits on these guys. So what was this? Speed, I think? I'll say speed, keep like 100. These are tier 1, so they're not too bad. And I'll just copy and paste that and change which module should be reflected. I might even keep more productivity. Yeah, I think that's acceptable. There we go. Okay. I think I would enjoy Fulgora more with more space. Hard to justify solutions involving trains and belts when you can just slap down bots everywhere. Very true. Probably is my bots currently have a lightning problem, yeah. Vulcanus is really good, which is nice, but it's also almost disappointingly straightforward. You just put towers everywhere, lightning really isn't an issue. So, I will fully admit that I avoid using bots on Fulgora because you can play Fulgora one of two ways. You can either make it needlessly difficult on yourself or trivialize the entire problem. And given the choice between the two, I do tend to be stubborn about it and just go, no, this is this is hard and meant to be hard, so I'll play it hard. But at the same time, I recognize that that is a good bit on me. I need my blueprints probably in here rather than in the hotbar. So let's just continue expanding this up because I realized I don't have roboport. So blind. There we are. And what else am I gonna throw in here? What would be nice to have? Miners. That would be a good one, probably. Maybe random stuff, like pump jacks would be cool. Oh, I need electric furnaces. If I'm going to be shooting stuff into space, that is important. Beating Fulgora of trains and belts made of trains, yeah. Make it easier for my sanity. That is a valid option, yeah. What else? Maybe some of the space stuff I should start thinking about. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So cargo bays, asteroid collectors, crushers, thrusters, not researched. Wait, this isn't researched yet? Oh, maybe it's a trigger tech. Maybe I have to actually place a silo before I get it, but that's whatever. Let's just... I'll put all the space stuff together. I'll do something else here, but that's... Yeah, I was a little thrown by that for a second. I'd like to make a train-based Fulgora. I've planned it out a few times, but then I get there and realize I only need to get to Aquilo first, right? And then I get to Aquilo and either quit or finish the game, yeah. You can filter cargo wagons, which is very useful on Aquilo. What am I looking for? I think I just want something. You know what? Programmable speaker, sure. Why not? Good. There anything else that I really need in here? I hope they have access to this kind of stuff, but I don't think they do. So let's go ahead and give them access to basic circuits. Yeah, you can be like over here, filter you, basic circuit. There you are. And then inserter, force your one off. You know what? You get to go right here. Green circuits are fine. Red circuits are good. I don't think blue circuits go anywhere. No, they just dead end right here. So let's go ahead and get that in place. There you are. Filter to blue circuit. Also, engines would probably be good to have in here. Again, just for personal equipment reasons. Okay, I'm going to put this here and then set the filter to electric engines. There we go. And then copy and paste it on top of this chest. And that's important because if you don't do it that way, they'll just place the chest and then random stuff will go in it. You should have a logistics limit, especially since they're carrying all the electric engines away. So let's say you get to keep just like 200, something like that. Well, I might want to keep more just since silos also take electric engines now. Maybe I'll keep a few extra. Rebuilding Fulgora for 500 BPM. Beats per minute? I assume you mean SPM, but yeah. 500 is a lot. 500 would be a pretty tough challenge for Fulgora. Why am I missing furnaces? Do I just actually not have furnaces? That's entirely possible. I might want to upgrade science and get modules in it, but I don't think I have the spare modules right at this very moment. Yeah, that's fine. Just trying to triage. What do I want to do? I think I should make a silo. I think there's trigger text right now, and I can't make everything because I'm waiting on a silo. So I should go and do that. I should also make power armor. So let's grab a few of those guys, which also means I want exos, actually. So let's go ahead and add enough to make at least 2 exos. I also want to go mine some uranium and start that process going. So I'll probably also request some drills. That's fine. Let's see. Bottles per minute. Gotcha, okay. Beacons included, tier 3 modules. Yeah, I don't think you could get close to those numbers in a reasonable amount of space. Like, with a reasonable amount of effort, I don't think you could get anywhere near those numbers without a lot of beacons and a lot of modules. I think while I wait for my products to come in, I'm gonna take a sip of coffee. Also, I think a good idea. Let's grab one of these guys. Just somewhere random. Let's throw you, like, over here. I do want to get a rocket silo. And let's get a separate one over this way for the landing pad, cargo pad. Let's go ahead and get inserters into these guys. And start them producing. Now, am I able to read if this is running or not? Read working. Yes. Control signal. So let's say X. And then U that enable X is less than 1. I think that should work. So then once this starts running, it will disable the requester chest. Then I'm gonna do the same idea over here. So read working, you're going to be X, and set you to stop once the machine starts, because I only need one of these for right now, so I don't want to massively overbuild them. I don't have concrete yet. That is one thing. I should probably go get on that. Do you also need concrete? I'm sure you do. Yes, you do. Okay. So let's go get concrete started. I'm running down this way because this is where the iron ore is going to be. Also, I noticed my steel line is slacking. That's only pulling from the starter iron patch, so I should probably splice more iron ore in down this way. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that. I'm going to reverse the splitter here, since all of my iron ore from the starter patch is going that way. I'm going to just move this back and reverse this melt down. And then get a split in, I suppose here. Like that. Personal's on. And now priority input the starter patch. And priority output to the right. That way I do prioritize keeping the iron flowing, but then any extra will come down and be made into steel. And I might as well throw that up there as well. Okay, so where's that get me? I was coming down here because I wanted to make concrete, so let's get concrete set up. Let's just shove it over here. That'll give me access to water and to iron ore. So, just right here. Let's go. That's concrete, and then refined concrete. Do I want to bring all that in? I know I'm going to need refined concrete for some things. But I don't think I'm going to really need it yet. Like, I'll need it for elevated rails, for example, if I go to make that, but I'm not worried about it right now. I think I'll just focus on regular old concrete. So, water pipe. Let's just drag this. I guess you can connect into the boilers over here. That's fine. Get you up this way. And just connect you in. Let's see, iron ore's over there, so I will need a split somewhere down this way. Let's make you non-prioritized, and just bring you up here. And what else do you need? You need stone bricks. Stone bricks are on the far side, way over there, but I think I can make that work. I will have to snake them around steel, and that's annoying. I'm also going to throw another roboport up that way to give me access to stone bricks in the logistics network, and the other half of that steel as well. Might also want to bring coverage down here so that I can get stone in the network, actually. Because I just don't have stone in the network right now. There we are. Also, it would probably be nice to have all this landfill available in the network. I don't think I actually want to limit this. I'll just make sure priority goes into storage, and then any stone overflow comes up and over here. Okay. Where's that get me? Still working on concrete, that's right. Let's get a splitter. So, somewhere up in this way, after the buffers, I want to split and send stone bricks to the right. So right about there is cool with me, and just keep it going. Go ahead and get all the undergrounds in place first. And then just connect it in. And you can follow the outside of this belt. That's probably fine. You actually want to be on this level. Let's get you on this level. That actually means a little bit of landfill, funny enough. Funny, since I was just working with the landfill. Perfect fit. You'll love to see it. And then straight down this way. And just hug the coal line until we get right here. And of course that's not going to work. I'm literally going to bring you over here just so I don't have to lay more power poles. There we go. And then your output can sit right here. I am going to need another roboport, but that's just fine with me. Didn't really want to place a ghost of concrete there, but I'll deal with that in a second. Or not. I actually have no way to get rid of this ghost. That's a little annoying, but also pretty funny. Can't lie. Does that work? That'll do. Actually kind of like that. I might even just put that back. Okay, anyway, you need robo coverage. Best I can do is right there, it looks like, which is kind of in the way, but oh well, whatever. I need robo coverage down this way so that I can get coverage over the wood production area regardless. So, might as well go ahead and start chaining that down. How far do you reach? Right on the crafting machine. Maybe... yeah, that also hits the assembler right about in the middle, so I think that's fine. And then just somewhere down in here will work. Yeah, we definitely need more wood income down here. It's just not enough. Speaking of which, how hard would it be to get a little more going? I don't know why that's missing. That's weird, but I don't think that would be too difficult at all. I do probably want to swap out the ghosts for better power poles, but I'll wait until it starts yelling at me for that. In the meantime, how far do you reach? Right about there-ish. So let's just set you right before the seed machine. And then we'll keep carrying on that way with roboports, and that way the robots can expand wood harvesting as and when needed. I'll go ahead and reclaim some of these old miners. Okay, I think that's fine. We don't have assembling machines for some reason. Why don't we have assemblers? Because I never built any. That's a very good reason not to have some. Fair enough. So let's go here. I do have the tier 1s already, so I'm not going to be remaking those, but might as well go ahead and do tier 3s here as well. Might as well throw labs in there. What else? Might as well do beacons, I guess. Oh, cool. So, of course, I don't have the tier 3s or beacons actually researched, but once I do, they will unlock and everything will be a-okay. So, I'm turning off personal bots so that I can choose which ones get my assemblers, because otherwise it would just randomly go around. And I think the one that actually makes more assemblers is probably the reasonable pick here, as is the one that makes roboports. And I can't actually walk through this. That is a surprise. Anyway, I guess I'll throw this over here. Sure, cool. Then they're gonna just resupply me. So now that I have the ability to make more roboports, are they actually going to do it? So, have no steel coming and no gears. I don't think I actually have gears in the robot system. That is a good point. Yeah, there we go. So, same here. Let's set a logistics limit on you. So, gears. And gears we want a lot of. We'll keep like 1,000 gears. There we go. And take that off. Might as well upgrade this guy. Oh yeah, you also don't provide to the network, so let's do that. You're circuit limited, and I think that's fine. I'm cool with the circuit limit there. Oh, yellow chest, or yellow inserters are in a wooden chest, so let's update that. I didn't set a filter on you. Did I set a filter on you? I did not. Very important to set the filters, otherwise you wind up with a lot of random junk in places it really shouldn't be. Finally found the tweaked robots now, and that's the bigger equipment grade. Oh yeah. Yeah, bigger equipment grids is pretty nice. So, where am I going from here? You are also not filtered. Make sure this guy's filtered. He is, okay. You're not filtered. How did I miss filters on so many of these things? Okay, I just have to double check now. Yeah, see, this one is unfiltered, and now there's all kinds of random junk on here that I have to go deal with. You are wooden undergrounds. There we go. So, move that, and then all of the belts with random junk will have to be picked up here. That will have to be picked up. And then I'll just replace this with ghosts. And hopefully, it all goes reasonable places. But I'm watching this like a hawk. Yeah, look at that. See, these aren't filtered. Okay, we got speed. I do want the random junk to go. Filtered? Yes, you are. You're not filtered. Look at that. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to be finding random junk in random places for a long, long time now. But I think I've got the important stuff figured out, at least. Let's personally run down to the end of the bus here and get these pipes and stuff added, including these solar panels. I would like to get a few solar panels placed down. Now that I have some substations, I can start working on a proper solar panel grid. There we go. What else still needs to go? Batteries would be cool, but let's get these guys first. Anything else? I will want engines. That's electric engines, that's fine. Let's just, let's expand this one higher. get rid of the long arms there. Oh, not that one. That one's actually supposed to stay. And then we'll have regular inserters here, and these can be just for storage for times where you actually want just regular old engines. So, regular old engine. And regular old engine. And let's go with logistic storage. And keep like, I don't know, 200 maybe? I think that's reasonable. Everything should work itself out up there. That's fine. This stuff never got connected, but it also never got placed. For reasons I'm not entirely certain of. In fact, let's go check that out. Where are you? Okay, you are missing steel. Do I just have no steel? I mean, there's steel in here. It's just not coming very fast. Okay. That's not what I was hoping for, honestly, but fair enough, fair enough. There's a lot of steel in here, so I might just choose to let the robots take that out and jumpstart this process. Yeah, that'll work itself out. Yeah, there we go. So now they're all coming in to take it. Big old influx of steel. Okay. That should solve most of the immediate issues, but that's a band-aid fix, and it won't last for long. But for the time being, let's get steel onto this belt. Steel is right here. So split. Keeps slip and sliding on the belts. There we go. So steel, prioritize, run up this way, over the other guys, and in you go. Okay, after that we need copper. That's gonna go down this line over here. Let's go ahead and get copper in, which means undergrounding the iron. So copper goes right there. And in. Okay. All cool. And then we will have just something done this way. Let's at least get the spacing correct. So there's that. And then something done this way that will just take it and put it into a chest. And I guess this one can actually be a provider. That's fine. Also, you might notice not gonna limit this, just because I can't remember a time where I've ever had too much space platform. That is rarely ever an issue, though maybe I will go ahead and set some sort of limit on it. But like, it's gonna be like 2,000 or something anyway. Which is pretty much just however much would fit in the chest regardless. Yeah. I put down so many chests for space platform, exactly. Like, I don't really have the income to justify filling chest after chest with it, but, like, I'm gonna need more. There's no point in worrying about it. It makes so slow and you need so much at once, I just leave 4 unrestricted chests. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. I'm just already having steel trouble, so it is what it is. Like, I can't make these roboports down this way just because I have no steel. Granted, I do have another iron patch I can tap right here, and that's probably what I'm going to do soon. Just before I do too much more mining, I do need to go and mop up around the borders again, which probably means it's just about time for another little military raid. So what I want to do before that is I should get tank shells up and running. So I don't think I'm going to worry about the explosive variant yet. What else do I want in here? I guess I could do some of the power armor stuff in here because that's also useful as vehicle equipment. So let's do that. Shields. Yeah. And then we'll get another square up this way. For personal roboport, just because, why not? Might as well do exos as well. Radars actually would be nice to have. And... just thinking what else I might want. Forgot actual last change to bot progression, which you're already obviously using. Yeah. I'm not even sure which one you mean, but I've noticed a couple changes to bot progression, which has been very nice. Definitely a fan. Requester chest per space. Oh yeah, absolutely. It always throws me that you have to go to space before requester chests, and now that this has changed back, I almost didn't even notice it right away, but it did cross my mind. It was definitely something that made me go, oh, well that's good, yay. I'm just kind of looking at stuff at this point. I don't even know, I'll do like turbines, sure. And then let's start moving these up. How far is your reach? Right to the bottom of the machine. This is a bot mall, so I'll be a little kind just for charging reasons. And leave that, like, right there. Probably means I want to do exactly the same thing on this side. Just put a power pole, like, right there. Let's make sure that lines up. Yeah, okay. And then we'll just replace that. There we go. Okay, all good. The only thing really gating space science is a big upfront cost, otherwise it's fairly easy, so I would rather get blue chest off space science than I would yellow science. Absolutely, yeah. Like, I have no intention of setting up yellow and purple science before I'm off planet. Like, unless there's some big balance change that's been done that makes that suddenly worthwhile, absolutely not happening. I do need plastic and explosives in the bot network for cannon shells, so let me set up explosives real quick. Do this. So, chem plant. Do I have chem plant? I do. I should probably put chemical plants in the bot wall as well, just while I'm thinking about it. So, production. Might as well do oil refineries as well. So, chem plant. Anything else I'd like to throw in here? Not anything jumping out at me immediately. You know, even though they're not researched, maybe I'll go ahead and throw, like, Shield 2 and personal lasers on here, I guess. Just might as well. And so, chem plant. Getting them on blue science is just nice, yeah. I mean, that's where... I mean, I can't tell you how many hundreds, maybe thousands of hours I played Factorio where robots were blue science. That's just where it feels natural to me. That's just where they belong. So, coal and sulfur and water. So I'll probably do a little explosive line, like, right down this way. I don't want to be in the way of expansion here, especially not for plastic. I know I'm going to need more plastic at some point. But since I shoot plastic off this way for LDS already, maybe I'll just do a little line over here somewhere. Well, coal would be in the way up there, so maybe I will do it down this way. Yeah, that's fine. I just want, like, a machine making explosives for now, and I already have water up here, so that just seems reasonable. Yes, I did move that just so it lines up better with the water. There we go. And then I can actually long arm coal into you and long arm sulfur into you. And then that'll just give me explosives. So out that way. And you know what? I'll even move you one more time just so the power pole lines up nicely. There we go. In, let's grab a yellow chest. Let's see. Like to get next armor because new planets make personal equipment irrelevant for a few minutes, yeah. I'll do yellow then, but otherwise I just remake every science plus yellow. Yeah, absolutely. That is my plan as well. There you are. I knew explosives were in here somewhere. And then you are going to be logistics limited. We don't really want a whole bunch of explosives. You're not super important, but we'll keep like 600 of you just to have a little buffer. Also, I do realize power is all the way over here. That lines up pretty alright to me. So yeah, that's all covered. We're gonna be covered. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, you do need a roboport, as do the blue circuits. So let's also get something done this way. Try and line that up if possible. I might just put you like right there. I think that's fine. And let's see, what am I missing? I'm still missing a lot of basic stuff. You're missing assembling machine 1s. You legitimately are, that's weird. You're missing the burners. Because you're missing timber? There's no timber? Yeah, it's all being made into basic circuits. Wow, okay. I knew we needed more wood, I didn't know we needed that much more wood. So, as a weird knock-on effect, that's keeping me from being able to produce more wood, actually. There goes a roboport. I probably want a few more gear assemblers. Just to feed into the bot network, that is. Unfortunately, I can't just put one more there. That would be really nice, but it isn't quite gonna work. Yeah, that's a little rough. I can just pull from this guy. He's idle most of the time. I think that's fine. So you will also be a gear assembler. Let's filter you to gears. And I'll just copy the same limit that this guy has, so that they both start and stop at the same time. Timber, huh? Okay. Well, let's, probably personally run down here and start getting some of this built up. I've got several of the machines down, I just need more belt. And this is all wooden belt also, so I don't even know if I'm going to be able to build that easily. So I might have to run down there and upgrade it also. Not the worst thing in the world. I do have plenty of belts now that the bots are able to supply me. I also have 5 roboports on me, just for some reason. So I guess I can go ahead and get some of this stuff built personally. Why are you guys coming at me? Oh, you're going for the blues. That's what you're doing, okay. So, I'm just looking at the minimap. I'm pretty much dead above all this stuff. So, let's just come and get it in place. Is this one running? This one does seem to be running. So, we're just coming over here to upgrade this stuff then. Upgrading all that because I don't actually have the wood variant. So we're kind of gonna be upgrading all of this backwards, but oh well. Those belts are not in place. Ah, glad I checked. You also aren't in place. Okay. Those guys are running now. Cool. Extend that. Get you in. All of that needs to be upgraded. And for some reason, this tree kept it from being able to place. I guess this was outside radar coverage or something. So, upgrade just everything this way. Is there anything bad in there? I don't want the inserters upgraded, but I can do all of that. Break some of these trees in this area. The power poles will need to be changed out, but I'll come by and do that in a second. Let's see. There is a red in there. I don't want to do that by accident. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So everything seems fine. That's actually all of my yellow undergrounds, believe it or not. So I will have to come back. I'm pretty surprised by that, to tell you the truth. Why are you trying to be red? I don't want you to be red. Yeah, don't be red, please. Don't. Stop. Okay. That's all yellows, all cool. Power poles need to be updated. So let's do that. All cool. Oh, cool. Okay. So that does need to stay. All that is good though. Okay. So let's get the, what would you even call it? The linking poles, I guess? Yeah, sure, good. Because I don't have the wooden poles. So I did make that. There we go. Okay, and then I won't bother picking up the other woods. Those are already placed. It is what it is. We should get roboports in here, so the robots can finish cleaning all this up. Oh, that's a long ways. Oh, that's a long ways. Okay, well I do have that roboport down there. I guess I'll go ahead and get these placed. Getting the link down here is important, so let's go ahead and get that started. I think I'll have just enough, actually, judging by the fact that this isn't connected either. So this one should be the connecting piece. Yes, okay, so now everything is connected. As you can see from these guys just running off somewhere to go do something. Oh, they're coming down to pick up the mines, I guess. So that is all my existing roboports, but I will come along and just place the ghosts. Let's see. And just copy the ghost roboports down the line. Let's do this from map view, I guess. Gonna be a little easier. There we are. And then the bots can just build out the tree farm as they see fit. I do want to probably bottle up a little bit of sulfuric acid and just carry it down to the one little uranium patch below me on the minimap, though maybe I can also just get a pipe. Like the uranium patch is right there. It literally already has power. That's my power line going down to the oil field. Here's another uranium patch, literally on top of this oil field. And it would be really funny if I tap this oil field just to make sulfuric acid here, just to tap this. But I think I will just send sulfuric acid down this way. Oh, hello guys. Let's see. I'm gonna come up here and I am going to do basically exactly what I said. I'm going to throw some sulfuric acid into barrels. I may even go to the bot mall and make barrels on the bot mall. So let's just come up this way and make some barrels. That was the first oil patch I grabbed. I went for the lower one. I don't really know why. There are probably biters on top of the other one. Just if I had to guess. There's empty barrels. What else can I make in here? Yeah, I kind of already have everything that I really want made in the bot mall. Lamps would be cool, I guess. Unless I already have lamps? I don't think I do. Am I missing things? I guess I'll go ahead and make trains. And then train cars. I'll do stations. Yeah, sure. I don't even have rails yet, but that'll get made at some point. Still missing timber. I had to get the lower one pretty quickly after for power. Ah, that's interesting. I am mostly during the day. Now that my power is expanded, I'm probably not anymore, but for a while I was entirely using solar power during the day. Yeah. Doesn't look like that would quite fly anymore, but at one point the boilers did entirely shut down during the day. In fact, that might not be a terrible thing to start looking at, now that I have substations. Let me just come over here where there's no bot coverage. Maybe over here is a little more comfortable to work in. And I'm going to make a little square. Grab some solars. There we go. And I'm just going to throw some little tileable design in real quick. That's not good at all. And I see you rocks. You are going to try and ruin my day. And I'm going to try and not let you. So let's grab accumulators. And this is not at all going to be proper ratio or anything. I tend to not care too much about ratios for things when it comes to solar panels. I know that's blasphemy to some, but I always kind of feel like if I need more power, then I'll place more solar panels, and if I need more storage, I will just place more accumulators. And it's nighttime now, so I've lost map coverage. I guess building the solar panels can wait. That's fine. How's resources doing? Copper doesn't even seem to be moving at all, so probably not well. Which means I'm not making space platforms. Yeah, I can even see over there at the edge, but they are just not moving at all. Yeah. I have less than 200, so I need steel pretty desperately. One thing at a time, though. I've said like 5 times I wanted to come down here and grab a barrel of sulfuric acid, so let's go ahead and do that. I will have to handcraft a few barrels, but that is fine. I realize the problem. I've never set a limit. That's not good. I never set a limit as part of my blueprint on anything. I'm glad I noticed, but like, now I'm kind of panicking. So, blue chests. Keep like, I don't know, 20? Filter, what? Okay, so you are yellow chests. Copper cable? Okay, keep like 600. You, whatever you are. You keep like 100, sure. You keep like 50. And again, keep like 50 of you, sure. Please hit the thing, thank you. let's go for the more expensive one first, like furnaces and roboports now. So, roboport. Let's only keep like 10 of you. Mines. Mines are fine to keep some of, but maybe not like thousands. Let's keep like 200 of you, probably. Furnaces. Electric furnace, there you are. Like, since I do have to send you to space, I'll keep like 100. These guys. Speakers. We only want like 5 of you. We pretty much will never use you, and I already have 40. I might even just replace you, because why would I ever need this many speakers? That's just absurd. Purple chest. And green chest. Constant combinator. Constant. And tank. Sure. You, again, I probably only want like 4 of or something, and then tanks, 20, sure, whatever. Steel chest. Fine. Red chest. Fine. Whew. Okay, I can start to calm down a little bit. I was panicking just a smidge. I don't remember which one you are. You are this one. Okay. And then you are the comparator. Yeah, I had 68 comparators already made. Pumps. Where even are pumps? Okay, you're here. 20 is probably fair for pumps, actually. And let's keep, like, 50 these guys. 50 is probably a pretty reasonable number for a lot of things, so I will keep the 50. I think speakers the only thing I never automate. Exactly, like of all things. I have almost 100 speakers. Why? I know you said some other stuff, and I will get there in just a moment. Just allow me to set some limits so I don't have, like, I don't know, 600 or something stupid. Labs. 50 labs is more than I'm ever gonna need, but sure, whatever. They're not exactly expensive. Beacons. There you are. 50 beacons is probably a lot, given how much I use beacons, so I'm gonna drop that down. You. And you can be 50. That seems perfectly reasonable. Radars. That's in military. Radar. Probably don't want 50 radars. Let's keep you at like 20. Steam turbines. I will probably want more than 50, actually. Production. Turbine. Let's say, like, 200 might be overkill. Let's say 100 for now. And let's start looking down the side and seeing if there's anything over here that I've missed. Yeah, look how many tier 1 energy shields I have. Yay. Yeah, let's keep like 20 of those. Since I already have 20, whatever, that's fine. You. And I guess I'll keep like 20 of you also. Why not? Tier 1s. We'll keep, like, I guess 20 again, why not? Tank shells, I do actually want to keep a couple of. Tank shells, you always wind up using a few more than I think you will. So I'm gonna keep, like, 300-400 of those, I think. You can come up here. 20, sure, whatever. Personal lasers, 20, fine, I guess. Chem plants. How many chem plants do I want to keep? 20, I guess? Sure, why not? Refineries, production, 20, sure. Again, they're not exactly expensive. Exos. There you are. I will have Spidertrons at some point. 20 will come in handy at some point. Personal roboport. Let's only keep like 5 of those. Trains. Nearly there. we're nearly there. Or even our trains. They're gonna be in here somewhere. There you go. Again, I'll just keep like 6 of those, whatever. Same with train stops. And then barrels. How many barrels do I want to keep? I have no idea, actually. That's a hydrogen barrel. Where's just empty barrel? Give me a barrel, please. Empty barrel. Okay. Empty barrels, who knows, keep like 50. And then I'll do the same for lamp. Let's just put the lamps. There you are. Okay, crisis averted. I think that is everything. I do have to update the blueprint, but that's the least of my worries. Anymore, just aim for 1-to-1 on solar, since it just ends up meaning more power, doesn't really negative impact production. Exactly, that's kind of my thinking. Just like, I don't need perfect ratios. I gain nothing from producing perfect ratios. It's just if I need more power, I make more solar. If I need more storage, I make more accumulators. And anything beyond that, to me, is just kind of over-planning. Does this still fit? No. So I do need another line of accumulators down that way. But now it should. Yeah, now it's back to being a perfect fit. Nope. Don't do that. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't add a line on the top. There we go. And then one of these solar panels will be replaced by a roboport. I'm just getting all the panels in place first, and then whatever's in the center will get roboported. Oh, that's not gonna fit. I guess I can do another panel there. And then that'll fit. Okay, and then let's see where the perfect spot for a roboport is going to be. I could do it a little asymmetrical and just throw it like right up here. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. And then just surround you with a few more accumulators. Maybe even just get a lamp. Just a lamp right there, why not? And then take you, rotate you. And I think that'll still work. Hold on. So you do reach a little past where your panels are. And you reach a little past where your panels are, so those do connect. That's what I was worried about. And then, in you go. Oop. So of course, I can't replace the cliffs yet, which means I actually can't put a ghost over it, which means it's not going to allow me to blueprint it 100% properly. Oh, I built into robot coverage anyway. Yeah, that's not where I want this to go, guys. Sorry. I was just trying to get a blueprint down. There's not a lot of good building place, unfortunately. I can put you here. And then that'll allow me to finish in the corner. Yeah, there we go. Now I will make a blueprint of this. And yeah, you are just solar. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so now that does raise the question of where I actually want that to go. I could just start right here. That doesn't seem an awful idea. A little bit in the way of the wood area if I ever did want to bring it down a row, which I kind of feel like I will. So I might actually start from down here. I think that's reasonable. And this is outside radar range, so that part's not going to get built properly. But I will just have to fix it when we get there. In the meantime, that's not even going to be within build range, so let me bring this down this way. And then that'll just slowly start building out. I do notice that it's asking for wood belts somewhere. I would assume that's going to be down here. Okay, there's one. I don't have wood belts put into the logistics system currently, I guess. Which is a problem. I will have to go fix that, but at the same time, I don't know why they're trying to build wooden belts. Yeah, I'm not gonna go hunting for it. I think I will just try and find where wood belts are. Oh, there's the other ones. Okay. You are properly filtered now. That just was other junk that I guess never got picked up. Okay. So wooden belts. There just are no wooden belts because there's no timber. Because it's all being eaten by basic circuits. Okay. So I do definitely just need more production. I wonder, can I productivity module this by any chance? I can put productivity modules in. Okay. That's probably a good idea. I will... Well, okay, I was gonna just make more of these, but actually I just don't have enough wood to supply them. So never mind that. We'll do that. It's just a shame that I can't access you as a ghost to set your filter ahead of time. If I try and set your filter ahead of time and then paste you over it, it actually doesn't let me. I would have to delete the chest and then replace you. Which wouldn't be the biggest deal in the world, but I think there's probably someone coming like right now to place you. Yeah, so just do that, and that's fine. And I'll probably flip you around now, because I don't think I actually want a buffer of wood anymore. I think it is more useful to just have any random wood that finds its way into the storage system just be thrown into timber. That makes sense. Okay, that said, what am I waiting on? Assembling machine 1s, which is more wood. Are you running? I mean, you did plant, so I assume you're running. You are full of wood, you're full of seeds. Okay, so you're definitely running. Yeah, the only ones not running will be these guys. Why do you have no fuel? Because you're not built properly somehow? Weird. Okay. You're also... I guess this was built outside of radar range and then I copy and pasted it? That's odd. Not that you have your assembling machines anyway, but still odd. Still strange. Coal alert. Not sure why I'm coal alerting right now. Okay. Actually, I do see why I'm coal alerting. Kind of valid. Just means I do kind of want to get the solar field built, because that's going to take the pressure off the coal mine. Do I have a good coal mine somewhere nearby? There's coal right there and coal down there. Either one would be fine. Yeah, so coal wouldn't be a big deal even if it did start running out. Okay, anyway, I've been distracted on top of distractions for like 3 hours now. So I think I handcrafted some barrels. I did not. Let's just make some. We have no assembling machine 2s still, but that's going to be because we don't have assembling machine 1s. So let's just go manually intervene there. But also just craft 1 or 2 and turn personals off. But let's see if I can't help. So you actually just need gears. That's a much different problem now. Yeah, it's just because you're throwing half your gears into the chest. Maybe you also could use some productivity, why not? Yeah, I was trying to think if there was a way I could squeeze more gear production in here, but it would be... I don't know if it would be worth it. This guy is going fine, though. So once he fills up on gears, at the very least that'll mean that this guy doesn't put any more in, because their inserters are on the same requirement. Hey there, how you doing? We're pretty close to getting the first rocket launch. I'm having some resource issues here and there, and I'm thinking about expanding to this coal patch, but for right now I want to get the trigger tech for the uranium mine, so that's what I'm working towards. This one gear machine is overstressed trying to feed the bot mall over there, but we'll reach equilibrium soon. Green circuits also seem to be pretty much dead for some reason, but one problem at a time. I want to go get the trigger tech for uranium so I can maybe even start looking towards nuclear power. I'm not sure I want to do that before I hit space, but this is the current goal. So let's just do this. Let's make a barrel of sulfuric acid. That's wood pulp. That's heavy oil. Probably the one with the sulfuric acid icon will be the one that I'm looking for. So get you power. Let's just fill up a couple barrels. Ever hear of arcospheres? Doesn't sound familiar. I'm gonna guess that's another automation game, maybe in the same vein, but... Oh, wait. You are not filtered. You definitely need to be filtered. And then I'll just take that, I guess. Okay, so with that, keep a couple things in my inventory. I should have drills. Yes, I do have drills. I've got belts. Let's just go make a little temporary uranium mining attempt. What are those guys doing? What? Why are you bringing solar panels up and away? Sure, you guys have fun. Ever hear of arcospheres in Space Age? No, I have not. That actually sounds very interesting. Final SE challenge. It's SE, not Space Age. Ah, that would be the difference then. Copper is not looking the best at the moment. Oh, copper is really not looking the best at the moment. Okay, I'm gonna need another copper patch soon. Well, that's just one more thing to work towards then. You guys go do that? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Still though, uranium. Meat drill. I'm gonna grab my drill blueprint just so I can drag it around. That's the top, that's the side. And I need like a drill right here. Just capture that one little bit. And then there's power. You guys come help out. And then let's grab assembling machine. Tuck you like right there, I guess. So you're going to empty sulfuric acid. And there you go. Okay, those guys are going to need a fluid connection. So let's do something like that. And I'm not real sure how those are going to connect. Whatever, you can just go there. Have fun. Biz SE, I might be high. Nah, you're good. I do want to play a good space exploration run at some point. I've never actually gotten to, I was gonna say to the end of space exploration. I've never gotten more than maybe 7 hours into space exploration. So I would like to do a full KE2 run. I just think that sounds fun. Yummy green rock. So that should have got me the trigger tech that I was looking for. Let's just assume yes. Okay. So let's see, what does that do for me? Okay, I can throw you on the queue now. You take purple science, so I'm not gonna be able to reprocess you anytime soon. I noticed that says submarine automation. I'm pretty sure this is the thing from Spidertrons, though. Or Spidertrons. Okay, yes. So this is Spidertron automation stuff. So that's for the little mini Spidertrons. Which, funny enough, only take blue science, but are then locked behind space science. So that's interesting. Yeah, I'll take nuclear power and then portable fission reactors locked behind yellow. Yeah, there's not a lot of interesting science left. I might just throw something like follow a robot count up there, maybe like, what are you? What is the big cliff explosive? What heads the big cliff explosive? It's probably Meraxis, but you know. Personal lasers, laser damage, sure. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Mostly I want to research reactors, or at least have reactors kind of researching, so that by the time I get to Vulcanus I can have the turbines. But I may as well go ahead and start stockpiling some uranium, which means I should have, I guess, brought centrifuges. Oh, I couldn't make centrifuges until I had the trigger tech anyway, so yeah, that's fine. You're missing the best part of SE then. The moment you actually get the space is the best, and the first couple times you hit a new planet is great. I mean, I'm sure it is. I'd love to do a big SE run. I just, you know, it's one of those big mods that's a big time commitment, big time sink, and I've just not been able to commit to it. I will say, get uranium fuel reprocessing. I don't plan on making yellow and purple science until I've at least been to Vulcanus. I got so excited seeing the mini spiders that only blue than made when they were mad when they were randomly gated behind wood, yeah. Nah, you're good. Yeah, there is probably, I want to say, an unintentional mix-up there. I don't know, that's my intuition, that whoever made the mod probably intends for it to be blue science, and then it just so happens that it takes a tier 2 efficiency card, which makes it gated behind space, and for some reason laying power poles makes me incapable of speech. There we go. What can I do for these guys? sure. Can I put you there? That way you at least match. Yeah, okay. Then I'm gonna do the same for these guys. Why? That's just how I am. You're spaced further apart, huh? No, you're 2 spaces away. Okay, well you also get to be... Nope, no you don't. Because then it's unpowered. Well good, you just don't get the match anyway. So 1, 2. Break the tree. Show it who's boss. Put you in. And that's good enough, sure. All good. Can I break you? No. No, I can't. You can go up there. Heckling Fiend, please explain. I don't think that one's on him. That's gonna be someone else. We just ask on Discord if it was intentional, but yeah. The Spidertron Patrol is going to be... That's its own dedicated mod, but then that's also included because it's being used by Meraxis as part of the logic driving their submarine stack. Yeah, all good. How can I get more copper? I just remembered that was kind of an important issue. And copper is not my friend right now. Like, we're dwindling that copper down pretty fast. There's a copper patch there that's pretty easy to get, but that would lead to constant attacks from up here, and that just sounds annoying. It is 3 mil, though. 3 mil's not bad. I might take the tank and try and clear out this area, wall up down here, maybe put a wall in over here, which means it might be worthwhile getting some flamethrowers automated, if I didn't already. That's doing literally nothing. Do I have flamethrowers? I don't see any. Let me just try and request some. No. Okay. I'll put flamethrowers in combat, actually. Let's just do that. And since I will have flamethrowers there, plenty enough pipe gets to go in combat. Just another 100 of you, and a couple undergrounds as well. So much copper, yeah. Green circuits cost, yeah. The green circuit cost is at least mitigated a little, but it's still kind of intense. I don't make much of any military stuff, it seems, so let's address that. So you in here. I want regular gun turrets. I want lasers. I want flamethrowers. Artillery would be awesome. Thanks for the tease. But if I can't have that, I don't actually think I want the regular shotgun ammo. It's just not very good. Maybe just rockets? I mean, I'll have to make rockets at some point if I make Spidertrons anyway, so might as well. Some of the bots might not be horrible to bring along if I'm going to be clearing a lot of stuff. They're just a little expensive. They're just a little expensive. I could make landmines. Oh, whatever. Maybe I'll have some landmine production. Why not? I forgot to update the blueprint. None of these have limits on them. So let's go ahead and set limits and then update the blueprint. So you, 50's probably fine. Regular gun turrets. I don't know, 50's probably fine again. That's probably a reasonable amount. Lasers I actually want to keep a few of. So, I don't know, we'll say 50. Why not? Landmines. I don't even know if I'm using landmines anywhere, but we'll keep like 300 of them for now. Why not? If I wind up actually using them, that's not going to be enough, but like, this is just a little preemptive you know, a little preemptive production in case I do decide to use them. Do have limits for you. Yes, I do. Okay. Everything should be cool. I don't know if I have batteries. I do not. Let's go add batteries. I feel like I've already said that before. Batteries are missing copper, of course. Let's have a little thing after the accumulators so they can have first dibs. And then batteries can just go in here. There they are. And then how many batteries do I want to keep? Maybe just like 300 or something? I don't think I need a tremendous amount of batteries just sitting in a chest for no reason. I'll say 400. Okay, so copper has to happen now. There's no delaying, that's just gotta go. So I have a tank on me. I should probably request shells. Let's say 200, sure. And may as well request some lasers in the military group while I'm at it. 50's probably fine. Probably need more walls. Let's say like 800. And even then 800 isn't exactly a tremendous amount, it's just some. And do I have all that coming? Walls are not being put in the system, it seems. Yeah, I'm not keeping walls at all. So, let's upgrade you. Then have you go into a yellow chest. I do want to set a limit on you so we don't have like 10 billion. But I do want a lot. In fact, we'll keep like 2,000. Walls are pretty cheap, all things considered. Yeah, that's fine. I don't have ammo going. I already had walls down here. Yeah, just get rid of all that. Okay. I will set a limit over here then. So, walls. Okay. Ammo. Maybe like the same, honestly. Okay. Storage chest and storage chest. There we go. Unfortunately, I do have to wait around for them. Don't think I'm gonna need more grenades like ever, so I think I'm actually just gonna pick that up. And that can go away. You will be walls. And then you will be ammo. And there's no good place to put this. Okay. You just get to go here. Have fun. Okay. Anything else that I currently need? I have no lasers. I have no tank shells. Well, those are the important ones, so let's see why not. Shells have no plastic. Of course you don't. Of course you don't. I mean, makes sense. Okay. I get why. I just don't put plastic in a chest. I even remember commenting on that and then just not doing anything about it. So let's come down here. I think I'll steal off the... I don't know if I want to prioritize red circuits or LDS at this point. I'll steal off the LDS. So, yellow chest, I put it back. Yellow chest. You are only for plastic. And you are only going to store a little bit of plastic. Maybe just like 400 or something like that, just to keep a little bit of a buffer. That's fine. I have no lasers and I must beam. Yeah, the right now the most important Like, the reasons I want lasers are because just putting gun turrets across this much land, that's gonna be a real pain. And, you know, I gotta have something for all my solar panels to do. So, that's gonna be their first priority, I suppose. Speaking, how is power doing? Not wonderful. Yeah, at night once the solar drops away, the boilers aren't enough anymore. Yeah, it's rough out there. Okay. Is there anything I can do to help improve production by any chance? These are missing batteries, which are probably missing copper. Yes, they are. How about the solar? Solar is also missing copper. Okay. So yeah, just copper, copper, copper. Everywhere wants copper. So I'm going to push forward. I'm going to wall up this area. That'll get me this coal patch. I also need coal. And if I wall around in here, and then down here, that actually gets me 2 copper patches, which is nice. Oh, and 2 coal, actually. Also nets me another stone. I will need that at some point. And if I'm going to be going on a great military crusade, I'll probably also wall off this area. This is a little extreme, though. I don't know if I'm going to wall that in. That's a little rough. You come by tonight, you can see my very lazy solution to defense. Yeah. Like, for example, this area down here, I'm willing to bet it's not going to get much more complicated than this. I might drop some lasers in here. I think that's probably going to be about it. I suppose, though, I've mentioned like 5 times before I get distracted. Let me grab my bot wall, pop it up here, out of the way. And you need limit. So, let me do this in order. So this one's 0. So you are going to be 0. And 10. And you'll see why, if you've never messed with parameterized blueprints, you'll see why I've made that 10 in just a second. This one is 1. So 1, then you can be 11. And then so on down the line. This one's going to be 2 and 12. And then 3 and 13. There we go. Now I'm going to grab the blueprint and do... where is it? New contents. So update it. And then I'm going to come to parameterize. So you can see that, of course, these are already marked as parameters because, of course, they are. But I'm also going to take these values. So the 13, 12, all those. And those are also going to be parameterized. They are also going to be formulas. So I'm going to say this value right here is going to be x. And I believe that works. I don't think that conflicts. I don't remember if it does or not. I honestly don't remember if I even need to do that. I think I might be able to do something else. There we go. There's the list I was looking for. So this is parameter in. So I'm assuming this is parameter 2. That is the value 2. I'm assuming this means parameter 2, and not that this is like parameter 0 or parameter 1 because it's first in the list, like from top to bottom. I'm assuming this is parameter 2. So I'm looking for, right down there at the bottom, stack size of parameter in. So that is P2 underscore S for this first one. And again, I'm focused on 2 because that is the first one in the list. This is 12, so I know that is the limit that I set in the inserter for 2. And the reason I want to do that is so that I can set the limit. So for all these things, I generally just want to keep half a stack. So I'm going to do divide by 2, like that. And then I'm going to just copy and paste that down for everything. And just change it out where appropriate. So this one is 3. So I want the third parameter. This one is 0, so I want parameter 0. And then this one is 1, so I want parameter 1. And even though it's yelling at me, I'm pretty sure this is okay. Save blueprint. Now, when I place the blueprint, let me actually put stuff in it. So I'll come over here and do just random things. So things that have different stack sizes. So let's throw like a nuclear reactor in here, for example. Even though I can't actually make that yet, so that might be a terrible choice. Let's do like a rocket silo. There we go. So when we look at it, this has a stack of 50 because belts stack to 100. This should keep 25, it does. And then you keep 0 because you can only stack these to 1, and so when it tries to divide that, that's fine. Did it set you properly? It even set you properly, even though I can't actually make you. Okay, this is working, and I'm losing radar coverage, so let's ditch that. But now the blueprint is updated and working properly, so I don't have to panic set limits on things the next time I go to place them down. This is coming along decently well enough. That's not too bad. Where should I be focused right now? Copper. So I need a tank, which means I need tank shells. I don't really have very many. I would also like to have lasers, but that's not happening until I have copper. I do have some gun turrets. I don't seem to have any ammo. That's because we're missing a roboport down here, so let's just go manually place this roboport. Oh, it's way over this way. I was overestimating how far to the right I had to run. There we are. Okay, so that should bring me some ammo. I'm going to take however many tank shells I can, and then I'm going to just start clearing out some biter bases. I wonder what progress I've made towards a silo. I need blue circuits, and you're done. Okay, I can actually deconstruct you, and then that'll just be in the logistics system somewhere. In fact, can I can just go ahead and place you somewhere, I guess. I do want storage. I gotta keep that in mind. This is always a tricky one to try and place somewhere, so I'm never really sure how much room to leave for it. And since it's going to be bringing in science, I want it close to the labs, but then I don't want to build in front of science and block myself in. I might put it down here next to smelting, actually. Maybe just down here somewhere? Like, there's several tiers of upgrades I could do to green science, for example, if I need that much more green science. These are tier 1 assemblers, so maybe putting it down, like, right here isn't an awful idea. Yeah, because I want it close, but not too close. So, yeah, I'll say like right there. I think that's fine. And it doesn't need power right now or anything. It's not going to actually get used. I just don't want to forget I have one and then go to make another. Keep everything... Let's trash unrequested and get rid of everything but the blue circuits. And do, like... Okay. That way, don't accidentally make too many. Anyway, once again, I already made the tank. Let's pop it down over here. There's no fuel. I only have 14 coal in me. Do I store solid fuel? I don't. Let's get a little bit of solid fuel storage going. Don't know exactly how far down I want to go with it, but I do need a roboport down here somewhere. Though maybe I don't. Yeah, roboport coverage. I might just put it like right here. There we go. And then solid fuel. There you are. And I don't want to keep a lot, maybe just like 300 or so. Every now and then it's just nice to have a little bit of solid fuel at the ready. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for that, I'm going to just come down and manually grab some. Just swoop in, empty off the front of the belt there. And that'll give me more than enough solid fuel to last the tank absolutely forever. I will never need more solid fuel than that. Let's hop in, fill up the ammo, fill up the gun. Do I have any flamethrowers? I do not. Why don't I have flamethrowers? You need engines. I do put engines in the system, don't I? No, because that's broken. Once that gets fixed, then there will be engines. Okay, I guess I can wait just a little longer so I can get flamethrowers. I do wanna build the wall out while I go, but I guess that gives me the opportunity to make the blueprint. So let's see how tall that is. I would kind of like to go for 16, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. 16 is just usually a nice number. And then I leave a gap between the walls because spitters do splash damage. And this is certainly overkill for the point in the game where I'm at right now, but I don't like redesigning walls. So we're just going to design our walls once and then live with it. So that looked pretty well centered to me. Grab some lasers, place them down here. And then again at the edge. And I think that's the edge. That looks good. And that looks good. Okay. Oh, and I guess it's night again. And I believe that's tileable. I would have to try, but I think that works. Yes, so that will tile. All good. It always seems to become nighttime right when I try to do something like this. And it's always going to be these little solar-powered radar outposts, because everything else already has bot coverage. I am still waiting for more tank shells and such anyway, so it's not the biggest deal. I just would like to be able to actually set out sometime soon. Maybe I can just go ahead. Where is the extent of bot coverage? So I can just come up this way myself, stop right up here in the corner. And does that help at all? No, not even a little bit. Okay. I can bring it over here though, and that will work. Okay. So then when I copy you, we're a little off. Okay. In that case, I do need you to be here and there. And then that works. And that works. Okay. Oh, cool. That means I need corners, but I should go ahead and save this then. So this is going to be straight wall. And, yeah, just wall. I do want snap to grid. I think this is going to be relative. It just makes it easier to move them around, and I don't really need absolutes. If I need absolutes, I'll worry about it later. And so, in you go, and let's make a book. You're going to be the wall book. There you are. Icon is a wall. Very cool, okay. And then let's get you put in there. And that way I can focus on making corners next. So, corners are always tricky when trying to make walls. What I think I want to try and do is I'm going to put that there, and then that there to mark out where I would like the corner to be. It does mean I need to get rid of all of this extra junk though. And then I will redesign everything afterwards. Might actually kind of like having some idea where the other laser is going to be actually, so I might do that. And leave that power pole there. Again, just so I can see where that power is going to be. Okay, I think that's cool. And then reinforce the corner, because the corner is always the part that gets hit the hardest. I think that's probably good enough. Let's grab a flamer. And we're gonna have one flamer facing this way. And again, I'm trying to line it up with that pipe over there. And then a flamer facing this way. I might even pull the wall in just a little more. Yeah, I think maybe more along these lines is reasonable. Something like that. Grab a laser. You know, maybe that's fine. I do recognize I am over-engineering this. I don't disagree. I just, again, don't really like having to come back and redo walls at some point. I might even throw like a little extra laser coverage in the middle here. Maybe even more than that. Like, if the lasers are usually here, and usually here, and what if I did something like that? Fortunately, there's no good way to get them power. But sure, whatever. The corners always need a little more coverage. So, if I do that, then this should link in seamlessly. Indeed it does. Okay, so let's just grab a blueprint of this section. So this is going to be the corner. Yeah, everything looks cool. Throw you in, and you go. And you may notice that I'm not making a concave wall, like one where I have the opening to the other side, and that is very intentional. Just kind of, I don't make those because they suck. I will absolutely go out of my way to avoid making walls at those angles because they just don't ever work very well. They always take too much damage, and they're just not good. So, it is however much I have is going to have to be good enough. We still do not have any flamers, but again, that's because I don't have any copper. But if I wait to go claim copper until I have flamers, then I'm going to be stuck forever. I didn't save though, and that's probably something I should do. So let's go ahead and save and get going. We do have the very first of the big biters, it looks like, which is not super cool. Turn off my my robots so they stop going on little suicidal repair raids, trying to patch me up. I appreciate the effort, guys, but now's not the time. I love the one little biter that was just nibbling on the rock. Like it had a vendetta. I'm worried those trees might be a problem, but it wasn't. It seemed to go pretty painlessly. Okay, is that all clear? Does look to be. Everything looks cool. So I'm heading down to this nest down here this time. Lots of worms, but not much in the way of actual nests. Yeah, that one was one of the easier ones, all things considered. I will go ahead and patch up here. There we are. And let's go take this one last little tiny nest. Easy peasy. Went down in a single shot. Okay. So I am going to come down and build a wall right around in this area. I might wind up aggroing this big nest over there, and if so, I don't know if I want to try and take them. Might, oh, hello, Big Rock. Might come and give it a peek, just to see what it's like. Just kind of inch my way in, just because there is an oil field here, too. We've got medium worm, medium worm. If I don't take it now, I'll regret it. Let's just roll. Oop, stuck. Yeah, that didn't go very well. Kind of figured. That's why I always make a save. I'm definitely the type to reload saves. I don't particularly... I'm not the biggest fan of the way that combat works a lot of the time. And in that particular case, it's not even that I came in like wildly underprepared or anything, I just didn't, just got stuck and didn't play well. So, I am perfectly okay in those cases with just rolling back to an autosave. Like, it's whatever. And, let's just... a couple more shells out there. I was trying to, maybe snipe a nest with one of those shells, but we got there in the end. Okay. And it looks like there might be, like, a random worm down this way. I might, go peek that as well. Yeah, just a random worm. There. That's fine. Not gonna push forever, of course. There's always gonna be more nests. I'm going to put my wall... maybe not even all the way down to the, to this oil patch. I think that might be a little too aggressive, because I do want to link it up with bots so it can repair itself and everything, so that would be a long flight for the bots. Right here, though. I think right here is reasonable. In which case, why not just take the oil field? I mean, that's only like 3 roboports worth of distance. I think that's hardly worth bothering with. I don't have pipes for the flamers, unfortunately. I should have laid something. And of course, that does mean I need power, both for the lasers and for the pumps that I will inevitably need. So let's go find a good hookup for oil and a good hookup for power. I'm even just chill right here and get the bots on it. So I already have power running down this way. And I will need some sort of defenses along here. Yeah, I think I'll probably shoot a line of oil and power down that way, and then build that into the wall, and then that can also continue up here and around. I think that seems reasonable. What is completely empty over here? My starter iron. Okay. I mean, it's been on the way out for a while, but it is a little sad to see it go. All the same, let's get going. So, I don't know if everyone knows this or not, but if you use light oil in your flamethrower, you actually get more damage out of it than you do from using crude oil. It's a very small amount, and flamethrowers are already incredibly fuel efficient. But when you are playing Space Age, especially Space Age, I think it is worth considering, because you're almost certainly going to hit behemoths, and a little extra damage means a little less damage to your walls, a little less bot attrition as they go out to repair things. It just pays off in my opinion. So I am going to run a line of light oil down here next to my crude, and that's going to be what I run the flamers off of. I'm gonna lay a couple radars around here, just so I can always have coverage. Do I have a radar? No, that's also a solar radar, so let's get a real radar in here. That, of course, doesn't have bot coverage at all, so let's also start getting roboports down that way. And unfortunately, that one I'm gonna be a bit out of luck on. Yeah, let me get the ghosts for the pipes in first, and then I'll worry about the roboports. So let's get light oil over here first, and then run down. And before I go any further, connect the corner. And then it's just a matter of dragging it down as far as I can. We hit the edge of radar coverage there, so then I'll just come back and start placing roboport. Where can I even make a connection? Okay, I'll start over here. That's fine. And then that goes up to around in here somewhere. So I might place a roboport up there. Yeah, so right before that double underground. So I could put you like here, and that would connect. There we go. And that'll at least get coverage up here started. But then I do need to keep coming down this way. Yeah, that only gets me right around here-ish. Well, I could just pop the corner right there. I think that's fair. But maybe I'll bring it up to right in there so I can also connect to this guy. And I do think that connects. Yeah, I think that connects. So I'll bring a power pole down this way. There we are. And then we'll just keep on keeping on. Of course, we're not going to actually have those roboports. Roboports require red circuits, and that's going to be hurting quite a bit because of the copper deficiency. Oh yeah, I don't anticipate getting any more for a while. Ouch. Okay. So, as it turns out, I'm gonna have to hook up the copper mines and then place the walls, it looks like. Which is fine, expansion's not that fast. I might have to re-clear some of these places, but I did push pretty aggressively, so hopefully they won't re-expand too far. I will try and take one more nest, but my ammo's pretty low right now. But I do already have access to this copper down here, so it won't be that difficult to just run it back. Yeah, in fact, there's only this tiny little nest and then this tiny little nest that's even close to this big copper patch. So I'll see if I can't just take those and then start running belts. There was a big rock that ate one of my cannon shells. Yeah, the big biters do eat a lot more of the red ammo now, so it's a little more difficult to just Rambo in, but I think I'm doing fine. And those biter bases to the north, honestly, far enough away that I'm just not gonna worry about it right now. I will go ahead and start running power this way. I just have to find somewhere to grab power from. You know what? How's there? I think that's fine. Then I'll just come back and add lamps, because I always add lamps, and I don't want power across the coal mine. So I will turn somewhere here. Maybe I'll even just go around it, whatever. Not in a straight line, but that's not gonna kill me. I do want robo coverage up here, just because I will want robo coverage for the walls anyway. So I might as well go ahead and start getting some ghosts placed, but at the same time, I also recognize these are not getting placed anytime soon. So these are mostly for me, and I will have to come and build these soon. And then straight up from there. And get some lamps in. Okay, how far? Okay, that's decently close. That's not too bad. I think I can exit map view and get the rest of that built in. Should be right around in here, right? Yeah, there you are. So let's grab you, and then just run you forward. I'm hoping that actually was where that power pole was supposed to go, and it didn't just glitch because of the autosave there. But if it is, so what? I think we'll live. Okay, I'll run the rest of the power in just a minute, but I will go ahead and place all these miners over here. So let's grab the miner blueprint. There you are. So the edge of this field is over there. Let's find the top. Top looks to be right there. Maybe one more. Yeah. And then we're just covering this bad boy. Alright, bots. The show is yours. Show us what you got. You know, I can make power armor now. I could have actually just made an actual personal roboport by this point, but oh well, we'll get to it when we get to it. All the belts are backwards. So let's rerun them that way. There we go. And these down here as well. And there's another couple lines down here, actually. I don't know if that one's actually important, but we'll get to it all the same. Like, the power poles down here aren't important, for example. Can't use those belts over there. But then these, might as well keep. Other than, like, actually really only need those. The other ones weren't really important. And charge up, guys. There we go. That should be all my miners, I guess. Yeah, okay, so I will have to return for more miners, but I will happily do that. I just have to get these hooked up first. I would love to have trains at this point. Unfortunately, I haven't automated tracks yet, so I think this is just going to be a really big belt. So that being the case, I'm going to aim for somewhere around here. In fact, I might go ahead and get the bots on it. So if I want copper ore coming in, like, right at this level, for instance. I do think I will move you up out of the way then. I can't actually place a ghost because you can only have one per surface. There we go. Okay. And this is going to be very in the way. Again, once I actually have trains and commit to doing this properly, I will certainly move this. I just don't and am not going to right now. So, there's a single line for copper. Might as well go ahead and plan for another line. Oops, not there. There you go. I do not want to underground the trees. Do not want to underground the trees. There we go. Okay. So that's at least going to get me to the edge of bot coverage. And then, yeah, that's probably a third of the way at least. So the bots will take care of that. And I'll say the other part of the belt will be on the inside of the power lines. So starting maybe here. And then, where is this going to line up with? So, keep in mind I don't have access to cliff explosives yet. I can do this. And just bring it up through the middle of the cliffs. And I could underground as well if I really needed to, but I'm not gonna bother. In fact, I kind of like the way that it goes through the cliffs. I think it's kind of interesting. I kind of like it. We're just gonna continue weaving our way through until we get to the edge here. And then we can line up right over there. Oops. And in we go. Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, it's a long belt, but it's not like a crazy absurd belt. I've definitely seen longer belts. And then in we go. So let's see how we want to get this put in. There's 73 here, 35 there. So that's pretty much 110 dead on. I guess I could just do that. Yeah, almost 110 dead on. So right. There's not a good way to do exactly half of this. So I guess I'll just bring them all together and see what happens. Let's just move these in and down. Oh, let's not do that though. I do want to merge them and then merge them. And then we'll bring 2 belts down. But prioritize the outside here. And that's going to be more than a full yellow belt coming in, I'm sure. And so then the remainder will get put onto this belt, which can itself be merged with all the rest of these miners. And then be sent into here. Let's get you connected. Bit of an awkward connection. I guess I can do this. And then bring you in. And that works. I didn't even realize I'd been going on a journey, but I guess that works. I've been placing the belts the whole way. That's kind of funny. That's one way to place a long line of belts, I guess. I do want to try and get these placed in though, and I worry the bots may have used too many belts. Also, all this stuff should get picked up. Okay, and also let's get you guys picked up and see if I can't get the rest of this done. What's... Oh. What? Okay. Fair enough, I guess. I guess I was using energy faster than the little burner generator could create it. But anyway, that should be everything placed that I can place. All I'm missing are a bunch of miners at this point. So yeah, let's go back to base. Where's the tank? Tank's up there. So I'll take the tank back and we'll get the copper hooked up. We also need power, so it's important to travel along the power lines. Travel along but not hit them is also probably important. Come on guys, you got this. There we are. Of course they are going to use the last of the belts, but that was kind of on purpose, so they will stop placing the ghosts as I go along. Otherwise, every time I stop to place a power pole, I have to wait for 10 minutes for them to come back. There we go. And there honestly aren't that many power poles I have left to place. Let's just break the rock. And I guess the second rock. Too far. There we go. So that gives the mines power at least. There's one roboport closer to a connection. Oh, and I did want to resupply here. Not only do I need miners, I also need ammo. Let's just sit like right in here and go into map view for a minute. Should also probably bring a radar up this way. Not that I can actually see anything up there to place one, but I'll need one. Do I request radars on me? I don't. I should probably keep at least a couple radars on me. They're just nice to have. Oh, I got the first of the flamethrowers coming in. Shells. Pretty much a full resupply on shells, which is more than I had initially. Still no lasers, but those are copper. Ammo's coming in to get replenished. That's nice to see. Speaking of which, I should replace the ammo in the tank. There we go. Also shove this hole away. Wood. Really need that. And what else can I do? Okay, the resupply is not too bad, I guess. Where are you guys going? Yeah, that's filtered. That's good. Are you gonna come down here and then just turn around? Yeah, okay. That's just, for some reason you thought that was the nearest charging point. Sure, whatever. That's fine. I guess. Why not? Okay. How much are they bringing? Okay, another 15, that's fine. You're bringing 9, that's fine, I can wait for that. Not gonna wait for this one last flamethrower. Okay, you're gonna charge, awesome. And 2 more on the way, so that's 1 bot, I think. 1 guy. 1 guy. Okay. You know what? I think I'm fine. Let's get out of here. So we're gonna head back up to the copper, and we're going to need to get the rest of these belts placed, actually. Which does mean I probably want to place a few roboports around here myself, because I don't think we have any hope of getting roboports in the actual system. So I'm going to place them as stingy as I can. Sure. Good. Stingy just because I know we're not going to get any more for a while. Grab you. Sure. Let's turn personals off. I want the base bots to deal with building all this. Not something the personals need to deal with. And then let's go this way. And I have no more. Okay, so that's the best I got. So it's on me from up here, but I think everything up here is actually already done. Yes, it is. I just need to place the rest of the miners. Okay, personals back on. And of course there's no power yet, but there's a power pole literally right there, so I just have to go get them connected, and then we will be all good to go. Final line down this way. Can't be out again, right? Yeah, okay, I guess I'm out again. We're still missing a few. And there we go. Okay, so that's our immediate copper problem solved. I just need to get power under control, because power is not going to be very happy now. And I do need to get defense figured out, because that is going to be stinky. And the natives are not going to like it. Especially if they send a expansion party down like around where the stone patch is or something. That'll get to them very quickly. A lot of this is pretty barren in here. I want to put a radar up here. I almost forgot. Let's grab a radar. There you are. And just shove you, like, up in here somewhere. That works. That way I can see you even when it isn't daytime. Okay. So all of this should be getting placed. It does look like it is, and then it will start flowing in, and I think all I have to do is actually connect you to the smelters now. So let's drive down that way. This stretch is not going to have bot coverage. I guess I can handle this part. That's no big deal. Probably do this by hand rather than waiting on the bots. I'll let them handle this section with the trees, though. Yeah, okay. All cool. And good. Let's actually turn personals off. And I don't want to leave the tank behind, so let's go grab it. And let's see, is that a straight shot now? Does everything just work? It sure does look like it. And there we go. Okay, so let's get this all connected. The copper will make it here before too long. This is also an opportunity to hook up this so far unused second copper smelter. So in you go. And in you go. And then I will set priority input on this one to be from the starter patch so we can continue draining it. And let me come up here and make sure this is all working okay. Oh yeah, that's working just fine. Alright, now I think it's probably about time to start thinking about space again. I realize I don't have any of the walls in that I planned on making, but walls aren't going to do me much good if I don't have robots to cover them. I might go and tap this, this secondary iron source up there. Just because steel could probably use a little help. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a bad idea. I think first I will go ahead and make these extra steel furnaces to finish the upgrade down here. And while I stand here and accumulate resources, I will go ahead and copy and paste this line right here. Put you right there. Oop. I need to force place. Otherwise that part doesn't get placed properly. I'd always intended for this to be another steel line. Yeah, that's all good. So that's gonna get placed. What I am missing says 62 steel furnaces. So let's see how many I can make. Let's request stone bricks. For right now, we'll say like 400. I'm certainly not going to keep that many long term, but, you know, I'm trying to craft for now. I unfortunately have no idea how many that is. I'm gonna wait until this says 15. Okay, so I have... Somehow I have 21. So 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 25. So then that's 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, and then 1, 2, or 62, and that should be the perfect amount. Which means now I can reduce the number of stone bricks that I'm requesting. So let's come down here and start getting the furnaces in place. Okay, it looks like we have a good chunk of the roboports I was requesting down as well. We're still making our way through here, still missing some roboports, solar panels of course, but we are making progress. Probably mostly red circuit limited, so once the influx of copper hits, that should help as well. Oh yeah, there we go. In fact, I don't have this coming up. Oop. There we go. And you're gonna hit right into the pipes, unfortunately. Yeah. It's proper for the pipes to be the ones to give way here, so give way they will. If there's any more wood belts. Doesn't look like it. Looks like everything's been upgraded. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So this whole thing from the beginning has been built with 2 belts of copper in mind from the beginning, so that's going to be no problem. Yeah. Okay. Oh, cool. So there's our new second belt of copper coming in, and you can already see how much more copper that is. We're doing a good bit better now. In fact, I think I will probably put you down here and prioritize output to the right, just because this is the main line, and you can see actually we do have basic circuits pull off of this before anything else. So I do want to prioritize the copper coming into this line before this line, but overall it's not very important. I mostly just wanted a splitter here to combine the 2 streams, so that if for some reason something happens to one of them, we can still evenly supply the both of them. You have no power, but I think I'm just going to upgrade your power poles. There we go. Oh, cool. So now we have the second steel line ready. I do want to come through and upgrade all these furnaces again. And then after that, I'm going to go and tackle the second ore patch. Why am I out of furnaces? I literally counted these. Maybe I was just off by 1? It is off by 5, so that's entirely possible. I'm gonna take a sip of coffee while I wait. And there we go. Okay. That should now finally be all the furnaces upgraded. And let's go grab that secondary ore patch. Trying to think what the best way will be to do that. I might just run more belts. I mean, I'm gonna bring belts, obviously. I just mean, I think I'll bring it down, and then just run the belts next to these guys. Actually, if I do that, I'll have to run it on the inside down here, because if I try and run it on the top side, there's not enough room to actually get it over into steel. Yeah, okay. I think I will go ahead and get the second line placed in first, just so that it's ready for us, and then I will go and set up the mine. Hard to tell where that's going to be able to reach. I think right there. And then there. Time will tell. And hey, we only cut off power to a good chunk of the important part of the base, if that's not correct. So, what's to lose? Okay. So, move you in here. Oh, cool. And we'll work out the rest when we actually have ore. That's fine. Get that in as well. And there we go. Time to go claim another ore patch. So I should have miners on me. Let me just double check. Miners? Yes, I do. Okay. I should have power poles. Yes, I do. Thanks for the cannon shells. Thanks for the power pole. Okay, let's go set up some more mines. And also, while I'm thinking about it, can I make a centrifuge? A centrifuge needs concrete. Let me request concrete here. I'll make enough for 5 centrifuges, I think. I don't actually have all the miners on this one, so it makes no sense to try and claim another iron patch when this one isn't even fully tapped. So, let me do that, I guess. Maybe I should be requesting more miners. Maybe I should keep like 100 on me. There we go. And then we'll go grab all these empties. There we are. Pick all that up. Any others? I think that's it. And how many does that leave me with? I've got 15 left, yeah. Okay, well, I am glad I came and placed those, but I am gonna have to go resupply. Fortunately, we're literally right here. So I'll just run back, grab a few more miners, and then go grab the other iron patch. There we go. How is power doing? Because I noticed the lamp aren't very happy right now. Power's not super awesome. I can't help but notice, for some reason there are no accumulators that have been placed. Even though there are lots of accumulators that have been placed. I'm willing to bet I know what the problem is. I'm willing to bet I know what the problem is. Would anyone like to guess? We're playing Dora the Explorer. Do you see what the problem is? There's the problem. All of these solar panels, they're their own power grid. They're not connected to the main base at all. So let's just pick all of those up. And let's see, can I get a power connection down to you? No. So let's grab a big power pole, I guess. Make sure you line up. And there we go. Let's get a power connection in. Yeah, that'll certainly help the power situation, I think. Come on, guys. And there we go. Okay. Oh, cool. By the way, did I ever get a silo? Still don't have blue circuits. That's gonna be because I didn't have any copper, I'm sure. Yes, there were no red circuits because there was no copper, but now we have red circuits coming in again, so that should no longer be an issue. I would make fun of this, but it's happened to me more than once. I can't tell you how many times I've laid out a new solar field and then just forgotten to connect it. I think I might have done that in Bobs and Angels at one point, though in my defense in Bobs and Angels, I think I did have it connected and then I accidentally disconnected it. But still, far more often than it should ever happen. Let's break all of this, all of this. All of these can be reused somewhere else. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, cool. I am a little concerned that things still aren't coming in now that we have supplies. Like, we're still waiting on more red circuits. That's understandable. We're just waiting for the blue science buffer to fill. Okay. So once that backs up into there, then the extras will start coming up. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. What are you guys bringing? You're bringing me steel. Oh no, not me steel. What are you bringing steel then? You? Okay, fair enough. Sure. We did complete PA, so SE wouldn't be all that much more of a time investment. Not to randomly add a thought set hours early or anything. Trigger an alien attack by pollution. Oh boy. I did? Where? Oh, yep, okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. Well, I'm gonna lose the copper outpost. I wasn't keeping an eye on it. Well, I should have more mines on me. Yeah, okay. The tank is to the south, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, that's gone. Where is the vehicle? There's the car. Where did I leave the tank? There's the tank. Let's just drive remotely for now. With all the close bases? Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be careful, but I got distracted. I left the copper bases running and didn't put anything up around them. Triggered an attack before you had a real MO. I think that's probably pretty normal. I just generally don't like dealing with biters. It's just how I play the game. But I usually try to not aggravate them too much. Doesn't seem like they're doing too much damage, all things considered. I mean, that's what, 5? That's nothing? Let's make sure I have a gun selected and not the cannon, though. Was that it? Yeah, okay. That was it. That's surprising, being that I'm already dealing with big biters when I go to take bases and stuff. I was expecting way worse than that. Still, I am resupplied. I have the tank up here. I'm in the neighborhood. I think it's time to take care of some neighbors. The bases aren't even big. And there we go. So that's that mess taken care of. You okay, buddy? You chill? You good? There you go. Welcome back. He just had to think about it for a minute. I do want to take this on the off chance this is a big peninsula. So since I'm already up here, let's switch to cannon. Okay, the landmass does continue to go, but whatever. It'll make expanding into my territory around my base that much trickier for them. So let's just go ahead and take them out. What I probably will do if I have solar panels on me, which I do, let's just copy one of these things and pop it down right up here. Let's get in the tank and put it a little closer to the cliffs over here, I think. I did Death World Space Age playthrough, and that was so many broken biters, mostly spitters attacking trees. I ran into a worm. I wasn't even looking. That was a bizarre thing to look down and find. Okay, let's just go away. So, I'm gonna just put this, like, right here. Let's grab some ammo. In you go. In you go. And pick up the bots. There we go. Okay. I guess that means I will go take care of this spider base as well. That was the whole point after all. Try and limit expansion. It is literally a nest. Okay. That's good enough for now. Let's turn around and maybe I'll even put one more like up this way. Just like right there. Okay, that way I can try and head off this base that's trying to expand in here. I'm going to go and take it out as well, but I would like to have something in the way so that they won't continue expanding to the south. It's just kind of annoying. Go through the effort to clear territory, and then they're gonna just come and take it back? Who do they think they are? Me? And there we go. Okay. Alright, I think I already repaired all the damage that was done to the actual mines themselves. Yeah, I never did place those down there, but oh well. I think we're fine. So I'm going to resume my plans to come up and take this iron patch. So the walls really can't happen soon enough. So I'm going to go claim the iron patch, that's going to give me more steel, and then I'm going to focus on actual walls. Because we are going to need real walls sooner rather than later. Where am I, actually? Okay, that's pretty much directly on course. How many drills have I got? Almost 100, but we're doing fine. Let's try and keep the trees intact if I can. Trees are always our friends until they aren't. We did finish the nuclear power research, so I might pop down a reactor at some point, but I'm not all too bothered about it. This is a smaller patch than I thought it was going to be, but more iron is more iron. And I guess it's not that small. I was just zoomed out pretty far. Here's the edge. There's the top. I think that lines up. And there we go. Okay. Let's not do any of that. That can go away. Pick up that. Pick up that. Anything else that can go? All those power poles on the bottom can go. Yeah, okay. Let's get all this placed in, and then connected to the main base. So, as I was saying before, I want the new line of iron to come down along the side and hug the bottom down here. So maybe I'll actually just bring it in this way and then turn here. So I'll actually underground there. And then bring it down this way and turn and meet this directly. I think that makes more sense. That seems reasonable. And yeah, I'm doing this a bit backwards, but it's always nice to know where you're aiming for before you just randomly start laying stuff down. So I'm going to lay this up this way, up until I hit the edge of radar coverage. There we go. Go ahead and get the miners placed down. And then I'm going to try and run some belts in roughly the right direction, but I'm not going to worry about it too much, and I'm going to then come back and run power back up. Come on, guys. Go, and cool. Okay. So, Pink, you're with me. We're going to go this way. I'm going to run all these belts out to kinda here-ish. Turn, turn. And actually I think you're gonna go up. So like that. And yeah, this is weird. But who says your factory can't be just a little weird? Let's get that placed in. Come on, guys. Thank you. And so that's going to be my output. We're going to just run it this way. I'm kind of vaguely looking on the minimap, trying to judge exactly how far to the left I want to run this. But I'm not going to commit to anything until I have power up here. And I'm also going to lay a radar up here, lest I forget. So, radar. Where can a radar go? A radar can go right there. For some reason the bots didn't decide to place that power pole until right that moment. So, large power pole. Let's get you maybe down like right here. And just run you along. Sure. that's awful, actually. Let's not do that. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to turn with power and go straight down. And we're just planning on connecting to the mine below us. Somewhere like right in here. Okay, so there's a large pole right over that way, but I would like to actually just connect to this one here. There we go. And now that allows me a better idea of where I want my belts to go. So if we're gonna just plug these same iron ore belts coming down, then we want to be right here. Which is actually a little further to the west than I initially thought it was. And I don't have enough belts. I am missing so few belts, but what can you do? Yep, I'll just have to come back with the last few. Oh, well, I guess I still need to fill in this area anyway. So it's not that bad. Wonder where bot coverage is. Okay, so let's go down and around into here. All good? All good. Okay. So they can get to me here. I'll just let them resupply me for a minute. And while that's going on, I will start examining other things. So, solar field, coming along pretty nicely, if I do say so myself. Yeah, we are missing accumulators, which is, again, probably copper. Yeah, this is running full up speed at the moment. In fact, can I get some productivity modules and anything over here? Might as well throw them wherever I can. Yeah, that's all fine. All fine. Yeah, this is all good. Okay. Should probably put them in all of these things though. Might as well put them in the copper wire over here. Speaking of which, might not be a bad idea to get them in circuits now. Anything over here they could possibly go in? I doubt that's anything, but I'll just move it over them and see what happens. Barrels? You know what? That's just a waste. let's not make productivity on barrels. It's very funny, but that's not a bit I want to commit to. Anything else? There is science. There are other sciences, I guess I could put them in. I would want to upgrade you first, though. So let's go ahead and do that. And of course, if you upgrade one of the machines, you have to upgrade all the machines, otherwise the ratios all kind of just fall apart. Okay, I think I will let that stand there, that's fine. We do have these now, so we should be able to make the tier 2 assemblers. We're just missing gears, yeah, okay. That's fine. In fact, I might make, might just come up here and make some things that purposely make a few extra intermediates. So it's probably a good idea to get some of this reactor stuff started. I already have turbines. Let's not do turbines. Let's do repair packs. I don't actually have repair packs yet. Centrifuges, I guess? Sure. Let's actually make sure these are fine. Yeah, I don't want 25 centrifuges. I don't think I'm gonna need them. Everything else seems fairly reasonable. Let's go ahead and get another block down, and then this one can be the intermediates I was talking about. So, do I want to make fuel cells in the mall? Nah, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Let's not do that. I will do gears, though. In fact, I might have 2 machines that make gears, and I might go ahead and make another one that makes copper cable, and another one that makes circuits? No, that's a terrible idea. Why would I do that? What would I like to throw in here, though? Did I already make rockets? I don't remember if I made rockets yet. I don't see rockets anywhere, so I'm gonna assume I don't actually make rockets yet. And if I do, then I just have 2. So, there we go. Okay. It does seem like we now have the materials to actually build stuff when I request a build order, though. which is always good to see. Speaking of making stuff, I think I'm gonna make more red circuits. Yeah, that's just what it's gonna be. So this is, you were 0.5. I'm trying to unaccount for the productivity modules since they're all gonna have the same productivity modules in them. So you're originally 0.5, you are 3, so it's a 1 to 6. I have 15. Interesting. I don't know why I only built 15. Maybe it was plastic. There's 4 plastic. You're a quarter. You produce 2. So you are a 1 to 4? No, 1 to 8. So yeah, I did build enough plastic for LDS as well, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy, what, 3 more, red circuit assemblers then? Does mean sulfur has to move, which is a little annoying. But what can you do about it? Okay, I can really only do you in groups of 2, so what if I do 4 new ones? Does that actually work? No, that would not work. Okay. Yeah, so let's do that first. And then I'm going to break the sulfur here. And then just bring it way down and around. In case I do want more room. Yeah, there we go. Oh, cool. Then this just slots right back in. There we go. Okay. Which one is the far line? Okay, so that's the far line. Go ahead and get you placed in. And then this is the rear line right here. Let's not do that. I was trying to not rip everything up and make it stop producing until I was ready for it, but that just actually made things a bigger mess than they needed to be, so let's just do that. Okay, all cool. So that'll come in and start producing more red circuits, which I am certainly on board with. Yeah, our blue circuit production is pretty much entirely dead. So we definitely need a little more red circuit production. In fact, how many would I need for you? You're 0.13. You showed 0.12, so it's pretty much 1 to 1. So yeah, I don't even know how many of these after I expanded red circuits are going to be running. I might just want to try and build up a stockpile of blue circuits while science isn't running. Because that was primarily what was eating my red circuits was science, though now that science isn't running, maybe a few will get through to the blue circuits. Okay, I should start focusing on space stuff. So I have to make an asteroid collector, and then that's going to give me this trigger tech. And I don't really know why this trigger tech is here at all, but sure, okay. So I am at the point now where the bot ball should be producing space stuff. So let's get some space stuff in here. So I want collectors and crushers. And I'll go ahead and say thrusters, even though I don't have them yet. And cargo bays. And then I'll have one right next to it. And you're gonna be starter packs. And that's kind of it for the space stuff, I think. I don't have you researched. I might want to play with the spiderlings at some point. That might be kind of fun. I don't know how soon that is, though. Like, for all I know, that's also locked behind, like, space science or something. So I'm not going to worry about it for right now. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else that I want. In which case, I'm just going to leave these randomized. And then I can come back and reset them later if I would like. So I can't help but notice. Okay. I have to make a starter pack, and then I can make the collectors. Okay. A lot of the trigger text still throw me. I forget what is locked behind trigger text and what isn't. What is... Okay, let's keep, like, 2, I guess. You are expensive, but 2 isn't bad. I do want to put quality modules into you, because quality on the grabbers is actually fairly important. Even if they are just, you know, tier 1 quality modules. Speaking of which, this is far too late at this point. I've made most of the tier 1 modules I'm likely to make anytime soon, but I should have put quality modules in here. So let's see, how, where does that get me? So you are going to need all of that stuff, and you have it all except for blue circuits. We even have the space platforms, believe it or not. I forgot that I never gave these an actual input for things, so let's go ahead and get these guys hooked up. If that doesn't make any sense, they don't have access to red circuits. These are red chests, not blue chests. Whoops. Let's give you blue chests. And then all you're going to request is red circuits. There we go. Let's just say like 20 each, because I don't want a huge number of red circuits sitting in all of you guys. Speaking of which, I do want to grab a buffer chest and make a little emergency supply of some things for my own personal needs. Let's say, like, right here, I guess. So this is going to be a buffer chest that is going to store items for me in case I need them. So, let's say I want to keep, like, 400 blues in here, and 400 reds in here. 400 might actually be a lot of blues for right now, so maybe for the time being, just be considerate, I'll drop it to 200. That way I don't accidentally just completely run out of the expensive circuits, and like accidentally use them to make something. How's pollution doing? Been better, been worse. This area is completely fine. This area is pretty much fine. Yeah, it's not too bad. We do have an expansion party down here. That wasn't there before, I don't think. Let's see. How is solar doing? Pretty much fine. Looks like all the solars are in place. Most of the accumulators are in place. All I'm really missing are the roboports, funny enough. Wonder what's What's so expensive? There's a lot of bot activity, like, up in this corner. And it looks like it's all going into rockets, which is weird, but sure, fine. Did I ever get the silo made? You are not even close to finished. Which is very surprising, honestly. So I guess we are stealing a lot of red circuits right now. Does look like we should be filling up buffers, though. Like, blue science has shut down, so all of these red circuits should be making their way into blue circuits once we stop stealing them for bot mall uses. Also, why is the buffer chest not getting placed? I did make that, didn't I? Oh, it's not researched. It's not researched, that'll do it. Did kind of forget about that part. Yeah, that's space science. Okay. Well, I mean, it's the thought that matters. Oh, there's a single red circuit coming in. Okay. So... I hate to say it, fellas, but I don't think that's gonna cut it. I can go ahead and productivity that, just to get better usage out of the coal more than anything. I really don't want to go through the effort of setting up another coal mine. Just, you know, if I can help it, might as well. Where else do I want to go? I did just give modules access to red circuits, but I don't know if they have limits. I'm going to guess they probably don't. Output, you actually do have limits. Okay. Okay, cool. I actually don't know why you would have limits, but apparently you do. There's another wave of solar panels. I don't know why it's in such a big wave, but... okay. Sure, why not? Oh, roboport probably just got placed. That would make sense. Especially since now we're storing so many more red circuits. Things that need red circuits are getting made. Okay. That's cool. All good. Do I personally have red circuits? I don't even request any. Okay. I should probably request red circuits myself. Yeah. I realize that's a little counterintuitive, being that we are so red circuit poor and I'm literally just waiting on blue circuits, but, you know, you do want to keep some blue circuits. This thing, how many do you need? 20. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of red circuits going around, so that's not going to last forever. That's probably mostly making roboports, maybe a few substations if we don't have our buffers full. But I think I'm going to take all of these and just manually shove them into red circuits for now. Or shove the red circuits into blue circuits. Yeah, that should, that'll make it through. And then with those extra blue circuits, that should give us the space platform and make some progress towards the silo. And it is just blue circuits that I'm waiting on. Also, steel is completely... I never connected the iron ore. It's like, why is steel dead? Didn't I take care of steel? Not only, I remember, not only did I not connect it up by the mine, I didn't connect it, into the furnaces, either. So, let's go do that. So let's come up here. And probably turn off personal bots, because it's literally easier just to do it by hand. And we go. And over. And then over. And down. And then we have a little stretch down here that also has to be connected. And then right below the furnaces, we need to make the actual connection end. personal bots can handle this part. There's trees involved, they get to work with the trees. There we go. Okay, so that's the corner taken care of. I'll let them place the undergrounds. And then let's get this part figured out. And I'll let them go and do that in the meantime. So the bottom part here is coming in from the starter patch. There's probably like one drill, but the top part is coming in from the actual iron mine, which means I can actually just turn that part off. And I don't think I need that splitter there. Yeah, we have a splitter downstream, so this is no longer necessary either. So disconnect all that. I do want the starter patch to still be connected. So let's do this. And then you have a priority input. And then let's say priority input from that way, and priority output to the top. And might as well copy that down there as well. So then all of this will be balanced to the top lane first, and we will always priority the incoming starter patch, just to drain it a little faster. And now let's go get it connected to the actual furnaces. So the bottom belt here, I'm going to redirect to go into this second lane of furnaces. And then this one can just take that spot. So you're going to go here, underground there, and in you go. There. Took a little messing around, but we got there in the end. And let's just throw that stuff in there. Now, of course, it's going to take a minute for all that ore to actually make it down here, but it should all be connected now. There you go, Logibots. Have fun. Oh yeah, there it goes. So it's on the way. And I am going to go clear these starter patches. Oh yeah, it looks like actually the starter stone patch is completely gone. Let's pick that up. And mark all of that for deconstruction. So, if the stone patch is gone, we actually don't have stone income at the moment, I don't believe. Which means I do need to come down here and tap this stone patch now. So let's go ahead and get that placed in. So there's the top. There's the side, I believe. One too far. Let's see. So, you want to be right here then? Yeah, that's better. Okay. Oh, cool. There's a little bit of weirdness over on the side. Let's just take a chunk out. And then redo it. And redo you. There we go. Okay. Oh, cool. So, I will go and place that in just a second. Let's get all of that taken care of. So, where is that even gonna need to go? So that has to come up here, route in this way. So I'm gonna want you to connect in like right here. And I can go ahead and get the bots to do the majority of that work. Oh yeah, look at that. They're gonna get me most of the way, especially if I then turn and run the corner down here. That's a good chunk of the adventure right there. Where am I? There we go. Okay. So let's get all this picked up. Go and grab the rest of those miners. Those also need to get picked up. Let's help out just a smidge. There we go. Come on, bot. Something down here is still working. So I don't want to break whatever that is. But all of these are completely stuck. Those never even had pelts put underneath them, so these are completely full. But then this whole bottom row is gone. There we go. Let's make sure all this gets picked up. Just do a little of the work. And then come over here. Grab the bots. Just speed everything up a little bit. Okay, all cool. Let's see, where does that get me? I want to run down here. I want to go and get that. Stone set up. The bots are going to be working over on the left-hand side to get the belt placed in. Let's do that just so I can walk through. And I picked that spot. I was looking on the mini-map that just allows me to get under the solar panels easy enough. And let's see, I do have plenty of mines, yes. Oh yeah, I have actually more than I'm requesting. I have 150, well, more like 167 mines, if you want to be specific, but that's going to be more than enough to get this one little stone patch set up. So let's get it in here, and while the bots are getting the bulk of this built, I'll figure out where I want to get power in here from. So I'm just going to stand here, and let's see, the belts are up here. I'll go ahead and continue a ghost of that down. Just over, like, here, and then this way. Yeah, I'll connect in, like, there. And then I want to grab a large power pole from about this level, right there. And then I can just run it over, yeah, right here. And that'll just connect in right there. Always got to get the lamps in. So there's the belt connection. Is that outside of coverage? Ah, the trees are going to be outside. The tree itself is outside the roboport range. Alright, temporary roboport. Right there. No, because I'm still missing 6. I'll just have to take care of that myself. I'm going to have to take care of most of this myself anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Let's just make sure it all actually gets built this time. Don't miss like one particular square belt for some reason. Speaking of belt, let's make sure all that gets built in. There we go. Okay. And then that comes up, which meets this belt and merges with it. Which meets this belt and will merge with it. And I'm just going to run a single belt of stone back. You come up and merge. I think a single belt of stone is more than adequate. Let's turn personals off. I just don't want them flying all over the place trying to build all this. But you know what, actually, go have fun, guys. Oh, I'm out of belt. I was wondering why they weren't placing the rest. I guess I didn't have to worry about turning personals off back there. They were gonna turn themselves off, kind of. And there we go. So we've got power now. We just don't have belt. But I guess I can come up and take care of the trees, at the very least. Which means I can clear the trees on that one spot that was blocking the base spots, and then they can at least place that little bit of belt. Was somewhere near the corner. Yeah, there we go. So if I can clear these, then the base spots will at least take care of those. And I'm just gonna chill out down here and wait until they decide to resupply my belt. I do want to find the tank. I'm not sure where I left the tank. I kind of forget. There you are. Let's go ahead and drive you and put you somewhere that makes a little more sense. I think I'm gonna shove you at the end of the bus. That way, if something happens, I know where you are. Can't drive you outside of radar range, but I don't think that's any real concern. Up this way. And I'm just gonna park you right around in here somewhere. There we go. Oh, cool. I have no belts left. That's mostly because they're taking stone away from me, I bet. So power during the day is doing fine. It does look like we max out the solar for just a brief period, charging the accumulators into nothing. And the accumulators do seem to be holding pretty steady throughout the night. We dropped to about 50%, which I'd say is more than fair. Okay, here comes a little bit of belt. All cool, all cool. Look at all the bots coming to supply me stuff. All of the red pits are logistics bots carrying an item that I am the destination of. I still don't have any walls in place, which is not cool, and I still haven't gotten the space trigger tech, which is also a little annoying. It means we haven't made any blue circuits. Like, they're coming, it's just not very fast. Yeah. I can still support more red circuit production. But it's gonna get kind of unwieldy soon enough. So I might make a dedicated bot supply of red circuits, and then remove the bot supply here, actually. So for red circuits, we need plastic, we need copper cable, and we need green circuits. Plastic needs coal, so, and of course, petroleum, but I'm not really counting liquids. Liquids are easier to move around. So really, our solid inputs here, let's say, are copper, green circuits, and coal. Yeah, there's not really a good place to do that. I might just do a red circuit setup up here. Like just a little extra up this way. So again, I dead-ended coal a while ago. But I can just continue it, and it's not a big deal. I can just do that. There we go. All cool. There's green circuits. And batteries. I don't know why I have given batteries a lane on the bus. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I won't be continuing that one. I think you should be one lower. Let's do like that. There we go. Then I'll do the same for copper there. Then we drag this forward. So that's going to give me green circuits, and it's going to give me coal. Does mean I need to bring petroleum forward. So let's go ahead and do that as well. That doesn't do anything, unfortunately. That just barely works. That doesn't work at all, actually. Okay. That sucks. Because I could try and move this one space to the right, and then the pipe would fit, but that would disconnect these roboports to the west. So you do maintain a connection there, but it would make a coverage gap, which isn't very cool. But you know what? Best I got. Let's just do it. And I should probably go up there myself and take care of the rest of that, but you know, let's actually finish the thing I was working on. Hey man, how you doing? How's it going? I've had some resource issues that I wasn't expecting, so I actually still haven't been to space yet, believe it or not. Why am I making the bots do this? I should be laying the belt. There we go. Gunga got distracted. Oh, well, same here, it seems. Seems like every time I try and do one thing, there are 3 other things that need my attention. Okay, so there's the new stone connected. Let's actually get that connected to the furnaces before I forget. It's gonna be up here past all the wood farm stuff. So let's just cut the corner a little bit. And then I'll use the belt as a little speed boost. Little being the operative word here, apparently. Here are the furnaces, though. So nothing else is going to be coming in on this stretch of belt. This is completely barren now, so I will go ahead and mark that for deconstruction. Let's just go into map view here. Completely depleted resource patch. I'd already depleted the stone patch, so I don't know why that didn't register, but okay. Actually, I don't even know what that was. Did that trigger for you? Or like... Oh, it was... No? I have no idea what that was. Because iron's still going. There's still a couple of copper going. So I have no idea what that could be in reference to. Got there in 8 hours. What's taking you so long? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Funny enough, my very first Space Age playthrough, I actually got to rocket launch in 8 hours, but I, for some reason, seem to be hitting resistance every step of the way here. Like, for example, no blue circuits. Just none at all. I do have everything ready. I'm mostly just waiting on blue circuits. Stone is going okay. I did not connect that bit. There we go. That's why you always gotta double check. Okay, so that will come in and fill in and everything. Okay, all cool. I think I want to prioritize bricks over just raw stone because I do more or less just avoid you. Also, you were never filtered, so let's put filters on you. Build a silo, haven't you? Took me 15 to get headed back to Nauvis, though I wouldn't say I was trying to go all that fast. I mean, fair enough. I'm not exactly trying to speedrun here or anything, but it is... I did kind of feel like when I started today, it was going to be like, okay, in 10 minutes I can drop the silo, and then we'll be off, and so on. I've been going for 4 hours now. So, I am a little a little annoyed now. It's like, come on, come on, you can do it. What's taking you so long? Like, the blue circuits are running. And there's none in storage. They are going somewhere. You got a permanent. Not sure what you mean. Unless you mean a... Yeah, not sure what that means. Also, it looks like the stream dropped. Okay, are we back? Okay, I think we're back. Weird. Okay. Anyway, let's make some red circuits, I guess. So what I am going to do is I'm going to use a slightly different design. Just something that's a little more easily tileable than what I have down there. Takes up a little more room, but it makes your life a little easier. So if we go in here, red circuits. So you take 0.5 per second. If we go and look at intermediates, okay, there you go. So if we look at you, and I did this a little bit ago, but just as a refresher, you do 3 a second, which means you can sustain 6 of these. So, actually put that on the wrong side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just surround one copper cable assembler with 6 of these red circuit assembling machines, which isn't that difficult to do. You just have to do a couple on each side. And let's try and get some sort of rotational symmetry here. So that's the 1, that's the 2. So that is the 2, so this is the 1. And that's the 2. And that's 6 right there. So not only does that leave... Oh, you are too close. There we go. So then that leaves a nice little path around for the other ingredients, and leaves a nice little inlet for copper. So then you can do this, throw in your long hands, and then this just comes back around, and that way it's pretty nicely tileable. And you can just keep extending it as far as you want. Shortage. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Not the first big buffer today, but nothing bad. Okay, well, I do trust that if it gets, I don't know, annoying, unpleasant, someone would let me know. I just happened to notice it. I have the stream open on my second monitor, but my second monitor is mostly obstructed by my mic right up in my face. So I kind of have to look past it and check every now and then. Anyway, let's get power in here. I do... Can do that. And that's really ugly though. Okay, I'll do that. Whatever, sure, good. That gets everything powered, everything's cool. We'll go with that. So let's cut that, put it in a more finalized position. Something around in here is probably cool, though I don't want to place it too low. So let's say that level right there. And there we are. So that's going to be a little more red circuits. Usually not picky about others' builds, but oh my god, those bottom 2 assemblers being too far to the right is making me twitch. You know, I was going for more of a rotational symmetry, but I can't say you're wrong. Like, staring at it, it would probably bother me eventually too, so maybe I will just move those. What are these red circuit designs? Actually, something similar to this used to be not that uncommon to see when you were building red circuits. It was the red circuit flower, but actually, I haven't seen anyone make a red circuit flower in quite a while. I think it was maybe... It might have been originally Catherine of Sky who came up with something like that. This is certainly not that original design by any stretch. But it's sort of along the same line. And I'm mostly doing this so that it's a little more compact and a little more easily tileable. However, I did forget I am going to need plastic. Maybe I'll leave that there. No. No. Okay. I will bring it up. Maybe start about here. How much copper do you need? 1 point... Okay, so I don't have to worry about belt capacity on that for a good while. Greens, also good. Okay, so yeah, capacity is fine. I did not leave output room. Did not leave output room. Why is it doing like... Oh, there we go. I was like, why is it doing individual belts? Well, because I just had to make individual belts. So 1, 2, 3, there we go. So that... Okay. You know what? One at a time. Let's get plastic in here. Because if I don't get plastic, I'm gonna forget that I need plastic. Saw Code Green use it just the other month. Oh, really? Okay. When he and Dosh did a run. Yeah, rip Catherine. It's real sad. I can't say that I kept up with her, much, but I didn't know that she was sick in any way or anything. I just heard about her passing not that long ago. But she was one of the pillars. She was one of the ones who was with Factorio from the beginning, so it was very sad to hear what happened. I'd use the offset version just to annoy friends. Yeah, the rotational symmetry one? You mean with those moved over a square? If I wasn't one of those people, I might agree, but unfortunately I would probably look at that and also also choke, apparently. Wonderful timing, body, thank you. I'm looking at this and realizing it's 1 square wider. Just to prove my point without even intentionally doing so, I can squeeze it in by a tile, so... Anyway, let's get that plastic in. So, I think I grabbed a copy of the plastic, yes I did, and this produces more plastic than really any amount of red circuits is going to need, so I was just going to pop this on the bottom somewhere. Let's make sure... Maybe here. I think that is the appropriate level. Yeah, so right there. I'll bring coal in here, and then I'll take plastic out. 1 tile above, but I'll have to rework the pipes to get that to work. Yeah, so there. And then there is good. And then I'll have the connection come in this way. Somewhere down here. And I left petroleum somewhere in here. Oh, I remember, because it wasn't gonna reach, so I had to move the whole roboport. I remember that. And connect in. KOS was my first intro to Factorio, watching her furnace stack tutorial before I could afford to buy the game. Yeah, the very first time that I saw Factorio was, Bentham, when he had his Train World series going. And I think that still influences the way that I play the game to this day. Because I still really like the concept of separating your factory into a whole bunch of little self-contained modules. And I love the idea of... Oh, that's actually not far enough. I love the idea of trying to purposely come up with scenarios where you would have these, like, defunct mining towns. I don't know, there's just something very fun about it. That I never really saw many people do with the game. So I think that's also just because the game was in such an early state. There was room for these, like, unusual bits, or like a little more, I don't know, exploration or silliness than normal. I don't really know what you would call it. I need green circuits up here. And there we go. Either Dosh or Mart was my introduction to Factorio. I'm trying to remember what the... trying to remember what the first Dosh video I would have seen was. I'm not entirely sure, actually. Like, there were a couple people that I watched make Factorio videos, and Dosh was certainly one of them. I also watched a lot of Doc Jade. He hasn't posted anything in a little while, but I think I've probably watched every Factorio video that Doc Jade ever made. Let's get the coal in here before I forget that's even needed. You know what? I can, once again, probably, maybe, just actually dead-end the coal going into here. So, for the third time, this should be the last time I need coal. So that'll get placed, that'll be cool up in here. Watch Dash's K2 C Block SE, never had another original thought. Much of my time has been spent trying to make something I liked as much as those bases. That is one of those things, is that whenever I watch something like that, there is always this feeling of, I want to make, like, a nice looking base. I want to make an aesthetic base, something that's, you know, nice looking, something that's good. And then you actually have to make one of those bases, and it's like, oh, that's just not the way I play the game at all. Like, there's a reason I haven't done this. There, you go away. And then we'll connect down here. And can I line you up then? Yeah, that's fine, okay. We'll have to rearrange the connection, but that'll work just fine. Okay, anyway. Do you have... You do? You'll have coal as soon as that's done. And pick that up. Okay, so everything's all good. All you need now is copper. Which I think I will just split from right here. I will prioritize the space platforms, but right now they are moving, presumably because I have no steel. Yes, steel is dead for some reason, which is terrifying, but that's also its own problem, and I'll figure it out in a second. So that'll come up, that'll give me copper. Yes, okay, so this is finally all done. I still don't have output. I still need to put output down. There we go. And then red chests. And then I need limits on the inserters. So let's logistics limit them. Red circuit. And you keep like 2,500. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then I can finally, now, copy and paste this. Okay, there we go. All good. All cool. Doc J keeps doing things in the longest amount of time possible and somehow not burning out. I don't know, maybe the floppy disk did it finally. Still have original thoughts, just bad ideas. There you go, see, they're original, just not good. That's the ticket. I can empathize with that quite a lot, actually. I wrote on one of my Imager pics of BA base, who's Dosh Toshington? Never heard of him, because it was so obviously inspired by his C block. Yeah, that's one of the... I did that... I haven't done that too much with Factorio, I don't think. But man, I used to do that so much with Minecraft. Anytime there was some new major Minecraft pack, I would watch someone play it, and then I could not deviate from their style of play. What is eating all of my steel? Granted, I have a whole steel line over here I never connected, but... Okay, it's just not a lot of steel. Never mind. I think I will just bring you in and connect that way. I don't really see any reason not to do that. Not like we're pushing the belt capacity here. I think it takes something like 240 furnaces to fill even a yellow belt of steel, so I don't think we have to worry about belt capacity for a good long time. First proper rocket that will burn. Well, I already had a rocket that burned up, actually, funny enough. Funny you'd mention that. Do I have... I do have the first space platform starter pack, which means I should have the trigger text for stuff now. Right? No, I have to send it to space. Okay. Never mind. I thought it was just to craft it. How's the silo going? You have not received a single blue circuit. How? How is that possible? How can that possibly be true? Okay, we are now low on green circuit. Because there's no iron? You're a wooden belt. What? Why are you a wooden belt? Well, that would explain it. I was like, there's no way, I have plenty of iron. Half inspired by his use of trains and C-block, mostly for my sanity. I mean, Josh plays Factorio like Let's Game It Out. If Let's Game It Out just made a career out of playing just Factorio, you've pretty much got Dosh. Got a pack for like Nauvis, so it's gonna be a bit. Yeah, I know. I'm just worried about space science at this point. I'm hoping I don't hit the 5-hour mark without my silo. I feel like I've been at 89 processing units for the last hour. Something's calling for a lot of red circuits, though. No idea what it could be. How am I still missing, these guys? Steel. Okay. Just steel, huh? That's bricks. Here's steel. These should probably be fast inserters. That would make sense. Probably the same on all of these, to tell you the truth. So let's just upgrade them all. Can I do that? I can do that. Okay. Wasn't sure if it was going to do funny things with the power poles or the chests or anything, but no, that just works. Josh has functional intention behind most of his designs, which is very not Let's Game It Out. Fair enough. You have a weird mix, Mart and Dosh. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Okay, we seem to be doing better now. Now that I've actually connected the other furnaces, they had a huge backlog, so that's going to empty out, but the influx for the moment is going to get us somewhere at least. Hopefully that'll mean a couple more roboports at least. I mean, it says it's delivering 22, which is not a lot. Yeah. Oh well, whatever. We're getting somewhere. At least this is running again. That's gonna get placed. Yeah, okay, there's one roboport down, so that was the last one we were missing. That's good at least. That's good because that'll allow us access to all of these red circuits that I was producing. Though, funny enough, Oh, the inserters are disabled until we have the roboport. That makes sense. So there you are. So once that goes down, these should all kick on. Okay, all cool. You don't have green circuit input. Of course you don't. Why would you? Oh, awesome. And you get these two inserters get the fight on the corner for that, like, one green circuit there. Very cool. Let's just grab that and copy and paste it down. And honestly, I might just, do one more. Yeah, there we go. And bring you up. How far does that roboport go? Not far enough. So we'll get one more right there. And that works for me. Chaos and weird and wacky designs for the ages. Hey, if I can do anything and make weird and wacky designs but they still work, I'd call that a bonus. I'd rather have weird and wacky factories than boring factories, you know? Just keeps things interesting. You've got literally nothing. You've got to be kidding me. How is this possible? I am producing blue circuits. Not a lot, but they do exist. How are none of them going in the silo? At any rate, let's look and see if there is anything I can do about those green circuits. Looks like they're mostly coming down this way, which is the blue circuit line. Rest go and get eaten up there, but this is already pretty sparse. These are getting eaten by red circuits, that's what I assumed. Why do they... What? What? What happened to the green circuits? Why do they come down here, merge with plastic, and then come all the way around and go back? Why have I done this? Okay, sure. I mean, if it works, it's fine. Good night. See you in the next one, man. Okay, so there's another one of these being produced. Hopefully you will cut off. Yeah, because that'll be the second one. Don't want to keep more than two. So now that this is up and running, I am going to come down here and I'm going to break this so that I stop stealing red circuits from this line. That way all these red circuits can go into first blue science and then blue circuits, and only these red circuits over here at the very end with the lowest priority are the ones that the bot crafting will utilize. Does look like I probably want a little more in the way of green circuits. Okay, now there's no copper coming up, but that's just because I'm actually using a full belt of copper. That's fine. Okay. So, green circuits are currently consuming a full belt of copper, so there's no point in extending this until I have better belts. Unless you're still going at 7 GMT, that's unlikely, but not impossible at this rate. Yeah, none of the steel's making it to the end. Copper's doing mostly okay. It is kind of only green circuits that are eating a tremendous amount of copper. Since I do have a lot of iron just sitting idly, I will find my... Oh, can I get the belts out? 13-hour stream would be probably more than I'm gonna commit to tonight, but, you know, I am determined to get to Lignumus, if not Vulcanus tonight. So, however long that takes, that's how long I'm going. Okay, let's get production for red belts, and I'm gonna just do it kind of haphazardly up here. maybe one higher. Right there. So this is going to be red belt, red splitter, and red underground. So the reason I'm doing it right here is because I have no hope of getting the yellows out, unfortunately. That's just the state of things. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make these the yellow chests for the yellow belts, and then these can go back to being provider chests. I do need gears, and you will want green circuits, but that's fine. When's the next 24-hour stream, if at all? If I do a 24-hour stream, that's like a big event for me. I'll say if I don't get to Meraxis by the end of the month, you can definitely expect my final stream of the month to be a 24-hour stream. Because I do definitely intend on getting to at least Meraxis. Let's see. I'm gonna put... I would really love to use buffer chests here. This is like the ideal use case for a buffer chest. But since I don't have them unlocked, I guess it'll just be request. And that's fine. I will put these here, and then I'll have... Maybe I'll put them one further away. And then have a belt of gears come in here. Because I'm certainly not bringing in gears with bots. That's just a horrible idea. And then long arms. Right there. And... you know what? You get a substation. Because I don't want to bother with power poles right now. Can I do here? That'll do. There you go. And that'll also cover that stuff, so I can just get rid of that power pole. And that's fine. Yep. Okay. Okay. So, let's get output, output, output. And we are going to need another roboport up here. We go to next month to finish if necessary. If I'm not finished with this, as in if I don't get to Meraxis, I don't necessarily care about going to, like, the Shattered Planet or anything, or, you know, the Solar System's edge, but I do care about getting to Meraxis. So, I will definitely continue however long it takes to get there. If we get to the end of the month and I haven't made it to Solar System's edge and gotten the victory screen, I'm not sure. I probably will, but I wouldn't, like, super commit to that. The appeal for me right now is seeing new stuff, and so once I've seen the new stuff, then, like, everything else is just extra. Let's get this roboport, I guess, right here, because there's power here. That's fine. Not like I need a lot of roboport coverage up in this area, so I am okay with that. And then let's get some limits set. So for right now, let's say like 800 for you. And then 50's fine here. And 50's fine over here. Next overhaul map. So I can't do overhaul maps all that often, just because overhauls I like to give 2 months for. So I would say chances are the next one's either going to be May and June, or June and July. And the big decider there is just mostly, can I find something I want to run by May? Because if I don't have something interesting by May, then May will just be something else, and then I'll probably do something June and July. In fact, I'd say if you're trying to plan on something, if you want, like, the closest thing I'll give to a guarantee, I guess, is June and July. How can I get this to work? Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. So where is this gonna go? I want a new gear assembler. I don't want to be stealing from this gear. These gears are literally put on here by a long arm inserter, so I don't think they're going to support red belts very well. So I'm going to steal this iron and move it up here. And there we go. New gears, just like that. Awesome. And you're still in power range. Oh, cool. Summer of space exploration, maybe? You know, that's not an awful idea. I did do a space exploration map once with Factorio. I knew no one would finish. I think everyone going into it knew they would not finish even in 2 months. But it was just a little trial one. Trial one. I am Elmer Fudd. But yeah, that's actually the one time that I've mentioned a time or two now that I got a little bit of space exploration experience was that one time, and I got maybe 6 hours into it, and then, you know, life finds a way. I did not set any requests in here, so let's just do this and then take the gears out. Same here. Open you up, take the gears out. Same here, and gears out. July, August would be best for me due to summer holidays. You know, that's fair enough. If I don't have anything interesting for June either, then perhaps I will push it back to June and August. I usually don't push it back that late, though I have before, just because then I like to have certain maps for November and December, and then immediately after we have the January and February map for Bobs and Angels. Played that one long enough to get burnt by the sun. 6 weeks of no school. I mean, yeah, that's the dream. That's the ideal. Yes, the Factorio Space Age combo really does like to just hammer you in the face with giant sunbeams. I don't think I ever... I'm trying to remember, I don't think that ever posed much of a problem for me, but I know that's definitely something that if it hits you in just the right way, can really, really put a damper on a run. Okay, how are things doing down here? So I am still technically producing blues. I'm building up buffers of blues in different places. Blues are going in here. You're still getting blue deliveries. And you are still at 89. That's kind of unbelievable, to tell you the truth. After all that, I can't believe it's still at 89. I would almost think it's broken somehow, but like, if it's got 89 in it, then it has to be capable of delivering them. The first sunbeam hits when you launch the map. Depends on the amount of critical infrastructure. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's a, I forget what they're actually called, but one of the, you know, giant laser beams coming down right when you load up the map, but you just kind of don't build in the way of it, and then it leaves you alone. At least that was my approach. Yeah, these are literally backed up right now. Okay, I might have to rework some things because it does look like it is mostly green circuits that's limiting. I wasn't planning on having more than that amount of green circuits, but at this point I don't really know what else to do. So what I might... that was why I was making red belts, of course, because I wanted to come in here and upgrade all of this to red. And see if I could get a smidge more production squeezed out of this, because none of the stuff at the top is even running usually. Corneal mass ejection. That's the one. I think it's coronal. If it was corneal, it'd be coming out of your eye. You're getting beamed by Superman. But yeah, that's the one. And sometimes if it really doesn't like you, if it's really just feeling spiteful, it'll just go right for your reactors or, you know, right for some vital piece of infrastructure. And then all you can really do is cry. It leaves before you can. That's how long I played. Yeah. I mean, fair enough. I still love the animation on this thing. It's just so clean. Or, clean isn't even the word. It's kind of dirty and grungy, but in like the best possible Factorio type way. It's just, it's so good. Anyway, now that I have all of that out of the way, let's see, does this make any difference in the amount of green circuits being produced? And it does look like it is. Oh, okay, well that definitely did something. Bumped me just over the threshold, it seems. So this last one down here still didn't get a piece of the pie, it seems. Yeah, there's just not quite enough coming in. So I could try and get a belt down here of green circuits, but the problem is that really messes with a bunch of other stuff. That's not good. That's not cool. And also, I would then need even more copper, which I didn't leave room for in my little starter base smelting area. So I think I am just kind of riding this one out. I just gotta hope they actually decide to bring blue circuits over here. And maybe, I have 54 on me right now. I don't know how many short I am. I think it's over 100 short, but I am going to just go through these straight into the silo. And then see how many more I need, because I might just have to manual override some things. Because I am a little past sick of waiting. So we've got to get to 200, so I need 57 more. I bet I can scrounge up 57 from up here. Yeah, autocorrect strikes again. What's in here? There are none in there. Does anything through here need blue circuits? I think there was something up this way. Yeah, look at that. There was 75 just sitting right there. So let's just go ahead and throw all of these in there. And there's the silo, finally. So I can break all of that. Take all of this out. Let's turn combat off. And walls can get added to trash. Anything else? Cannon shells also. If I'm not doing combat, I don't want any cannon shells, or any turrets for that matter. So, gun turrets. Yeah. Gun turrets, 0. Lasers, 0. Flamethrowers, 0. You I still need for the time being, because that was for exos. Maybe I can look at the... Oh, I can just straight up make a power armor. So let's get that going. What big overhauls can you think of? So, space exploration, of course, since we were just talking about it. Factorio is a good flavoring to throw in along there. I've done a Nullius run before. Nullius is interesting. It's a little weird, but it's fun. Let me see. There are some of the fun ones. Those aren't really 2-monthers, like Farm Torio or the food one. Don't need that power pole anymore. Bake Torio also exists. I've done And you know, those are technically conversions, but probably not exactly what you meant when you were asking about them, but still, I think they are worth mention. But as far as big overhaul mods, I mean, other than like I or something, that's all I can think of off the top of my head, actually. Well, Bobs and Angels, of course. Usually if I'm looking for something specific, like a big overhaul, like I'm just itching for one, then I wind up just, looking for big overhauls specifically on the mod portal. Too Many Sciences is a good one. I did that... When was that? I think that was a December map, like 2 years ago, something like that. That was a fun one. You get a whole rainbow out of it. Oh, I was requesting concrete because I was going to make centrifuges. Probably go ahead and do that. I'm handcrafting 100 gears. Let's not do that. There we go. Probably don't need that much concrete then. How much you need? 100 per. Well, honestly, I guess it depends on how many centrifuges I want. Let's just do that. Okay, silo's done. Finally. Finally, finally. Does this disconnect power? Yes, it does. Let's put it back. So, silo. Where does the silo go? Kind of exactly where this ore is, actually. So, rocket silo. And... Being that this is space age, and I want bots to be able to supply the rocket silo with stuff, it would actually be really cool if the silo were much closer to the bot mall. But... you know, what can you do? So I think I will actually bring a belt of the supplies kind of over and around rocket fuel, and then put silos up here. Otherwise, they have to, diagonal travel all this way. If I put it up here, they only have to more or less linearly travel, and I think that's preferable. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. But yeah, I think that's reasonable. So let's start maybe right around in here. And of course I only have one for now, but I am thinking, you know, future-proof. If I have... I think it's time for a sip of water. If I have many rocket silos, I want them to be able to expand this way, is what I was trying to say. What are the December and November maps normally style-wise? That is, they are usually my playing around maps, kind of my silly maps. Things that I wouldn't do ordinarily, just because a lot of people don't play in November and December, so that's my, like, testing ground, basically. Like, if you are playing in November and December, it's because you really like Factorio. Let's do that. And can I flip that? And then kind of keep that pattern on the go? Yeah, okay. That's cool. And then what I intend on doing is I'll have belts. Well, let me think about that. Yeah, okay. Let's say I put you there. And then you can underground, and you turn in. And you... yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Okay, so I need a space between them. So let's do it maybe more like this then. I think that works. Yeah, okay. That's fine-ish. And then I don't need that one, of course. And then you, and you, and you. Okay, and okay. If anything, that probably needs to come in even just like one space. Nothing major in November being British. I mean, fair enough. That's, it's just kind of the general end-of-year season. So, whenever I try to plan something out, that's just usually where it goes. Then, immediately after that, we usually have the Angels and Bobs map anyway. Yeah, okay. So I can do something like that. I think that's fine. So let's get all these other inserters picked up. Go away. And I guess in that case I should include the silos in the copy and paste. And then you go away. Okay. All good. Okay, and then it doesn't really matter which belt is which, we just need to connect them somehow or another. So rocket fuel can come from that one right there. And then that can be one of the others. And then the third one. Let's just see what we get. So blur. Did I have a stroke today or something? The blur circuits can come down this way. In they go. And where's the last bit? LDS. Oh, LDS is up here. There we go. So you connect in there. And then you connect in there. Okay. Oh, cool. Played a lot of Factorio over the last New Year's and just felt like it. Yeah, like, it's a good way. Whenever you have a good chunk of time, Factorio is one of those games that will happily eat it up. But that's part of the charm. That's part of what makes it fun. There's just always something more. There's always one more thing to do. Let's actually manually place this, because I really don't want the bot to place this in, like, the third slot or something. So I will go ahead, run over, and get that placed in manually. Can I request exos? Did I craft those? I did. Look at that. Alright guys, get on it. Ta-da! Okay. So now I just need the parts to come in. Which, you know, is gonna be a minute. I'm still heating every last one of those blue circuits, but at the very least we have the silo now. Yay! Green circuits no longer seem to be a problem, now that I've fixed the copper input, so that's good. Space platform, how are you doing? I have none. Okay, but that's mostly steel, and, you know, steel's always gonna be a problem. Yeah, we've got pretty much 2 full lanes of iron ore coming in being made into steel, so if that's not enough, it's just gonna have to be. We're just gonna have to deal. USA LA, one more lane, absolutely. One more lane's gonna fix it, and if it doesn't, one more lane after that. Just keep throwing traffic at traffic and you'll get somewhere. Well, I can do that at least. I didn't put productivity modules in you. Hold on. You know what? I doubt I have any. I'm just gonna make some, but in case I have some, let's request some. It shows they're showing up. Okay, look at that. They are coming in. I honestly didn't think they would. And in you go. Okay. Well, we only wasted, like 8 blue circuits, I guess. Anyway, now that that's going, I can trade out my armor, and we can probably go ahead and make actual armor stuff. Let's see. Let's see if I can just request these also. I can. Awesome. I'm not going to be able to fit all of this, but I'm just requesting stuff. I don't make portable solar, which is probably very silly because I also don't have fission fuel, so that's a bit of a problem. But I can do all that at least. I can put stuff in my suit, I just can't actually power it. So let's do that. And those are delivered. Those are delivered. Those are on the way. I'll wait for them. Let's get the roboports in here. Shields. And then the rest is gonna have to be batteries and power. Gonna go now. Yeah, see you, man. You said you were going to bed like half an hour ago, so it must be late for you. Catch you in the next one. It would be really funny. Hold on. Where's, basic personal roboport equipment. Is that what I'm looking for? Basic personal roboport. No. Okay. Where'd the portable generator go? I took it out. Well, that's fine. I think it disintegrated. Lost in a blaze of glory. Goodbye. Stream steel? What steel? Yeah, who needs steel? Steel's a myth. Let's get rid of all that stuff. Just throw it back in the system. Gonna get up early tomorrow. Oof. Early days are always too early. It doesn't matter how early or how little early, how not early or how extreme early it is. It always feels too early. Okay, well that's been fun and all. What can I do to actually get this going? I also have rocket fuel and LDS on me, so let me go throw that away. I also don't need the electric engines anymore. So let's get rid of those and pop these guys in there. I don't need this anymore. Centrifuges, I should probably go ahead and get working. I want 2 more centrifuges. Yeah, I'll make 2 more centrifuges, and then I don't want any more concrete. That's fine. Oh, hi guys. There you go. Oh, it's 11, huh? It's pretty late. Especially if you have an early day. Where is... Go ahead and mark these empties now. And where was the mine? There's the uranium mine. I can almost get robot coverage down to you, funny enough. Where is, okay, because it's coming from the solar panels. That does make sense. If I get you, like, right here, extend power this way. And let's see, where does that leave me? That brings coverage down to this area right here. Oh, I can totally make this work. Okay, then put you there. Bring a... even just a medium? Yeah, even just a medium will do that. Okay, and then that's going to give me coverage of this area, and I will just immediately run you through centrifuges. Centrifuge. So let's run you up this way, and then you up that way. And then I'll have these centrifuges, like, right here. I think that's reasonable enough. Gone to 5 in the morning before going to bed. I mean, I've pulled some interesting days before. Things that I would not recommend others, well, I'll just leave it there. I would not recommend to others. But, you know, still doesn't mean I enjoyed it. Even if I kind of do in a way. Like, sometimes it's kind of fun to be, like, knowingly, ridiculously absurd late. Like, I slept 3 hours last night, or I didn't sleep at all last night, or something like that. There is something that's almost kind of fun about it, but at the same time, I would never choose to. I am the same way. I am absolutely the nocturnal type. I think what I'll do is I'll just put this into a series of divider chests. Like that. Just to have a lot of storage at the ready. You can go there. Or can I actually just... That's actually uglier, funny enough. Let's just go with this. There we go. So that'll get built out. We'll start harvesting that. I have no idea how long this much sulfuric acid is going to last us, but hopefully it lasts a little while. Still filling the pipe. There must be decent buffers in the machines, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh well. It's not the biggest deal. So, centrifuge out. There we go. Oh, I actually crafted centrifuges. Oh well. I already had some. Well, that's why you do storage chests and logistics limits on things. That way, when you do silly things like that, it's, not a big deal. Okay, we're finally done eating every blue circuit that we produce. You aren't even logistics limited. So, I don't know, what kind of buffer do I want to keep here? In fact, maybe what I want to do is move this, like here, and then I will put a prioritized splitter so that I can change this, but for right now I want to prioritize the rocket silo. And then you will hold, like, a good buffer. Since you are deprioritized, I'll say you hold, like, 1,000. And I'll probably change the priority eventually. I'll probably just turn priority off to get a true 50-50 split, but for the time being, I think this is fine. Also, I put you one space too far away from the power pole, so we're just gonna move you back. Just gonna move you back. Something to me that thinks the night looks epic. I mean, I can't disagree. I have several photos on my phone of just leaving work, for example, and seeing the big bright moon up in the sky, or maybe it's a little foggy or misty or something at night, and there's just something really awesome about it. And, you know, just one of those things where you just have to take a picture. Alright, I am going to get rid of these silos here, just so I can get rid of the alerts. And I think I'll even get rid of this one buffer chest. That way it stops yelling at me. We have had an expansion into here. There was also an expansion into here, and I don't have much radar coverage in here, so there's probably been expansions into this area, which would not be good because our pollution cloud's all over in there. But this is really bad. My pollution's like right on top of that guy. So I am going to go plus this base away, and yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do after that, but whatever I do, first thing first is that fighter base has to go away. I will also come up here. Oh, 1,000 an hour. Not bad. I am going to come up here and do some solar panels. Personal solar. Though maybe I won't. I'm kind of thinking now maybe I want the personal reactor. Oh, it's in here somewhere. Wait, where is everything? Like, where are the solar panels, for example? Okay, there's the solar. Maybe I don't have it researched. That would make sense. Not locked behind you, is it? It's locked behind yellow. Okay, solar it is then. So, let's get some personal solar. Crafting. And then I'm gonna take the tank out and see what I can do. I'll go ahead and add you, even though I can't do anything with you yet. Let's say like 5. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to re-enable combat, otherwise I don't have any shells on me. Play with debugs enabled to make me not paranoid about biters. I mean, fair enough. Sometimes that's a... Like, being able to see where they're thinking about expanding is perfectly valid, but at the same time it's just... If it's not the intended way to play, then I've never really liked doing it personally. And yeah, you started heading off like 3 times. Have a good one, man. I will request personal solars. Just like 10 of them or something. Why not? They're certainly not going to have them yet. Why don't I ever have them? Oh, you take blues. And LBS, for that matter. And I don't think I put LBS in the system. So, that would make sense. So I am going to kind of suit up here, grab my lasers and everything. I'll probably greatly reduce this. And probably not even bring gun turrets. I don't think I need any. Don't think I'm going to be using any, at least. One thing I should bring a few more of, actually, is power poles, because I am going to need them. So, let's bring an extra 50 power poles, I guess. What did I use for power here, actually? Okay, it is just medium power poles. Okay. It's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to double check. Alright. So, I've got my shells. Everything else is kind of just trickling in. That's fine. Mostly just waiting on walls and ammo, and I think I can live missing a few bits of ammo and a few bits of wall. So, I am going to just head off, go take care of that one base that's right in pollution range, and then start thinking about how I'm going to handle the walls situation. Also, how close am I before I get too distracted? Oh, we already got the rocket? Okay, space platform. I'm terrible at naming things, unfortunately. It would be awesome if I could send this to go orbit somewhere else. Hmm. This is going to be, trying to think of like an interesting name, like what's a pun or something I could do, but I'm not gonna stand here for too terribly long thinking this over. This is going to be, I think this is what I named my very first platform that made science for me, but you're going to be the Kleiner platform after Dr. Kleiner from Half-Life. So, away you go. I assume someone's going to bring that? Doesn't look like they want to. Automatic request. There we go. Okay. I'm going to start driving this way. And then I'm going to just let the momentum carry me, and I'm going to go watch the rocket. I am going to get past the trees first, though. But, I mean, you gotta watch your first rocket, right? It would be sacrilege not to. Let's see, that's the one. Come on, man, you got this. No, you... We'll wait. It's fine. Take your time. Boom, there we go. It's time for the title to come true. Here's our second first rocket. And away you go. Oh. Goodbye. And now, the platform. It always takes a second, but there we go. Okay, so yeah, that gives me all of the prerequisites. That's the trigger tech. I should now have all of this stuff enabled. So that should finally start producing. I just have to throw LBS in a chest. Which I guess I wasn't already doing. Yeah, LBS is not very fast. Let's probably just build another couple of these. And if that starts straining plastic, then I'll just make more plastic. That's the way the game goes. So I'm gonna do that. Grab a splitter, probably way down here. Does mean I need more robot coverage, but I will need power anyway. And in you go. So LDS, and let's keep like, I don't know, 600 maybe? And yeah, that's fine. I do need a roboport, like I was saying. But literally right there is fine. Okay, so it's awesome that we have the space platform and all, but since it was all trigger tech, we don't have any of the arms or anything. We can't actually do anything on the platform yet, so we just have to wait. I did not resupply the tank. I almost drove straight into the base with no ammo in here. There we go. Okay. Now let's save. And get back to it. So, as much as it's cool that we finally got the launch and everything, we still have to wait to actually do anything with it. And then we just gotta knock the rest of these guys up. There we go. Guess I don't have any repair packs on me, so... Oh no, I had a few. Oh, I don't have power. I forgot. Whoops. Oh, we'll patch ourselves up when we feel like it. Okay, anyway, that was here. Let's also drive up this way and make sure there's nothing taking up slots inside the pollution cloud, because that wouldn't be very cool. I might also drive up past the uranium mine and just see how it's doing. Never set the recipe. There you go. Well, see, that's why you always check on your builds. You never know what kind of nonsense you're unintentionally up to. I'm like moonwalking to the left here. I'm just gonna follow the road up past oil processing. Try not to blow up the car. And then drive over into no man's land this way. And start checking radar. So there's this little blip down here I want to come and check out. But it's probably just a random worm out in the forest somewhere. But even still, I do want to go take care of it. Just about on top of it, it looks like. I can hear it. Oh, there you are. I thought you were a rock. Okay. No bases, though. That's good. So I will come up and take this one base that's trying to encroach into our territory right here. Swap the cannon. And let's take them out. All spitters. Like spitters and small biters, so that one was pretty easy. Let's see. Big base that way, I don't feel like tackling. Yeah, let's leave that one alone. Do I have enough charge for bots to repair me yet? Doesn't seem like it, though we are very slowly charging up. So, by the time we get back to base, it'll be fine. Anything else I want to hit while I'm out? Doesn't really look like it. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. Might build a little radar outpost down by the oil, though, where the one worm was, just so I have more peace of mind, a little extra coverage over this area. Maybe just like right here. So let's go find one I can copy. Like you, for example. And then just drop you, like, right here. Of course, I have no bots. I guess I'll have to make it myself. I have no turret. Make two. There we go. Oh, I crashed it. Okay. Turn that off for just a second. In you go, in you go. Oh, cool. And I think I will just manually repair this, rather than waiting for the bots to charge up. And let's see, that gives me... Oh yeah, that's a nice little square in there. That's much better. Okay, so I'm gonna drive the tank back home, and then by that point we probably have enough equipment to start sending at least mixed loads of materials up to the rocket. starter iron's completely gone. Looked like the starter copper was pretty much also completely gone. So I am going to drive all the way to the other side. It's a shame you can't just target a tank and have it drive somewhere like you can a Spidertron, but alas, we must make the journey ourselves and blow something up along the way. I'm not sure what it was, but there was something. I blew up 2 underground pipes, okay. Combat off. Get rid of all that. Do I make repair packs? Yes, I do. Okay. So they are in here. Wasn't sure if I did or not. I think I can take all this stuff off the hotbar for now. Don't know why I have stone furnaces in the inventory. That can go away. I think I can finally get rid of the gold pipe. I think we're through with them. And the basic construction bots can be retired. Regular construction bots are actually just better. What's my max bots? 20? Alright. Thought that was the case, but I wanted to double check. Let's request 20 standard bots. Also, still no battery, huh? I mean, I know it takes blue circuits and all, but still, that's kind of a surprise. Oh, I don't have them researched. That would be a good reason why. I guess that would be a good reason why, okay. So, where would something like that be? You are yellow science. Well, that's gonna be a little while, so I think I will cancel my request for the tier 2 batteries and accept that I will make do with tier 1s. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll put them in there, and then I'll have solar over here. Stop requesting the solar. Throw the rest of those back, in fact. And come on, guys, you got this. Okay, while that's happening, how are the arms and such doing? There's no LDS, and we finished literally 0. Alrighty then. There's no steel. Yeah, pretty much no steel is making its way down to the LDS. Still limited on steel. Yeah, without expanding this to, like, beaconed electric furnaces or something, which I'm in no hurry to get to, I don't really know how I would make this any better. Granted, it doesn't look like we're actually getting full use out of this entire stack. Which is interesting. I would think that I should. Okay, there are a couple spent drills. And it does look like they're actually all running. Like, this is the full capacity of this patch. So I might just need more iron before too long, which is actually very not cool because there's not a lot of good iron patches up here. Like, yeah, there's like 14 iron over here, 1 iron over here. I bridged to this island, there's a million over there. Yeah, like, kind of looks like the next best iron patch I've got is like this one over here, which is not very cool. Not very cool at all. Yeah, I think I'm just pulled the weight a little bit. This is just broken. I just copy and pasted it wrong. That's all it is. The ones at the back were just not copy and pasted properly. Okay. Well, they're working now. Well, that's gonna probably roughly double the LDS rate. I mean, steel isn't not an issue now. It's just apparently not as big of an issue as I was thinking it was. Because yeah, hardly any steel is making it down to the space platforms, but we do fortunately have some. Even though it seems all being taken to be made into starter platforms. We are just about filled. We have just about filled this buffer though, so that's not too terrible. Yeah, look at the little trickle of steel. Okay, anyway, that's what Vulcanus is for. That's what we're trying for. That's what it's all about, baby. I guess I can go ahead and start working on the space platform, start planning things out. So once I do have grabber arms, let's see. So I'm gonna put a couple grabbers right there to get the most out of them. And can I copy this and flip this by any chance? Yes, I can. Okay. That goes there. And that's going to give me more than enough asteroid coverage. I want to go to my silo and disable automatically fulfilling requests because that's not what I wanted to do right now. So let's see. That's gonna work. Then we have inserters. So you're going to extract here. And we're going to have you feed onto a belt. I'm trying to think exactly how I want to do this. Like what a good design might look like. So I could also use the hub for storage, and I don't think that's a horrible idea. I could just simplify a lot of this and move you to like here instead. I don't know why you're evil, but you seem to be evil. Yeah, I'm not sure what that, I'm going to choose to assume that alert means that you overlap. Okay, that's the problem. So, if I just do you there. Oh, okay, you don't overlap here, but maybe it just takes a second to go away. Why? Alright, well, that's a needed distraction. Let's go hop in the tank and take care of this little guy who's just poking the copper mine for some reason. Oop, almost ran straight into the cliff there. And go away, please. Oh, we can, oh, this one was empty anyway. That's funny. Okay. So there's something within range, maybe? I'll have to drive around just a little bit and look for any new biter bases, though maybe it's just a random expansion party or something? 'Cause I sure don't see anything. And we certainly aren't polluting out to those nests up there. Yeah, I have no idea. That's pretty odd. It was just one random little guy. Oh, there we go. Alright, let's do this. There we go. I guess that means I should probably put another little radio tower up this way. So let's see, I'll have the guns face this way, since they likely came around this side, and maybe I'll have it face this way. There we go. I have no walls. I have no walls? Okay. Can I make walls? How many am I missing? 34? I mean... I guess I can. Oh yeah, personal logistics off, otherwise they go in the trash. There we go. And then let's grab, I guess, just my personal ammo and shove it in there. And that should at least dissuade expansion into this area again. Certainly not going to prevent it, especially now that we're into the big biter era, but, you know, it's fine. Platforms weren't deleted properly, and there was an invalid platform. Ah, gotcha. That's what the error was. I'm almost tempted to leave the tank up here, but then I'm thinking, okay, what if I'm doing something and I get a random attack at the actual base? I'll probably prefer to have the tank near home. So I will bring him back and drop him off right where I picked him up from. There we go. So stand here and back to platform design. So let's say I do basically the same thing right here. Just bring you in, and then bring you in, and I'll bring... Can I flip you? I can. And there we go. So we get a design kind of like that going. There. Okay. And get rid of all that, of course. So, now that we have this, that's going to fill the hub with asteroids. And let's see. The bottom can just be the garbage chute. So you go that way and we'll have comparators on the back. I'm sure there's a more efficient way to do this, but I'm just going to have one comparator for each asteroid type. So let's come into here and asteroid type. So metallic. And I'll set the actual numbers on in just a second. Let's just go ahead and get the asteroids themselves set in. So metallic, if I remember correctly, let me just look at recipes real quick. There you are. So you are 2 iron, 1 carbon, 1 ice. Okay. So you do in fact need 2 times as many metallic. Which is kind of what I was thinking, but I wasn't entirely sure. So I'm going to keep 10 metallic and 5 of the rest. So actually I want you to be greater than. Greater than. And greater than. Okay. In which case I only actually need 1 inserter. So we'll put you over there. So greens is output. And then you are use filter, set filter. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Then of course we have to read from you. So read contents, yes. I don't want to send anything to the platform, at least not here. None of this is interesting, we don't need any of that. So that will dump any excess chunks, we don't have to worry about them then. We don't have like the ability to remash asteroids to get different types, so that's the best way to handle it, just chuck them out. In fact, can I go ahead and set filters on you? Yes. Just trying to think if it's worth it, honestly. Nah, it's fine. We can just throw the extras out. I don't think it'll hurt us too much to just grab them and then throw them away. So then, let's have iron set up over this way. And it's not like we need a tremendous amount of production up here. So I'm just going to grab furnace. And how many furnaces do I need actually? That's probably a good thing to look into. So, space science. You take 15 seconds but provide 5, so I need to keep 3 assemblers running. So that's 6 iron a second? 6 iron a second. Isn't that actually like 10? Isn't that nearly 10 electric furnaces, actually? That's a lot more than I thought it would be. I can't help but feel like maybe my math is off there, but whatever. We'll do 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we'll just copy the last 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I counted that horribly. There we go. 10. Yes. Good. Awesome. 1 per second. At least 1 science per second. So that's going to be... I already forgot my numbers. Let's see. So it makes 5, but takes 15, so we need 3 machines running. Each machine needs 2 iron, so that should be 6 iron a second. So I'm thinking 10 furnaces. Seems like a lot, though. At the very least, that's... need like 5. Okay, that's more kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking the very first time that I made space science, I had more space science than any other science type, and even then I think I had like maybe 2 furnaces. So, let's just do that. Need 1? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna trust you. That sounds fine to me. So, you there, in, and out. Standard platform is always 1 to 4 furnace to assemblers. Looked it up for sanity. Okay. definitely filter. You're going to be iron ore. And then read from you. You're going to output. Oh, something's blowing up. Why is there an attack on the stone now? Oh, it's gonna take me a minute to get there, guys, so you enjoy chewing on those miners. Oh yeah, I definitely gotta get the filter and the logic in there and all. Just gotta get rid of the neighbors for a moment. Oh, I see the culprit. Let's get the patched up. And then I'll go deal with the neighbors. Okay, so that's all good. Let me just blow one up myself. Awesome, cool. Might as well go pick up the ones that aren't doing anything anymore. Yep, there we go. And let's go deal with the expansion. It did expand like right next to my my little radar setup too. Should probably have shells selected there. Oh, and that's a rock. You know what? Go away. There. Okay. Oh, cool. Well, that's one of the helpful things about having these scattered all over, is even if they don't help prevent expansions sometimes, they will at least let you know where they are, so you don't have to go blindly running around looking for them. Alright, well, let's get back to base and get back to station design. Little speed boost on the stone belt. And come and park up this way somewhere. Okay, so furnace, check. You, iron. Somewhere in here. There you are. And I'll keep like 2 stacks. Can't need more than that. That's fine. We do need the crushers, of course, so let's grab space stuff. Honestly, might just direct insert. I don't know how many crushers, but like it can't be more than one. I hardly ever have more than 1 crusher per type, so let's just say you are going to be metallic. There we are. Rapidly turning into neatly the same thing I made. I mean, there's only so many ways you can realistically make space science. Recipe. So do that, and then on the off chance you do make another asteroid, put it back. And then I'll just copy this and parameterize you. So you are going to be a parameter, and then you are going to be an ingredient. There we go. Okay, so this one is going to be the carbonic, and then the ice chunk. There we go. So that's literally it, other than we do want to actually get your output, which is ice and carbon, which does mean I need to pooch you just a bit. You can go up here. There we go. Full of convergent designs. Crusher output is big, yeah. Crushers, like, the output of a single asteroid is huge. Copy you and flip you, actually. And then I will do the same thing up here. That just makes a lot more sense. Because then I can get... Do I need to filter you then? Yes, because I do want to limit you. Okay. So you are going to be filtered to ice. Let's just look for ice. And... How much ice do I even want to keep in you? I mean, we've got so much inventory room. What do you stack to? Stack size 50, 2 stacks of ice is more than enough. And then carbon. Stack size also 50, so we will also keep 50 of you. I didn't connect you to a wire though. Let's fix that. So carbon and 100. Seen the same train interrupt system I came up with shared dozens of times on Reddit, and I'm fully confident not a single one of those people referenced anyone else to make it. It's just one of those things where the problem leads to the design. And if you all have the same problem, you all inevitably wind up at the same design. So I need 3 assemblers. Can I make that work somehow? I can get 2 up here and 1 down here. I'd say that'll work. So, there you go. And actually, let's just copy and paste this. So, you're going to make space science. You're going to make space science. Do I need tier 3? Oh, I just haven't built the asteroid collectors yet, so I'm not allowed to set the recipe. Okay. Okay, game. That's fine. What if I try and cheese you a little bit? So, do that. Enable for parameter 0. There we are. And I want to keep, like, 600 of you, I guess? Sure, something like that. Sort of my disappointment with Space Sage. It's so vanilla rather than overhauled. There's kind of just a way to do things. Plenty of content and fun challenges, but more limited than I would have liked. Yeah. I'd say the closest thing to what you're describing is, and I've said this a few times, probably Gleba. Because there are a lot of ways to attack Gleba, and none of them are really correct. None of them are the way to do Gleba, I would say. There we go, space science. And this one as well. Okay, and then I just need to make sure that the output inserter has the connection. Yes, there we go. We've got a whole spider web of cables going across the space platform hub, but I think that's a-okay. Alright, now time to scavenge every unnecessary bit of platform. That allowed me to make a hole. I don't think it's supposed to let me do that. It's gonna yell at me. I'm just gonna put that back. Can I... No, that's not anything. Yeah, if it yells at me later, then it yells at me, whatever. That's fine. Oh, cool. Okay, so how much do I actually need? Why does it only say 2 arms? There's definitely more than 2 asteroid collectors on this platform. What do you mean? Yeah, let's... I think it's already confused and unhappy, so let me just try and fill that back in. Hmm. Yeah, we'll see. I won't request things it can't build. Ah, gotcha. Okay. The others need more foundation. Yeah, like, it's not that I can't just figure out how many things I need. I was just kind of hoping that I would get a more accurate read here. But what I will do is... I'm assuming the foundation count at least is accurate. So 68 foundation. And then take this and just save that. Throw it on the hotbar, I guess. And then I'm going to come down here, grab a blue chest. I feel like there was a way to do this, wasn't there? Yes, there is. Okay, so I do not need that much foundation. So I don't need the space hub either. All the other stuff, though, that's fine. That can come in. Yeah, that's what I was trying to check for. Trying to check for the foundation count. It's gonna be in space. Gonna be on space, Chaos. That's probably where you should expect it to be. I think it was 68, but I don't remember. I'll just go ahead and request 68. 68, yeah, there we go. So let's see, is there anything it can't deliver? So we only had one crusher. We only had one arm, it looks like. Did get the furnace in. Got the foundation, no problem. So we are just waiting on the crusher and the arm. Which is LDS. And LDS. Okay. Finally, that's not that bad. I can address that problem. Yeah, that's just copper, really, it looks like. Yeah, there's just not enough copper to go around. And those are 2 full belts of copper, so yeah, until I go and expand the base, that's just not happening. We're also apparently out of storage, which is shocking. But I can just do that. There's a good amount of iron ore in there. What if I just request that down into the furnaces? Let's see. Yeah, okay, so that should work. That'll at least clear the storage in there. I'll do the same for copper, I guess. Yep, all cool. So I'm gonna guess whatever's been delivered is going to get delivered. There's not any more on the way, I would assume. There we go. And then same over here. Stone is fine, it's whatever. It can stay. The delay between making a space platform and seeing why it was wrong is so large, I miss a bunch of stuff with them for longer than I should. Oh, absolutely. Like, there's... Yeah, it's it's one of the pain points of building stuff, is having to actually get it on a rocket. Especially early game when rockets are so expensive. Why am I not getting more of you? I really feel like I should be getting more of you. Like, there's nowhere else for the LDS to be going. It's backed up here. It should all be coming down and going in the chest. And it's not like they're 200 apiece or anything, they're like 20. There's literally 10 in here. So unless we're just using an absurd amount of LDS somewhere else, which I really can't imagine, I have no idea why we don't have the crushers in the arms yet. Well, you take LDS, I guess, but you're also not like 1,000 either. Yeah, you take 5. Oh, how much is in here? So we've got 2 of the arms, 2 of the crushers. So we only need 1 more crusher and 2 more arms. Can I help this along a little bit, maybe? Let's just stand here and, start grabbing. Happily pay the circuit a more complex rocket part cost to have Spacey's, 500 slot rockets. Fair. 500 slot rocket would be pretty nice. Alright, let's get all this fed into... Oh, it's such a long walk. It's further away than I thought. Alright, let's get this fed into the arms first. Maybe not all of that. There we go. Because I only need 1 of you, but I do need 2 of you. And even then, it's not like you're going to be fast. You're still going to be a minute, but at least you are on the way now. Alright, so all I'm going to do is stand here for a second while I wait for those deliveries, which I think is a perfect opportunity for a drink of water. Okay. Now, walls. I've mentioned walls several times by now, but now that we're actually getting close to the point where we will be finally doing space stuff, walls are more important. So, I want to start expanding robot range so that I can have repairs on my walls. Good candidate seems up this way first, especially since this one has been nibbled on a couple times. This is not max distance for the roboports, but that's fine. The bots need to charge anyway, so let's be kind to them. Wow, that's a little inconvenient. I guess I'll just put it over there. That's fine. In you go. And then where's that get me? Right here. So then I can put another one up here. Okay. Without cliff explosives, this is tricky. Like, I'm trying to see if I can thread the needle through here. Without map coverage, that's difficult, but hey, look, we've got just barely enough map coverage that I can say, yes, I can thread the needle here. Okay. All we need is robot coverage now, so let's continue expanding that way, and I might go do that personally. We are also, however, going to need pipeline access. So, where can I do that? Maybe if I go ahead and plan the walls along the top, it'll make it easier to figure out where that should go. Because, kind of same deal, these cliffs kind of force me to either build down here or up here. And given the choice, I would rather build up here, just to give myself a little more pollution buffer range. So let's say I started like right here. Making sure that was actually snapping. There's a cliff right here. Well, it'll have to do. Whatever. um... Yeah, okay. So let's go clear out the biters along the top, which does mean I want to turn the combat group on. For how long personals have been off. That's probably not good. I do have the batteries finally though, so I'll go ahead and slot those in. Probably trade one of the exos for a little more power generation and a few more batteries. So let me also request a couple more solar. I'm gonna be standing here for a minute while they bring me stuff anyway, so might as well. Also, did I ever get the arms? Yes, everything is delivered. Okay. So let me cheese this just a little bit. So I'm going to do enabled, just false, basically. That way I can throw a inserter here and just start getting it loaded without it trying to request more stuff. In fact, I can just do that. Okay, so that one is full, so go ahead and send it up. And the bots are still bringing me stuff, okay. Well, at least we've started filling up the next rocket. That's going to be a whole rocket of just foundation. Yep. Go on and send. Have fun. Oh, well, we placed something. We got the trigger tech. So now we have access to all of this. Guess I should probably go ahead and queue this, even though we don't have it yet. Might as well queue you as well. Do I care about any of this? What do you require? You take tier 2, so I might as well do that so I can get the little mini Spidertrons, and then your docks. And then, you take Steam Science, so I can't do you quite yet. I guess I'll grab the other tier 2 modules, other than quality. I would throw quality in there, the queue just isn't big enough. And man, already I'm kind of wondering if I already want another silo. Sometimes I forget in Space Age that you really do need more than one silo, so I might actually come over here and set this to silo. So the only problem is I'm going to bypass your connection and just feed your request straight in without the multiplier, because otherwise it's an absurd amount of ingredients, and even still it's already like several stacks of concrete, several stacks of steel. It's... yeah, I don't think I need to explain why having a whole bunch of silos is not awesome. But I will keep like 3 on hand, just in case I need to expand. Well, there's gonna be one in the machine. Maybe I'll keep 2. Okay, well that's wrapped up. So that should be everything that station requires. We just have to actually wait for it to finish. Speaking of finished, do I have all my stuff? They are still bringing me lasers, but not many, so I'm going to say that is finished. And put these last guys in. Even if you're doing less than 1 second rocket parts, you want multiple silos to buffer rockets. Yes, absolutely. In fact, I might as well just go ahead and place them down. I don't see any reason not to. That way, as they get finished, the bots will just come over and place them. So, like I was saying not too long ago, I'm going to go clear those fighter bases to the north. Just kind of circling around the radar tower is going to be tricky to get past, and I don't want to break more trees than I need to. So I'm going to take these fighter bases, start building the wall, and break this rock. This rock in particular. So I'm gonna go for the bigger one first, just in case I wind up accidentally aggroing both of them at the same time. I'd rather have the big one focus down than try and deal with the small one and then wind up with the big one in my face. Just gonna take these worms, poke the nests, and then focus fire everything else. Even just the big fighters really take a beating before they go down, let alone the behemoths. No way you're going to be dealing with those in a tank. Thanks, Bob. Alright, and then the other nest. Let's get to it. Trying to line up piercing shots with the shells so I don't wind up wasting them, but actually these larger worms tend to just eat the shots entirely, so... Oh, I think I just lost a bot or two. Oh no, we're just being attacked. Never mind. Guess the wall has to wait. I'm gonna guess it's probably that same stone mine as before, but they are angrier this time. Sorry, bot, you're too slow. I can't wait around for you. I guess while we're on this current trajectory, I will take a look. Oh no, it's the iron. That's a bigger deal. Especially because I don't know where those biters would have come from in that case. Yeah, they are making quick work of that one too, so there must be a few of them. Just cut right through the trees. Probably would have been faster to go around, but oh well. So where did you guys come from? There's still anyone in there? I think that was all of them. Let's just park up here so the bots can get all the repairs done. There must be a base, like, right up in here, I guess. Or maybe it was this base. I'm gonna bet on this little one right up in here. Go around the cliff, and let's go pay them a visit. A visit? I seriously, like, cannot speak today. Maybe you don't exist anymore. Okay. The radar said there was a base here, but it lied. Also, what are you? Oh, you're one of my bots. I don't know if I've ever noticed a green bot before. Alright, come on. I'll wait. There you go. Well, I'll look to the east a little bit, but if I don't find anything, I'm not really sure what to make of that. That's just a little odd. And of course, I sniped the puddle. Alright, let's see. Anything around this way? Nothing on the mini-map. No, this is a peninsula. Okay. Well, who knows? It drew an attack in from somewhere. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Let's get back to planning the wall. So we've got this section up here. That's kind of mostly blocked. We'll have to reinforce that at some point, but that's going to be its own thing. We could have a wall down that way. And there's probably going to be a wall right about here, just because that's really the only good place to wall to the south. Yeah, okay. Let's go build the northern part of the wall, but I do want to drag power up before we start building things, just so we don't have a big undefended stretch of wall there. Which does mean I probably want to grab power from like right here. That seems to be the closest place. So if I get you lined up properly. Ooh, I cannot see because it is nighttime. Okay, you want to be right there. Good. There you go. And good. Okay. And of course, this does no good if I don't actually bring robo coverage up with me. So let's start inching that forward as well. And I guess I'll bring it up and around the mines here. So if you're there, I can easily put one there. Then with you there, how far do you reach? Just before that tower. So I can't quite go there. Yeah, it's kind of like right after this plant. So like right there is the best I could do. Can't build in fog of war. I mean, you're not wrong. Let's get a radar, like, here. That power pole's not connected to anything. Okay. Well, anyway, the whole point of trying to go up to the north here is that's going to give me a place where I can grab fuel from. So I will also plan on turning downwards from here. And it can then connect over here somewhere. So let's say I turn like right here, just for fun. Bring you right up to the lake's edge. And then turn again. Little landfill's fine. Actually, I need you to be like here. Where does that connect into? I can landfill, whatever. You connect in right there, actually. That is a beautiful connection. So I will just get rid of all of that. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Biters won't aggro pipes specifically. So even if pollution hits this nest, they will still try and route around and wind up smacking into the wall. So I don't think I have to worry about, like, a worm or something trying to blow up these pipes. At least I don't think so. And if it does, then I can always just come down and around anyway. Not that big of a deal. So let's go ahead and grab more roboports and just continue expanding. Where would be a good place to connect fuel though? Because I've got my inlet right here. Light fuel actually does go all the way to the end of the bus down here. Because I need it, it's what I make the solid fuel out of. So if in theory I really needed to, I could bring light fuel over to here, which actually isn't a bad idea. That's probably a lot closer than trying to go from way down here up to here. That does sound like a better idea. So let's do something like that. This is all even mostly still in robo coverage. I will take a little detour around the coal. I don't want to build on top of the coal. And somewhere in here there's going to need to be a pump, of course. But the game will tell me when I hit that point. So wall's going to be right around here. So right around this level. Can I turn here? I can. Look at that. Beautiful. So somewhere right around in here is where I'm going to turn to the left. I just need radar coverage over there to figure out exactly where. And I'll just leave this pole up here. In fact, can I put a radar up here? Just for a little added coverage. So I can see what's going on in that area. I have one literally down on the map. Yeah, that's silly. Let's not. Thank you. And come back. Okay. So let's go lay in the fuel line, get power out to the walls, and then we'll let the bots take care of actually building the walls. I'll probably do a little bit of it. That's why I have so many turrets and walls and stuff on hand. Oh, and there's space science. So there's nothing important ahead of me. So I am gonna miss this, correct? Yeah, okay. I will continue accelerating through the trees, and then I will go look at the platform for a moment. So we still need all this stuff, which means I need to tell the rocket to launch. Yes, because it's not full, but that's fine. Let me actually confirm that. So you need 3, 21, 1, 3. Yeah, okay. So that's what's in the rocket. We are all cool. Send it off. So where did I want this to start? Right around here. Okay. There should be blueprints down in the area. And if not, then I can just make some. Yeah, there we go. So let's stop here. And yeah, rather than continue it that way, we're going to put a pipe here and just turn right there. Like that. And we will also want roboport along the edge here. However far apart we can get them. In fact, I will just copy and paste that to make the spacing placement easier. And I'll have to continue that as I go up, but that's not the most important part of the problem right now. Because right now we have this whole line of unpowered, undefended turrets and walls and everything. So it's much more important that we get power and fuel into here. That's part of the reason why I have left the tank up there. If something really goes down, I'm hoping I'll be able to use the tank as a distraction, if nothing else. So where do you line up? Right in here. And there's my other pipe. There we go. Okay. So get that connected. Get that connected. Come on, guys. There we go. Come on. So there's some light oil coming in. They finally decided to do something. Okay. There we go. There's the over limit warning I knew was coming. I think I might have a pump on me. Yes, I do. So that can just go right here because there's power right next door. So that's no big deal at all. And I think that's all connected, yes, because that does actually have light oil in it. I have to go all the way around the cliff. And let's get the last little bits in. Okay, I think that's everything. So the flamers, at least. Yes, the flamers have fuel. So we still need to get power in here. I think I will take a cut from right here. Like if I just grab that, I can go that far, and then that far. Yeah, that's fine. It's whatever. And then just kind of keep that going until we hit the wall. I'm not sure if I'm super in love with how wasteful this is on roboports, but the bots are flying long distances, they need places to charge anyway. I guess it's fine. And there we go. Okay, that should get us connected up. Thank you, bot. Oh, cool. Okay. Just for visual sake. There we go. Somehow you don't have power either, which is an interesting turn of events. We missed one. Okay. Well, now that we've got fuel and we've got power, I think I am safe to move the tank and blow up the fuel line. Very important step, don't forget it. And so I'm going to run this way and get this one power pole plugged in. have to do it manually since it's light blue, so base bots are coming to do it, but I want it done now. That should be powered. Yeah, there we go. Okay, very cool. So all of you have power now, which means I should be able to take these roboports and copy and paste them at their maximum lengths to get coverage along the whole wall. How far do you reach? You do at least have build coverage there. Okay. They won't be able to do the stuff in the lake though. So I think I will, funny enough, have to do kind of a parallel line of roboports this way if I actually want them to get built. So let's do this. And just see how far you go. There. Oh. Goodbye, radar coverage. I guess I'll have to run up there myself. I don't need it done immediately, I just need to make sure it will get done. Oh, and now it's dark. So you go there. And then you go there. I do need to actually get power to you, rather than just the idea of maybe having some power. Yeah, I guess I can build a little more of the wall out. At least to get the wall connected so it doesn't get flanked. I do kind of wish they were placing anything but the actual wall pieces themselves, though. I guess that's fine. I guess it's fine. Come on, guys, let's move it along. I guess while I'm standing here, at threat of death, hopefully I won't be attacked, I will come up here and look at the labs, because I realize I never sent solar panels up, and they are going to need solar. So let's go ahead and just throw some solar around the place. Though I can't block this. This is my trash output. So I will do solar probably over this way. And let's see, where's my power? Don't I get, there you are. It says 41 megawatt, or 4.1 megawatts. So you're 180 kilowatts, so 10 of you would be 1.8 megawatts. And so 20, and then, okay, hold on. So 20 would be 3.6, and then I need another 5 on top of that, which is about a third of that. So I need like 23. So that's 3, that's 4, that's 7. I've already lost count. Okay, so there's 9. So let's say we get 10 here, and then I'll do a couple over on the side as well. So there's 20. There's 22. 24. I think 24 is A-okay. That's gonna be several rocket launches. Rocket capacity 50, yeah. So I need 4 rocket launches of just platform, and then a mixed launch of solar panels and platform, and it might even be more than 1 launch. So what I will do is come down here. Yeah, that's fine. I've got 4 rocket launches worth, so it's gonna be a minute. Am I out of flamers? No? Am I out of lasers? Yes, I am. Okay. I am out of pipe. I do have power poles, though. Okay, that's all in bot coverage. That's all getting built. Okay. So I don't need to stand here and do this anymore. That's all going to get built by itself. I don't need to worry about it. I was gonna say you need like 8 panels, but also use... Okay, efficiencies probably would have been good, but... Oh well. I didn't. Can I get you? Of course not. Of course I can. Okay, this one just doesn't get a lamp. It goes on the bottom instead. I am in shambles. There we go. Okay. Then power to you. All good. So we should be able to kind of skip across there, and then once we have those in, that'll allow us to build the pipes along the top. Yeah, and that power pole is in range. Build range, that is. And that is important when you're chaining roboports together, because sometimes their power poles, to power themselves, will be outside of the previous roboport's build range, and then you've built a system that cannot sustain itself. So then I do need power and robot to continue up this way. Even if I don't need the walls itself, I still need the backbone of it to continue up. The crushers use a ton of energy. You also aren't running them all the time. Same for grabbers, but can't TF1 them. See some people use accumulators, but never bother. Accumulators on the science platform, yeah, that's a little weird. I don't know if I'd go for that. Well, either way, let's run back to main base. I am completely out of supplies, and I'm not doing much good all the way out here. Where did I leave the tank? Where did I leave the tank? Where did I leave the tank? There you are. Okay, we built one of the extra silos. That's cool. So let's hop in and start driving home. Again, I'm going to just park this right at the front of the bus, and then we're going to continue looking at a little more space stuff. My goal for now is to return to Lake Nauvis, but I don't actually know what I want to bring with me yet, so that's going to be the first thing that I have to look at. Makes enough sense since everything other than assemblers and furnaces go off in small bursts, though your trashing stuff might have a more regular energy pool. I mean, it's not like I don't understand why you wouldn't use an accumulator. It just is odd in an environment where you have constant power. Like, accumulators here make sense to me because you don't have the luxury of constant power. Oh, no you don't. So let's come up here. Yeah, we're still missing a lot of space platform. So what I want to do is I want to do the same thing I did before. I'm just gonna set you manually this time. Is that actually one square away? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Anyway, 116 on the platform. And then I forget the solars entirely. 4. I don't think that's correct. 24. Okay. So let's grab 24 panels. And yeah. Maybe it is a good idea since I'm sending up a rocket anyway. Just out of curiosity. Right now we have 4.1 megawatts. If I were to send up efficiency 1s into... I can put them in U, and I can put them in the furnace. And there we go. So that's 14 modules, that's fine. It still shows 4.1 megawatts. That's not reassuring. I guess because the modules themselves aren't actually in there. I mean... Ish. So... yeah, that's gonna cut some of the energy requirement, but I'm not exactly sure how much, but more than anything what I'm thinking is that's going to save me on a space platform. So I'm going to gamble and say this much is fine. So I actually need 62 and 18. So let's say 62 and whoops, 18. Should probably keep some solar panels on me. And then trash unrequested. And how many modules was I requesting? 14. So also 14 modules. There we go. So let's allow the bots to bring that in before I start trying to do stuff. Oh yeah, it's rocket time. Modules need to be present and powered to show any effect. Yeah, I always forget about that part. Like, it makes perfect sense why, it's just, to me, counterintuitive, even though I understand why it might be. So, I am going to do the same thing I did before. I'm going to turn off that, turn off the requests, and then we can just start shoving it in. And then once the rocket's full, we will send it off. And away we go. How much is left in here? 44, huh? Oh. That is pretty much exactly one rocket. So, once it's ready... there you go. And send it off. Have fun. Also, I seem to have broken, I was just noticing down here, I seem to have broken rocket fuel somewhere. You can only reach to there, that's the problem. Oh, glad I noticed. There we go. Rocket fuel is one of the ones we have in the largest amounts, though when I noticed that it wasn't down there, I was like, something's definitely not right. Argospheres are in space age. Yeah, I'm gonna need a source on that, bro. Unless it's not an item or something. So let's see, why are you not building? Oh, are there like gaps or something? Is it just mad about the gaps? It's mad about the gaps. Which means I need to send a rocket with like 6 platform on it, which is awful because the last rocket I sent only had 44. I could have just sent a full rocket. Oh, that's painful. What is my... Okay, I am so overproducing, it does not matter. So all of this can go away. Goodbye, and goodbye. If anything, I have too much up here. Okay, anyway, that's going to, begin making science now. Everything seems to be working well enough. Yeah, only. But like, look. This one's fine. It's just, you know, some of them aren't. Anyway, that's space science. Let's go get the, requester set up. So, right from the very get-go, let's be organized about this. So, I'm going to do Nauvis requests. So these are... Let me think how I want to do this, actually. What is my naming convention going to be? Because that sounds like I'm requesting something from Nauvis. So, maybe this is just... Space requests? I don't know. We'll leave it as Nauvis requests. That's fine. If I need to change it, I can change the name. That's no big deal. Anyway, we're going to request space science. And let's request, like, 600. And where am I gonna be able to get this in? Okay, there's a belt right here. But that's not gonna do me very many favors. Could I get it along the other side? Not really. That's where red science is. I could get it in here. Yep, and I think that's what's gonna happen. There we go. Well, actually, I can keep that, I guess. And in you go. Yeah, big difference between space age and space exploration. One is a official kind of expansion DLC, and the other one is a community-made mod. Let's get power drawn in from over here, I suppose. Okay. I think that should connect once it actually gets placed. And there we go. You, just preemptively are going to be filtered to space science, just to make things in my life easier. And so once that gets put down, then we will have a source of space science. And then we'll finally be able to start producing the thrusters and make our way back to Nauvis. And it only took just over 6.5 hours, but you know, we're getting somewhere. we made good progress on the wall. And really, is that not what counts? What happened to the wall? I've never seen the game do that before. Let me just fill that part in. Let's see. So it's got all this built. We're still working on this part out here, but we are making good progress. So let's keep that up. I think I'll go... Where does the wall start? Okay, wall's over there. So we'll go just a little further. A little further inland, that is. We'll try and hug this length of pipe right there. One more, it looks like. Oh, that's not correct at all. Don't know how that happened. Okay. Cool, anyway. You get a lamp. Have fun. Does look like we need one more after that. So then... power should be settled now, and we can start turning up and making our way up. I still sometimes go to say space exploration when I mean space age and vice versa. That's... I mean, space exploration, the mod was made originally because the planned space content for Factorio was scrapped, so they were like, I'll just do it myself. And when I say scrapped, I mean scrapped for 1.0. Pushed down the line, made into a DLC. Obviously not scrapped entirely, otherwise I couldn't be playing it. Here we go. And in. Okay, as the daytime comes back, I'll be able to build just a little more up this way. Though, unfortunately, we have this one little corner right here that's going to be difficult. I might be able to just get a radar in here to help in the short term. Since the radar has a bigger radar coverage than the roboport, believe it or not. Believe it or not, the specialty radar item is a better radar than something that isn't a radar. It doesn't look like any of the worms or anything want to fire at the pipes either. I was a little worried about that. The only thing that was scrapped was the Aquilo enemy. Yeah, the big floating brain. The only thing that will never see the light of day. Okay. That'll get done when it gets done. That's fine. I'm done fussing over that for now. We've got 2 rockets ready to go. Let's go ahead and get the next space platform sent up. Build new. And anyone got any name recommendations? I'm open to anything for about the next 20 seconds. Oh, I mean, that's the reason they were scrapped. It would have been awful. They were just pretty cool looking. Can you imagine trying to build on Aquilo and then the whole time, like, coming over the frozen ocean, there's just this big floating brain that's gonna annihilate you? And being an endgame enemy, it's probably gonna do just absurd damage. Terrible at naming? Why you think I'm asking for help? So this is going to be something that takes me back. Something that takes me back to... Go to Vulcanus and Shuttle. I mean, fair enough. I'm trying to think of like an interesting name. Something about returning, going back, but especially this is going to be the same ship I'm sure that I will use to go back to, say, or go for the first time to Vulcanus and Gleba and all the other planets, so... sure. There you go. We're gonna take a trip in Hat Kid's house. Okay, I thought for a second I'd renamed my existing station and I was gonna be so upset. Alright, this one, from here on I think we can leave automatic requests enabled. I think that's fine. Does mean for things like repair packs, I want to come over here and make sure that we have a rocket launch worth. So rocket capacity 100. I only keep 50. See, that's the kind of thing that'll trip you up. If you don't keep enough for a rocket launch, then you can't launch a rocket with it, and it'll be stuck waiting forever. These guys are ready to go. I'm only keeping 5 of these. Maybe I will send that out to 10. Just because. Kind of same here. Brushers, however, I'm fairly confident I will not need that many. Actually, rocket capacity is 10. So let's go ahead and extend that out to 10. Again, otherwise I cannot automatically send them up. Oh, new space platform. Let's go. So... This is the part that I'm not very good at. I don't really know how to design space platforms well. I don't even have the thruster research yet, but I'll go ahead and start planning for it. So let's say I start something like this. Okay, and I think that's going to be plenty enough thrust for a little starter ship. Probably wind up filling that in at some point, but for right now, let's just worry about the piping. So... I tend to wire these the same way that I wire any other fluid setup. I don't see any reason to treat them any differently. The only difference is the ones on the edges need special care. So this one gets its red fluid from that connection, but its blue fluid doesn't come from anywhere. Likewise, this one will get a blue connection here, and then this one can pull blue from there. So you just gotta be careful about your connections. You know, with one design method, and I've never bothered trying anything else. I kind of remake everything every time, because to me that's the interesting part, is the making stuff part. Though, admittedly, there was a long period of time where I just had my one go-to... I keep wanting to say rocket, that's not it. Hold on. Trying to draw lines and speak apparently is not a strong point of mine. I had my one reactor design that I used everywhere, and I never deviated from because I just didn't find building with reactors very fun. Okay, you're still not going to be my friend, so let me just count spaces. So just to be sure, max length 10. But is that... okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I knew that was going to be enough because I've done this before, but you know, you always gotta double check. Method has been the same. Fair enough. So we're getting the space platform up here slowly but surely. Pipes should be delivered at some point. When that is, who knows? All of this might be a little too close. I think I'm gonna move this down just a couple tiles. That way I can fit the chemical plants in. So I'll have 2 for blue and 2 for red, which is probably overkill, but it is what it is. Okay, so this one has to be... Okay, the way I have it built right now, they both have to be blue. So I'll have to move you over here, actually. So, recipe time. Well, I don't have the rocket research yet, so I can't actually set your recipes. I guess that's okay. I'll just do something like that. And then like that. So you are both gonna need water. So I will just make a water connection here. Nope. And does that reach? It does. Okay. Oh, cool. So there's water. I might even go ahead and underground that. Well, I am gonna eat that, I guess. Let's just go ahead and keep it. Let me see. I don't remember exactly what you take, but I know you take a solid input. So I will go ahead and prepare for that. This actually doesn't work as nice as the other side, funny enough. Maybe I just want to move you over. Yeah, let's move you over. I think that's fine. There we go. So, solid input, solid input. And if that doesn't work, I'll have to move you like way to the right. This run in particular, I've used more of my blueprints than normal. I want to get to Miraxis. Kind of same. Like usually by this point I would have played around with trains and had, you know, a couple fun designs here and there, but it's I've kind of been focused, and somehow I've been slower for it. I don't really know how that works, but that's how it's been going. So let's go Space Tab. So I'm going to use kind of the same basic design that I did before. I'm going to have a... How do I want to do this? I think that's correct, because yes. So I can move you there, and then this becomes a pipe, and then you are water. So again, I don't have the recipe. And I forget how many ice plants support how many fuel plants. I think it was like 1 to 2 or something, so I'm feeling like I need another ice plant, but again, until I actually get the research done, that's not very helpful. You know what? I think it's time for more labs. Where can I tile you from? Can I tile you from... No, definitely not. Okay, let me just grab all of them, and I'll just have to fit some things. What? There we go. Okay, I think that's fine. I think it's fine. We'll see if they're able to do research, I guess. Love the soundtrack, but it needs to chill a little. Probably the best of the Factorio soundtrack to me is actually Fulgora. I really love the Fulgora tracks. Okay, I'm still missing a couple bits. Would really love if the bots would actually come place that. Don't know why they're having a coffee break right now. That one little bit of belt is keeping me from seeing if all of this works or not. Really, guys? Nothing? Okay, well they can build that part first, I guess. That's fine. There we go. Okay, all cool. So the labs do work. I didn't mess anything up. It all tiles just fine. Good to know. So that's going. Research using science. Okay, so we have the, we do have access to thrusters now, which means I can finally set recipes. So you will be ice melting, then you will be red, and you will be blue. So 10 a second, also 10 a second. You produce 20 a second. Okay, so that is correct then. So you take carbon, you take iron ore. Can do. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. So, maybe not. I do need iron. I do need iron. We need to make bullets, so let's have a slightly more intelligent design than just throwing it down. That said, this is the part where I'm always just... I wind up staring at it for a while, and then nothing gets done. So I'm trying not to do that, but that is... the inclination is strong. So let's start with the arms. Let's start with the crushers. Yeah, let's start with the crushers. What I do want to do, though, is you take carbon. So I'm going to have an inserter here that is filtered to carbon. Should have put the filter first. That could have gone wrong. And then we'll just have a belt that goes this way, and that'll feed you carbon. Then I'll do basically the same thing over here, except you're too close. You're too close. Yeah, let's just move you. So I have to put you out at least to here to make room for the underground pipe. And then I want a filtered inserter, but you're going to be for iron ore, not carbon. There we go. So that's going to feed you at least. I can fill this dead space in with solar panels. Kind of. A little bit. Some of it can have solar panels. Should throw modules and everything that'll take modules. I almost tried to put modules in the thrusters. I don't think that's going to work too well. So like I said, let's start with the crushers. So if I have my 3 crushers right here, but then leave a little room. Ideally, I'd actually like them to be horizontal like this. But then this one only gets 2. But I think that's okay. Okay, what I can do is this one doesn't need that there anymore, which means I didn't actually need to move you, but hey, we need the room for solar anyway. So you will be iron ore. Let's just get a filter on you. And then you will be The metallics. And then also the metallics going in. There we are. And then I'm going to just repeat that process down this way for each of the different asteroid types. I guess I'll go in reverse order. So then this one is meant to be carbon. And then this one is meant to be ice. And then I still have to change the asteroid types themselves. There we are. So this one is carbon. And carbon. And then you are ice. And ice. Okay. All good. So that'll work just fine. So this comes down and in and produces the fuel that I need. But just as importantly, it will be able to produce iron, actual iron, for ammo production. So we'll just split that off there. And I think I will prioritize ammo production, because even if we can't move, we still need to be able to shoot. Space efficiency-wise, though, probably be better to put you down here. And then let's grab some... Oh, first, the other line of the belt, and then furnaces. So I think I'll do like 4... maybe? Just... we'll see how that plays out. So, in you go, in you go, in you go. Let's make this a little neater, a little nicer. And then same for the output. So that's going to give us the iron plates. So at this point, I am counting on all of the chunks being fed into the space hub, and then we filter them and buffer them in there. But we don't want to buffer too much, so I will be setting filters for the arms based on what we have in the hub. So let's start thinking about where that can go. So this is going to be the belt that supplies the hub. So this will be any type of asteroid chunk. Yeah, I think that's fine. What I will probably do is connect here and there. You're going to read contents, and we're also going to read contents on the belt, and that'll give us the total chunk content. And then somewhere we'll have like comparators and stuff that'll set filters on the arms. Okay, so iron plates come in this way. Probably turn up somewhere around here. And then we're gonna have guns, of course. Gotta have guns. So while we're stationary around a planet, we do need guns along the side, but they aren't really going to do much while we're actually flying. All the same, we do still need them. So let's say I put you like here. Gonna have room for storage. This is mostly going to be my like personal ferry back and forth, so I'm not too terribly worried about storage. Like, I could throw a couple cargo bays on the side over here if I wanted to, and maybe it's not a bad idea to have just like a couple, but for the most part, I'm not too terribly worried about it. So I'm just kind of reverse engineering this. So if I have an ammo belt here, there's the turret. Then I'll need another gun somewhere around in this area. Let's go ahead and, since I already have those there, I'll just go ahead and pop you there as well. And that makes you mostly kind of symmetrical. So then grab this, and I'll have a gun here as well. So a shape kind of generally like this. And I'll be refining this as I go, but this is kind of what I'm going for. So horizontal flip, vertical flip. Maybe horizontal now? Okay, kind of. We're getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. Kind of, I think, maybe. I do... Let me start with this. So if I horizontally flip you, and that puts you at this level. And I don't really like that very much, but at the same time this pokes out and... Yeah, I'm not super sold on that. Don't want my side and gun turret shooting at irrelevant asteroids and wasting ammo, so I never bother with them, which is apparently some kind of sacrilege on the subreddit, but I know having a spare part or two and some repair packs is plenty to sit in orbit. I mean, for the most part, that's fair. I think I will do this. No, that makes no sense. Why would I do that? Don't do that. Okay, something roughly here-ish, I think is good. We'll figure out the rest as we go, but something like this is probably fine. Let's find the grabby arms and start seeing where I might like to set them. So generally, you want to have arms around where the gun turrets are, because the gun turrets are the ones who are going to be doing all the shooting. I might be able to make this... I'm making this too compact, because I still need more solar. I'm gonna need solar in the front anyway. Like, up kind of in this area. So it doesn't do me any favors to try and build more compact than this is. So let's go ahead and grab at least 2 assemblers, I think, for ammo. Send you around that way. And just see if that's going to be enough. So let's go ahead and fill in these gaps here so it doesn't yell at me. And I mean, I'm going to need to fill in this eventually, so I might as well go ahead and get it going. That way it can at least be sending me supplies and stuff. Let's make you way smaller. And connect out there. Okay. And then kind of just... same there. I think that's fine. That's gonna make ammo. So let's go military, yellow ammo. That's all we can do. Up and split. And away you go. So I am, of course, going to need more guns than what I have right now. There we go. And let's say at least 2 more for the middle here. So this is my belt I want asteroid chunks coming in on. Let's see what I can do with that. So I can underground here. Weird. Weird that it won't let me do that. Whatever. I'll have to fix you when you get here. Anyway, grabby arm. It is kind of in the way of the gun, but I can just move the gun over one, and then it's not a big deal. I would like you to be more, like, here-ish, I think. Maybe, like, there. And then I'll just move this turret down this way somewhere. Yeah, sure, that's whatever. Fine. Let's grab another one and put it kind of the same over here somewhere. Let's move you for now. I'm not feeling you. I'll reroute the belt. And get you, like, right here. Yeah, that's not gonna work, actually, because I still have to get the ammo belt down there. So go up one more, I think. That's not correct, but I can't make it correct right now, so it'll just have to do. And hey, I can put a gun turret there, that works. It works. Okay. So we've got grabbers there, we've got grabbers there. We just need grabbers in the front. Yeah, let's, that's not gonna work, because in space you have to have a space platform, otherwise you're not allowed to have underground. So I definitely need... Actually, place those automatically. I have no idea if that's actually valid or not. I don't know if that will work. We'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, is that connected? Well, the undergrounds aren't, but we'll get there. Let's go ahead and get some modules. Just kind of throw them in everything that'll take them. Oh yeah, I never did set the inputs or the filters for anything. So let's also get the comparators up and going. So, comparators. We will want one for each chunk type. So, green wire, grab from there, connect all your inputs up. And so, let's go in order. Metallic. And carbonic. And ice. Okay, so if you are less than, let's say 12, then we'll output you. And same deal here. If you're less than, let's say 6 then, since that's exactly half of that one. And then ice, we actually want to stockpile ice because ice is a little bit rarer in the inner areas, like closer to the sun. So ice, we will also say 12. Then whatever these outputs are, is whatever we need. So if we have too many oxides, it stops outputting. If we have metallics, I mean. And if we have too many carbonics, then it just stops outputting carbonic. And we can use that to filter what we want on our arm. So just set filter. Now the only problem is we have to hope that this will travel, and it won't. So now we just have to find something to hop off. We can just hop off that belt. There we go. And this is silly. Let's not do that. You can go here. There we go. Okay, I think that's just about good. I think that's good enough for a inner planet little hopper. Mostly I think that's good because I don't feel like messing with it anymore. I don't wanna. If we need more power, there's this whole chunk over here that I can continue adding solar panels to. In fact, since we have so much overhang, we really should add like a couple more engines to the side. We've got 6 on here. We're gonna send at least 10. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to add at least one more engine over here. So that's the blue. Let's get blue in place. And then we need red. Ooh, there's a solar panel in the way. Okay, we lose some solar doing this. Not the best, but it's fine. Yeah, not really any way to reclaim that, it doesn't look like. I can get a panel up there, and there's free room right there. And again, I could put more solar panels here if I do need them. Right now it kind of looks like an apple with a bite out of it, kind of. We need like a stem at the top. I love the way these guns just hang over the side here. That's cool. I never hooked up your output. Whoopsie. Right, you go here. So I can get an inserter there. And then that should be perfectly the size of an underground right here. Something right in there. Which means you have to move somehow. I guess I can put the gun here instead. And that'll work. You, I guess, can output up to here. But that wouldn't work. Wouldn't work because I need an underground in here. But this actually won't really work with undergrounds anyway. Because that's 5 across starting from this inserter. Right. Okay. Spaghetti time. It's bothering me that I can't place undergrounds until the flooring is placed. So I think I'm just gonna wait until the floor is finished to finish the rest of that. Speaking of, how far is that? So we're sending you up already. You are missing LDS. Is there anything I can do with LDS, or is it still just being LDS? Looks like it's probably mostly fine. Everything's running. Like, it's hungry, it's eating everything I can throw at it, but at the same time, it's not like the lines are running dead. And, you know, what else can you ask for? Don't know why that's an underground. Doesn't really need to be. I could say the same about right there. Makes it a lot easier to copy-paste if it's not an underground. Anyway, since that one rocket did just take off with parts in it, let me see if that has made any improvements. Still waiting on it to arrive, I guess. Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no, it didn't make any improvements. So, how is stuff in here doing? We have 150, which is half of what we need, but at the rate that we're producing rocket parts, I don't think this is going to be what's holding us up. Yeah, we just need more of everything. We need more steel and we need more copper. So, as much as I didn't want to, I might start looking for a way to get a little more production out of here. At the very least, steel. I feel like I could squeeze out more steel. More copper would be hard to get in. I'd have to find, like, because these belts are already full. So best I could do is upgrade all the belts leading back this way, and that would be expensive. Oh, hi there. I don't know how you wound up down here. You're not supposed to be here. Goodbye. Did the wall ever get, finished up? Does look like it. So, this portion at least. Let's go ahead and, carry forward this part. So, grab this. Go however far it will let me. And then, once more. Twice. And thrice. Okay, and how far am I? A good chunk. Go ahead and move some roboports forward. So, right at that height, it looks like is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Can I get power? No, I can't get power on one hop. That's too bad. Let's just keep you moving up then. Of course, just want it to be a space platform so bad. I have no idea how that got there, legitimately. I obviously pasted something somehow, but I really don't know how. Okay. And then you can go up there. I think that links up. And then somewhere around in here. I'll leave until those roboports get placed to continue that any further. This doesn't have modules in it. Why do you not have modules in you? Whoopsie. Oh yeah, there's a whole rocket, so I've missed out on productivity for at least one whole rocket. Ah, that makes sense. It just placed with the same coordinates, I guess. Oh, there's another 50 space platforms going up. So, yeah, we're getting somewhere, slowly but steadily. Wonder how power is doing these days. Accumulators not even dipping under like 70%. So we are set. I might go ahead and set up something to disable the boilers. If I can find the boilers, hold on. There they are, below all the pollution and smog. I was able to find them. Let's grab an accumulator. And just put you, like, right here. And I'm just going to disable this belt if the accumulator is too high. So output is A. So you are only enabled if A is less than, like, 33. Which is true at the moment because there is no A. But once the accumulator gets charged up, then it'll cut off the boilers unless we really need them. Why don't they have modules? I thought you copy and pasted the first rocket. I thought I did too, but apparently not. Apparently not. Nearly there on the second silo. Yeah, everything's working as hard as it can, which just isn't hard enough right now. Let's go ahead and start picking up these empty miners. I do notice I have the coal warning. Which is perfectly valid this time. All of my miners are running, and I don't have enough coal. So that's just there to give me enough of an early warning to say, hey, you're gonna lose power and die. So once this builds up enough, this should kick off. I really hope that's going to be enough to preserve my coal patch for a little while, but I do have more coal somewhere in here. The pipeline's too long. Okay, it was fine up until like right in here recently. So I'm going to add a pump like right here. Yeah, look at that. I don't actually remember if I produced pumps or not. I will have to double check. I guess it'll just tell me. Okay, we got pumps. We're A-okay. So grab this, keep it going. And like 2 more should get me to the wall. That's what I'm hoping for. Oh yeah, look at that. Perfect. So, more roboports. You can connect right there. And then I have no idea where that one goes. I'll just have to get power into you somehow. There we go. Yeah, there's not really a good landmark anywhere. It's like a tile below this tree. So like this height. Hold on, I already lost it. Okay, that tree right there. Right there, okay. That's fine. And then you have build coverage over the wall. Okay, finally, we can start making progress on the north. So that one can go there. Let's make sure that's powered. And then that'll start pushing this way. It's just really hard to tell how far I can go without the existing roboport, you know, existing. So I think that works. Yeah, there we go. And then we run out of radar range, and I'm perfectly fine with that, honestly. Let's get back to the station. We've made no progress. Okay, awesome. Cool. Could have sworn we sent up at least 1 rocket of flooring while I've been doing this. Oh yeah, there is 0 LBS coming in. So that's going to be copper, so I really do just need to come upgrade copper. I think I am going to swap to electric furnaces since we've had to automate them anyway. I'm going to make sure I have a whole bunch before committing to that. Electric furnaces. How many I got? I forgot about the programmable speakers. But yeah, we've got a few. I think I will actually bump this up to 150 anyway. And then I'm going to start placing electric furnaces somewhere. And then just kind of cram more copper and steel in. Problem is where? I want to switch to electric because at some point I will be migrating to nuclear, of course, and even right now I have plenty of solar power to last me, so I'm fine using electric right now, and I'm running out of coal. I'm trying to remember now. I think it's, for a red belt, it's 24 for each side, so 48 total. And my thinking is if I compressed both of these furnaces, both of these stacks, like together, and then converted all the belts here into red belts, then I should have enough room to put another red belt of electric furnaces on the side. So I think that's just what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and turn this into red belts all the way. And go ahead and start getting this all upgraded as well. I think this is mostly all within robot range anyway, so they should be able to upgrade most of this. Okay, nothing on this edge, apparently. Let me go ahead and do the top belt at the same time. No reason to do just one of them. Doesn't make any sense. And get you upgraded as well. Okay. Now I can go back to running all the way to the mine. And it's not like I'm going to have this many red belts anyway, so I can take my time. I'm just trying also not to miss any, because having just one yellow belt in the whole line slows the whole thing down to yellow belt speeds. And that's not always very cool. Yeah. We'll do more if we need to do more. So where's the one little section that needs robot coverage? Right down in here. Okay. So we'll extend along this way. And we have nowhere to grab power from. But we will make do. Kind of. Maybe not. Okay. Let's actually just put you there, and then we'll run power up this way. Gonna head out, catch you later. Yeah, we'll see you next one, man. Have a good one. I'll try and catch your own stream later tonight. Assuming I'm not still streaming 10 hours from now, trying to get to, like, still trying to get to, like, Nauvis. Where does this power pole reach? Oh, right there. In you go. And one more. Okay. Does that give me full coverage? Yes, it does. Okay, so the bots will be able to replace this entire belt now, all the way up to the mine. Go ahead and riff all this up. There we go. Okay. Oh, cool. The problem I'm noticing is that I may not be able to pull two red belts out of that mine very long, so I am going to work my way down to this mine as well. I think I will just go across. I might even already have the power pole. Yes, I do. So let's just start going this way, and then down. And I'm practically on top of it already. There we are. And then your orange range goes to just before this tree here. So that's perfectly fine. Yeah, you can go right there. And you end right on this dead tree. So if I start coming down this way, like right there. Can't build in the fog. Okay, fair enough. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm not sure what's going on downstairs, but it smells awesome. It smells kind of like a pan pizza or something. I can't imagine anyone's downstairs making pizza right now. Like, believe me, that's not happening, but it does smell great. Why are you not able? Oh, because I just don't have the belts. That's fine. I did mark 2 to be upgraded as blue belts, which is a problem because I don't produce blue belts. I have no idea where that is, and it's going to prevent them from upgrading to reds is the problem. So I'll have to scan around, see if I can see it. But it's going to be really hard to spot. There you are. Oh, no. Not greens either, just reds. Okay, all good. Yeah, just waiting on LDS. Copper is even just sitting here like it's taunting me. But once production actually starts, then there's not enough production, or not enough copper to keep up with production. It only looks like it's building up now because LDS takes such a long time to craft. But once it actually kicks in again, I think you'll notice that there's not quite enough. Well, maybe there is. Maybe I just need more production then. Yeah, downstream we're fine. I'll wait until I have the new copper hooked up to worry about it. I don't even have the smelters yet. So let's go ahead and... The problem I just realized is I won't be able to get electric furnaces in here. Because if I put you here, you can already see it's a pile wider. So if I try and do the same design just replacing these, it's not gonna work. And I'm not entirely sure what to do about that. Because I do want to start moving away from fuel burning furnaces. So let me do this real quick. I'm gonna just grab that and move somewhere outside of bot range so I can mess around a little bit. Grab a electric furnace and see what I can do. So those are my confines right here. So I have to get power and inserters in here. So inserting from the side, that's no big deal. But what if I just didn't have that? That doesn't make anything any better. I still need, if I'm gonna have like 2 columns, then I need a way to feed them, so I need 2 belts. I just also need 2 outputs. What I could do is space them out like that. And then have inserters in the center. So you have your output belt, you know, like here. And then inserters here. And just carry that up the whole way. And that leaves plenty of room for power as well. Maybe I'll move these down here so I can maybe try and share power from the middle. Yeah, that works just fine. Can I get you 1 tile further? Yes, I can. That just makes it tile horizontally better. Problem is, that's only 4. I would need... I think I need 24 on each side, and that's gonna get pretty big pretty fast. Unless I put modules. I don't remember the ratio for adding modules to them. Or for that matter, beacons or anything like that. Not that I even have access to beacons yet, because that's going to take pink science. And I'm not doing pink science yet. So let's figure out a nice little tileable stamp I can do. So that's 4, 8, 16, and then 24, but the cliffs are in the way, so a little part in the middle is going to be broken. So that is how big it will need to be. It's a little too large. I could try and do a couple columns of smelting right here. That's not an awful idea. Maybe like right here. And then I would just have copper plates follow this down, I guess. I don't know, I'm not really in love with that. Well, best I've got at the moment, anyway. So let's just go for it. Just out of curiosity, I could do 1, 2, at least 3 more. And if I wanted to move this belt, I could get a 4th then, before the bottom cliff was an issue. So let's get you patched up. There we go. I can remove the excess belt from there, and I can remove the excess belt after the last inserter. And then I can replace one of these belts with a copper plate belt. Or it can just allow that to continue smelting. I think the play here is I grab this whole thing and see if I can't stack it up, which it looks like I can. There we go. It actually fits very well. I guess that's because I made it line up with the steel on purpose, but still, you know, comes together well. And then we will remove this entirely, the center belt can stay, I guess. Aside from the part that's coal. So we will still need the coal to be able to move down, actually. Let's just underground that bit right there. And then bring you down. That should be a red belt. I should all of that. We'll upgrade you right there. And I guess I can use the upgrade planner down this way as well. There we go. This is still wood belt. I think I can probably get away with upgrading the wooden belt. And then, once this is complete, which it looks like it mostly is, we're just waiting on belt, I will take the output and replace the top ore line here. Yes, the top ore line can go. So we just get rid of all of this. And it is a long belt. Up until somewhere right around in here, where we will feed into this smelting array. And then, of course, we will just replace all of the red belt. Let's go ahead and do that, actually. And I'll do the same thing back this way. Just to get the most out of our undergrounds. And then the smelting will come down this way, but you're actually the first one, so you have to come out a little bit, especially if I do plan on having more smelters in the future. I need to make sure you come out at least a little bit. And then merge in. All of this up here will be red, of course, but I'm going to lay it as yellow, or at least the first bit. Or literally just the splitter, because that's all I had on me. Oops. There we go. So that'll take all this ore, turn it into more copper. Copper comes down like it always used to. The only difference is now all of these smelters will be in a line, so the same amount of capacity will come up here. But then we just have a whole extra red belt of copper coming in from the electric furnaces. And I might do the same with steel. I would be happier to jump on the smelting steel and electric furnaces, if not for the fact that I just don't have much more good iron to tap around here. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and make sure I actually do tap this one random copper patch down here. So let's grab the mining blueprint, at least once we have radar coverage of it. Yeah, still really nothing in here. Can I do this yet? No, it won't let me. Fair enough. Okay. I'll wait. Oh, there goes a shipment right now. And then another one won't be too far behind. Still having trouble getting all the red belt placed, it looks like. I mean, it's doing its best. It's just this one gear plant's running non-stop. That's just all we got. Maybe I'll throw some speeds in you. Just to help out a little bit. We've got lots and lots of copper. Let me see if I can't just force the bots to throw that in the furnaces. Oh yeah, we got more than a chest of copper. No, I can't even distribution for map view, unfortunately. That would be nice. Can I ghost you? I grabbed the inserter by accident. No, didn't do anything. No, okay. Oh well. What I might do then is let me grab a blue chest, and I will just put that on like a priority split line. Like right here. Upgrade, and then priority input from the right. You don't even have robot coverage. Awesome. Okay. Well, we're gonna need power over here anyway. Let's just figure out where that's gonna come from. It's not, apparently. It doesn't want to come from anywhere. I guess I can pull power from above. Something like that works. And then you're gonna request copper, of course. There we go. So that'll pull all the copper out of storage and throw it back into the furnaces where it belongs. Don't see any other type of ore, so that should be fine. These guys do need electricity, of course. Should have probably incorporated lamps or something into the design, so I'm gonna go around and just add a couple. I think it just looks nicer. And sometimes that's important. Not always, but sometimes. There we go. So let's get power in here. Oh, hello me. Sure, good enough. That's fine. Did the speed modules help with red belt production running, I wonder? Kinda looks like it. Yeah, that guy's... He's not waiting on input, he's not waiting on output, that's just the speed of one assembling machine 2. That's all we got. We're missing around 700, so it's gonna be a minute. But we will get there, slow but steadily. Unfortunately, all of my copper is disconnected during this time, so I think I'm going to come down here and mark this with yellow belts and then request it to be upgraded. I do kind of wish there was an easier way to do that, because I find myself wanting to do that often of, hey, I really want this to be built, I'd like it to be red, but it's cool if it has to be upgraded later. There we are. Like this whole stretch through here. It would be perfectly cool if this was built with yellow first and then upgraded later. But really the only way I know how to do that is to just manually build it and then mark it for upgrade. That is a lot of belt. I do have to admit, that is a lot of belt. Granted, as I've said a couple times, I would usually have long since started using trains, especially for something like this, just because I like trains and I like messing with them. I just haven't actually gotten around to setting up all the infrastructure needed for that yet. So, until then, long belts reign supreme. Let's keep you guys in here. There we go. And then, once again, big upgrade mark. There we are. And I guess I'll do the same for all of these input lanes. And then just mark them. And the other side. Oh, I ran out of yellows. Well, let me stand in logistics range and get resupplied, I guess. They should be kind of just furiously flying out here to come resupply me. Though I don't really see anything. Oh, there's a chain. We got the whole logistics centipede coming for me. They're gonna shatter into a giant star. Yep. I was like, right now. Because there is no way they were gonna make it all the way over to me. I just knew it. I could feel it. But here they come. Here's the bulk of them. Don't imagine I even need all that many more. Probably good at around 200. Yeah, let's go ahead and just make all these solid at least. Oh yeah. I only needed like 170. Okay, we do need to do the inlets here, where they actually output stuff. And let's get, how many more of these are? Okay, there's quite a few more of these. There's a few. Well, it's gonna help LBS at least. I could have just sat around and done nothing, or I could make copper better. So I made copper better. There we are. And let's just keep it going. It is kind of my hope that maybe by the time I finished here, that the ones on the end will already be filled in, but I have to remember that there's like 700 things marked for upgrade, so that seems unlikely. They have a 1 in 700 shot for each of these little wings to be upgraded, I guess. I like, see, that one, almost, this one, almost. There we go. Okay, well that's more copper than I had before. I love the way actually it looks when you get items traveling across different speed belts. The way that it like speeds up and slows down, they clump up and spread apart. It is very fun. Like it's kind of awesome, really. I wish there was a practical, useful reason to do this, but for the time being, you get to see it while you're upgrading belts. Okay, so let's check on the status of our rockets. We have the third silo placed, which is nice to see. It does unfortunately mean the LDS is going to be spread across 3 silos now, though. I almost feel like maybe I should output priority these to make sure I try and fill one rocket before I try and fill the next. So yeah, there is no copper here whatsoever. It's currently all being eaten by circuits. But that's because this hasn't been placed. Okay, so right now we're actually operating on half of our copper from before, not like twice. So let's get to this place then. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm gonna put that there as a marker. And then, okay, it's right even with that. So it just literally didn't even place one. And then yellow becomes red. Yellow becomes red. There we go. All good? All good. Okay. So now we've got a red belt coming in this way. And then we'll have another red belt over here once we actually have all of this changed over to red belt. It almost looked like there was a flicker of yellow in there, but I think I was just... my eyes were playing tricks on me with the color of the wire there. Yeah, this is pretty compressed anyway. And I don't think that's because it's compressed down here. I think it's just a good belt. We're good. Okay. Go ahead and upgrade this direction to red, and then probably not bother beyond that. I think that's good enough. We're sending most of our copper into green circuits anyway. Okay, so that does seem to be helping the copper situation pretty tremendously. We've actually got copper coming down this way now, which is more than I could say before. Coal is still not great. Yeah, coal is in fact running out. I'm just trying to make sure it's not just filling buffers or something. And it might be, but it does look like we're just actually using that much coal. So maybe we're filling buffers, because I think we're filling part of this end, because that was all new belt, and now it's flowing this way, but this is backed up here, so it should back up into these undergrounds and then start backing up this way. I would assume. But maybe not. Well, we do need another coal patch anyway. Let's see where the next nearest coal patch is. Coal right there. That's not too bad at all. So let's grab the old mining blueprint. Get it prepared. Looks like it hits the top. And in we go. Okay, all cool. Now, where do I want to get coal in from? I guess it's going to go below stone. That seems the most reasonable area, and then that keeps this clean mostly. Because we do want the coal to come in and hit around in here. And it's too messy to try and hit up in this area somewhere. So I'm thinking just right along this area. Maybe just like right here. I'm gonna have to underground. Let's at least underground properly. And where does that get me? Okay, so coal's right there. I would really like it if these belts were reversed, actually. Because otherwise it's going to interfere with the furnaces down here. It is a little tricky, though, being that it's right on the edge of this cliff. Yeah, I think I'm literally going to have to, like, twice underground here. And then merge them together, because there's just no room to do, like, good merging over here. Barely enough room to get over the cliffs at all, actually. So, going down, and then in, like so, and that'll get me my belt of coal. There we go. And in. Okay. These should be connected and all, they just need power. Okay. So, where did I want that to go again? Right down here. Okay. So, let's grab you. Gonna underground right there. Get past the cliff. And I guess we're gonna underground here to get over the cliff. And that's outside build range. So I will need another roboport over here. Let's, in fact, go ahead and just grab one. Put it like... right there is a perfect fit, actually. There we go. And that should be close enough that a medium reaches. Just barely. Just barely. In you go. Okay. So that's going to give us a belt of coal coming up this way. And then we can just merge it in here. We're going to need to underground the timber. That's not exactly a big deal. I'd actually prefer you moved up one. And then let's go ahead and start upgrading the timber belt to a yellow belt. I know extreme, but you know. Let's get wild. I do need to get fuel down to these guys, actually. There we are. And there we are. Okay. Continue upgrading you all the way up to here, and then turn, and in, and yeah. It can do whatever it wants from there. I just wanted to get something going. Oh, we did have to tap into the boilers, it looks like. So, solar is not quite enough to make it through the night anymore. I guess with the electric furnaces now. Might mean that it's time to grab a few more solar panels then. So let's just grab this whole thing and just duplicate it right below. There we are. So that'll take the bots a little while, but that'll be a lot more solar to go. And if I need more than that, then I've already got uranium. I'll just set up a reactor somewhere. I've only got one uranium-235 though. It does look like that was all of the sulfuric acid. I might go ahead and just set up a little request system down here. Let's see. Why am I blanking? Inserter. There you go. And then let's get a... I think I will do a red chest. I think it should be purple. And then a blue chest. And there we go. We'll keep, like, 100 in here. I think that's fine. And then, of course, I will have to set something up that barrels it as well. I don't know... I did not want to hit undo there. Let's just copy that and come up to where the sulfuric acid is. And just throw you, like, right there. Give you some power. Power doesn't work well there. Okay, whatever. It can just not work well. That's fine. Blue chest. You're gonna be empty barrels. Barrel? You... And like 100, sure. Not a purple. That's a bad idea. You will be a red. And then you will only keep like 100 in storage at any given time. There we go. Okay. Does mean I gotta get bot coverage down here. I literally already do. Never mind. We are a-okay. I don't have a purple chest because I guess I never automated them. Oh, I don't have them researched. Yeah, that makes sense. This takes science I don't have access to. That also takes science I don't have access to. I did notice those had the wood and steam science on them. Coverex, I guess, is fine. Platform request is fine. That takes yellow science, so never mind. Where's the next tier of bullet damage? That takes utility science, okay. And then, yeah, that's locked. Okay. Well, I'll just throw some stuff in there to keep the labs busy, but I guess we're mostly done with research for now. Yep, belt immunity, why not? Have fun. Okay. How is this guy going? Looks like he just needs platform. Yeah, he should be good to go, he just needs platform. Platform and crushers and cargo base. Okay. Which I think is mostly just rocket limited. I think we probably have the supplies to send, we just don't have the rockets to send it up in. So now that we have a good supply of materials, I will just expand this again. And by expand, I do of course mean double. Because if you're gonna make something bigger, why not just double? Does mean plastic's gonna have to make a turn and come down. So, split. Right there. And then just keep on keeping on. Okay. Well, I certainly can't imagine that not being enough LBS. And if I need to expand blue circuits next, good luck. How is space platform faring? Full, but we are out of power. Oh, well, that's, I haven't seen that achievement in a while, but I haven't had a new install of the game in a while either. I guess I probably should start thinking about reactors. Granted, I can't do anything until I have sulfuric acid, but, you know, could start thinking about them. Oh, I can't make purple chests, so I guess you do just get to be a red chest. Do I have the thing making sulfuric acid? Does look like I do. Your recipe is wrong. Let's go sulfuric acid and fill barrel. There we go. That'll start getting us some uranium coming in. Yeah, this whole patch is, it's going pretty quick. So let's go ahead and get you merged in here. A little tricky to do though. Because I will need coal down here also. In fact, maybe I'll just move where the coal connects in down there. I'm not exactly sure how, but it needs to be down here. Let's do something like that. Okay, this is really bad and awful. Don't judge. Don't judge me, I'm judging myself. If we both judge me, then that's too much. Okay, coal can come down here. There we are. And connect in there. And then there we go. Okay. There's the great connection. And then you priority input from the right. Just to clear out the starter patch. And then the new coal can take up the slack. We are gonna run out of green circuits. In fact, we have, because we have no wood, because we have no fuel. So it was actually pretty important that I didn't delay that. I'm very glad I went ahead and just grabbed the coal patch when I did, because I didn't know it was actually that bad. Anyway, that's one more problem solved. Gonna take a while for all of that coal to work its way back down here into there, so I might even just manually request some. There is a little bit of coal in the system, so let's just throw a few pieces into each, just to get them jump started. There we go. Okay. So, one more crisis averted. What do I do next? I have plenty of space platform. Comparatively to what I need, I guess. Next rocket is on its way. I can't make the next tier of productivity modules until I've been back to Nauvis. I keep thinking about that, but it's just not possible to research it. We're waiting on belts to be delivered. Interesting. Still getting red belts to upgrade over there, I guess. Still bits and pieces coming in. How is the new LDS setup holding up? Looks like it's running smoothly. Is plastic doing okay? It does look like plastic's doing okay still. Yeah, the last machine's not even kicking on, so I'm gonna say it's fine. There we are. Oh, we are getting trickles of LDS down into the second rocket as well, which is nice to see. That means we are finally producing more than one rocket by itself can consume. How are blues? Okay, blues are probably the weak link now, though granted, we don't have any greens right now, so once green circuits resume, we'll see how that goes. No greens because, of course, there were no basics because there was no wood. Speaking of wood, I should probably upgrade the wood belt. At this point, there's no reason for them to be wood on wood belts, even though that is kind of funny. I think it's probably not very helpful right now. Is there any section where it's still wood belt? Yes, right here. All yellow through there. Let's see. All yellow through here. And it's actually a greater ratio of wood to lumber than the other way around, so if I want a yellow belt of lumber, I certainly need a yellow belt of wood coming in. So all of the wood should also certainly be upgraded to yellow. Which it does actually look like it is. I don't see any unupgraded belts, at least. That's all running fine. We've got plenty of lumber coming in. If I wanted to, I could even increase that. So I think I will. In fact, let's just double it. Doesn't even fit vertically. Doesn't even fit. Like, not even close. So I guess I will do... I guess I can flip it. And then put it over here. I think that's fine. There we are. Okay, and then I just have to get the wood up and out. Where might I be able to do that, actually? That's a little tricky. I guess I have to underground the coal here. And then bring you in. And up. And there we go. Might as well upgrade the wood belt through here. Seems silly to just leave that. Okay. I do think we're clearing up. There's quite a bit of backlog of wood, but I do think we're finally clearing through that now. Bot should come in and finish placing this in just a second. I would hope. And good. Okay. So hopefully that'll help with circuits as well. Just having more wood. I might even expand this out just because we do have the productivity modules in them, so that is going to be slowing it down some. But I think I'll probably make just another 2. I don't even know if I'll be able to feed that many, but well, now we have them. And then maybe start upgrading the belts leading out. go. And just wherever the next split is. Yeah, I'll stop there. But I do feel like a little bit of upgrading is probably due. There we are. Nearly got all the reds down as well, so everything's finally coming together. Speaking of which, is there a good source of iron anywhere? No, I've kind of got all the good iron patches tapped already. I'd have to make a big push if I wanted to get this iron patch. This iron patch. Yeah. Oh, nest has settled on the inside of my wall, so I guess I have to go take care of that. And then I'll focus on wall expansion just a little more. And then I think it is time to return to Lake Nauvis. So I'll start putting together a shopping list of what all I want to take with me, which, to be perfectly clear, I have no idea. I don't really know what's going to be good to take. Let's make sure shells are selected. And probably turn off bots so they don't try and build the wall behind the nest. That doesn't sound very productive. And let's take them down. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. I'm sitting in spitter goo and dying. Let's not do that. Personal's on, go have fun. Yeah, I know you want to play stuff so bad. Let's see if I can't get a few roboports placed around in this area. So you have no power. Sure don't. That's because your power pole has not been placed. So let's go deal with that. You're somewhere around in here. A little left of the box, I know. What's the mod pack called? This is just something I threw together myself. This is Space Age, Nauvis, and Meraxis. So Nauvis and Meraxis are custom planets, and then Space Age just Space Age. So I'm mostly ready to hit Nauvis now. Vulcanus is actually a starter planet, so it makes for a fun dynamic. I'm actually heading back to Vulcanus after having not been there for a long time. You can see this is what the starter base looked like. Everything's made of wood, and you can see that when I left, the wooden rocket launch pad, believe it or not, caught fire and didn't last very well. So it was very much a one-way trip. I'm about to head back and make the research permanent, though, because I'm going to need it from here on out. If you want more information about the map, you can check out the description. This is the April Factorio community map, so if that's something that sounds interesting, then give it a shot. You have no power. Why not? Why am I palpitating? There we go. Is there fuel in the pipes? There's not fuel in the pipes because we're missing one. Now there's fuel in the pipes. I do have a few flame turrets, so I'll go ahead and do that just to get the fuel traveling along. Lasers are online. Okay, very cool. Yeah, guys, there's no landfill coming for you, so you should just come back. That is connected. Very good. Let's go ahead and get back done. And let's see. So all these roboports along the way are eventually going to get placed. Let's see, so you end at that power line. So if I put you here, that's a good stretch. And then since you're actually physically there, I get to see where the next one should go, which is a big bonus, believe it or not. And I'm most of the way across the wall now. There we are. Can I get, like, one more? Can I close the distance with just one more roboport? Does not look like it. It's gonna need a few more. Okay. So to the left of this laser here. So right there. And then you are right on top of that laser there. So like right here. I would go a little more to the right, but there's a cliff in the way, and I've obviously not been to Vulcanus yet, so no cliff explosives for me. Alright, where'd I leave the tank? Over there somewhere, okay. Can I drive the tank to me? And then the tank can drive me back to base, because I think it's a little faster to drive in the tank than it would have been to walk over to the tank. Is it more challenging than vanilla? I'm currently breaking my head with Angels and Bobs, so anything easier would be a good break. Funny you'd say that. We just finished up an Angels and Bobs run, February. So January and February were set aside as an Angels and Bobs, map. But then March was a big, just vanilla, easy map. And then this month is just vanilla Space Age with a few extra planets. There is a little extra challenge in that Nauvis adds a wood prerequisite. Not by default, that was me, I added it to the settings, but there is a wood prerequisite to most of the main buildings, like inserters and assemblers and things like that. So it makes it a little more challenging, but certainly not Angel Bob's challenging. If you want to see what the extra difficulty looks like, it mostly comes down to this area at the bottom. I have these tree farms down here. In fact, it looks like this one isn't operational yet, so let me throw some wood in here to get him started. But plant trees, harvest wood, they come up into these structures here, the sawmills, which for some reason don't have coal right now, but I'll get on that. And then they produce lumber, which is turned into basic circuits. Like you can see, it's just lumber and copper, which are a prerequisite of green circuits. And there's a few other things in here, but I think you get the idea. Like there is a wooden tier of transport belt that is a prereq of regular transport belt. But yeah, nothing like Angel Bob's. Let's see, where do I want to go from here? I've got this running, this is fine. I've got a grand total of 2 uranium, okay. I mean, I guess progress is progress. The wall should be coming together now, so I should be almost ready to leave the planet. This wall will probably need some help at some point. I don't think that's going to stand up to big biters at all, so if we get a big push through here, that is definitely going to cave. We have an expansion down here. Let's go stomp that out. It's a little harder to get around ever since I put the furnaces in, but not too bad. So let's just go around the solar farm. And let me look at map view as long as there's nothing in my way. Aim away from the power poles. And let's see. You're straight down that way. Okay. Make sure I have shells selected. And happy hunting. For now, it's still not too bad. But, it won't stay not too bad for very long. They're also right behind a cliff. That's awful. That's terrible. Okay, I think it may have helped more than it hindered, but I am stuck now. Please don't kill me. Thank you. Please go away. Okay, personal's back on. Catch me up, guys. Oh, cool. They do like settling right around in this area for some reason, and I'm not really sure why. I think I'm gonna go take out this little tiny nest right there. It might be giving them, like, a foothold into this area, even though there's the lake there. Just with the way that biters expand, maybe it would be better if this one nest wasn't here. And there we go. I can patch the tank up when I get home. Ain't no biggie. Gonna check it out after the Angel Bob figure. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I love Angels and Bobs. It's a big pack and it's tough, but it is a lot of fun. But I'd also say just going in for a regular Space Age after so long. I haven't played regular Space Age in over a year now, so it's been good. And it's, even then, not really regular Space Age, like I was saying. There's a little spice to it, but it's mostly been regular Space Age. So I will say, this is my second stream. The first stream I went for... Oh god, is this the third? I don't remember now. Is this day 2 or 3? This is day 3, okay. But, my first day was all like Nauvis, and then my second day was setting up Nauvis, and somehow I'm still on Nauvis. And I'm not quite sure how that's worked out. Usually I can get off Nauvis in like 8 hours, but something somehow hasn't been working out very well. Let's park the tank so I always know where it is. And speaking of which, how is the platform looking? Pretty much finished. Okay, I can get the undergrounds in place, finally. It wouldn't let me before because there were no solid platforms underneath it, and without the solid platforms, you can't build undergrounds of any sort. So what do you still need? You need the cargo bays, and that's literally it. I'm not even sure I want to wait for the cargo bays, to tell you the truth. It would be nice if I had a method of buffering bullets. I never finished the arms, again because I couldn't place undergrounds correctly. So let's move the solar panel out of the way. And get you placed. And then see what I can do from there. Oh, this is not going to be pretty. I can already tell. This is not good. Honestly, should play regular Space Age one day. Vanilla, I only really gone to Vulcanus and Vulgora, never further. Upped immediately into Angels Bob when I saw it was updated for 2.0. Honestly, can't blame you there. Angels and Bob is like, that's the highlight, that's the peak Factorio experience for me. But at the same time, I think you are kind of missing out if you don't give the DLC a try. Have to move this gun turret. I don't know where it's gonna wind up. It just can't be there. Maybe I can get it. Nah, that's just taking up more space to accomplish the same thing. Okay, in you go. So, gun turret, where'd you go? There we are. Okay, I can put you here. If I make that an underground, and then go an underground until there. There we are. Okay, technically this works. Technically this is fine. I can't underground there. Oh. Okay. You just have to move forward then. I literally can't do anything about that. And now I can underground. Okay. That's fine. And then that inserter just moves up there. No big deal. Has this arm just never caught anything? Hard to say. What happened here? What is this? Actually, really would like to have that solar panel there. So let me see if I can move the gun turret around. Make that work. Not really, unfortunately. Not really. Okay, well, hopefully I don't need it. Here you go. And let's just, manually place a bit of ammo in you. There we go. Okay, so let me make sure everything is working as intended. So everything, this whole belt is connected to the circuit condition as well as the hub. It is reading the contents. Those contents are being fed into you, and that is setting your filter thanks to these deciders. So I have no ice, 1 carbon, and 22 metallic. So metallic has been disabled because it is not less than 12. Very good. Yes, and I can see only carbon and ice. Okay. Oh, cool. I definitely need the extra storage, but that should be on the way. I can underground over one of these. So I'm kind of thinking maybe I extend you that way and get rid of this one. Because I want to have some way of cycling ammo through the hub. That seems important to me, as both storage and a way that I can read how much ammo that I have. That's usually something that I do. I can skip a little bit right there. And you could underground that way. Not that that would really help anything. I'm pretty locked in right now. How about this? How is power? Power's good, but we also aren't making fuel right now. Once these kick on, fuel will go up. I also don't have pumps up here or anything, which I really should. So let's grab a few pumps. There we are. I also don't really have places to put pumps. Okay, hold on. I can put you there. And there. Okay. And then for the blue... blue's a little harder. I could... Okay. I can connect you there and get rid of those. And then... pump... Then pump into here. That's acceptable. So the way that I want this to work is I want a percentage-based on and off schedule. So arithmetic into a comparator. There we are. So arithmetic gets a signal, doesn't really matter what. Let's say t for time, and we add 1 to it, and then that's it. We make sure to feed that signal back into ourselves, and then that output also goes into a comparator. Do I even need the comparator? Yes, I do. That's actually important. In fact, I feel like there's a way to do this in a little less, but let's not be too fancy with it. Let's flip you around and wire your output into your input and vice versa. So you're going to read P, and you're just going to make sure that you are less than 100. And if you are, then we just want to output T. In fact, let's output checkmark just to keep things... No. We have to output T because we're going to use T. Never mind. I'm already forgetting what I'm doing. So as long as T is being output from here, then we will run the pumps. I'm just using these as stepping stones because I wouldn't be able to reach the pumps in one go otherwise. So let me come down here. You are completely ready to go. So let me grab a requester chest, and I'm going to request three cargo bays, 1 arithmetic combinator, and 2 pumps. There we are. And then probably just however many repair packs I can get up there. What is your rocket? 100? I'll request 100 then. Oh, those were fast techs. You take yellows. That's not gonna happen. Anything else? I think I might be out of science, pretty much. I can get these things that I don't really care about, but other than that, I am out of science. So let's see, are these coming in? Yes, they are. They do seem to be. So up here, what's any updates on anything? Doesn't really seem like it. I might, for fun, try and get some long arm inserters up there as well. So let me see if I can go to the space station and just throw a couple long arm inserters on here. Like that. Just so that it will request them. I know I could come in here and do it, but, you know, whatever. Okay, there we go. So, no. Do not do that. Do not send up an entire rocket for 50 longhand inserters, please. So let's see what I can get in here. Handful of repair packs. I'm gonna add more, but I'm looking for the pumps that I can't find for some reason. There's 3 of those. I'm blind. There we are. 2 pumps. Don't know why there's 3 in there, but I want 2. Was there anything else I was requesting? No, that looks like it. So then the rest can be repair packs, wherever they went. Did I trash them? I probably trashed them. Okay. Let's increase my maximum amount. And then just temporarily request like 100. Gonna be a second, but I guess I can also just throw whatever I've got in there. And I may as well throw the extra pump in there and the extra storage guy in there, just in case we take a big hit and lose something. It's good to have some extras. Okay, the repair packs are starting to come in now. Why are they... No. 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 That was so close. Okay. There you go. And deliver. Have fun. Now I can get you back to normal. Okay, and now I can turn on automatic requests again. Now that it's not going to cause me to have an aneurysm. So, there we are. Okay, so those finally got built. We have our expanded inventory room now. Everything is cool. What I would like is if I could somehow get ammo in here, and that's what I was thinking these long arms could be for somehow. Though even then it's not looking good. Yeah, the whole top's taken up, the sides are taken up. The only way I could do it is if I could do something with the bottom, and even then that doesn't look promising. For the ammo belt, at least. Let me see if there's a way I could just get it out, because getting it in is easy. I just gotta figure out how I would get it out. So if I put that there, let's set a filter first. So use filter, yellow ammo. So let's say I put you right there. You would try and deposit onto the blue inserter right there. I mean, that's not ideal. Yeah, it's not ideal. What if I just moved the smelting column down one? It would just pull off the same belt as here. Oh well. I would like it to be prioritized, but it can just pull off before the blue stuff. No, I think that would just kill me. I think I'd just be stranded in space. I don't think that's a good idea at all. Let's try moving the furnaces themselves over. Which means the belts must also move. So what if I just moved you over this far? And then that inner belt had to go over there. Like that. With the goal being that I somehow hook up back into this line right here and make a complete loop. You could make the long inserter that takes from the crusher a long arm and then a short arm for the ammo. That is a good idea. I do like that. Nauvis has pipeline issues. I'll get to that in just a minute. Yeah, let's grab a long inserter. I'm gonna play around with that. That's a good idea. Let's take you, and you're just gonna be in the clipboard for a minute. Break you. And then best I can do is right there. I think that's fine. And then you can be an ammo inserter. Filter, ammo, cool. That can be picked up. And then we still need to underground right here, but now it's not nearly as bad. This can move up one. There we are. And there we are. Okay, that's... I mean, that's working. It's not beautiful, but it is working. It also has the advantage of putting it on both sides of the belt, which I do like, as a extra bit of buffer space. And now I can just come over here. I can't really work the belt in and around, but I can at least split and then bring it in. And we're going to have a condition to only load so much into here. So you are going to be enabled when ammo is less than, let's say 1,000. I think 1,000 is reasonable, given our storage space here. That's, I think, just one full line of ammo. Also, you have a lot of carbon in you. I have a feeling carbon might be misconfigured. Carbon is not configured at all. Neither is ice. Well, that's why you check. So, carbon. Let's say I only want to keep, what's your stack size? I think it's 50. Let's keep 200 max. And then ice. Ice is a little rarer on these planets closer to the sun, so I'll keep 4 stacks, or 400, which is 8 stacks of you. Again, given our storage size, that should be no problem whatsoever. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. So we're gonna fill up the belt with ammo, and then once the belt has been filled, we will begin storing it, and then once we have a buffer, I can detect that and then leave for a new planet. And I think the ship is complete. Like if I go here, I can add Nauvis as the home station. We're going to wait here until all requests are satisfied in case there is something I need. If we've taken damage, I'm not actually 100% sure how that works. I'm gonna say if there's any damage, we wait. I have no idea what this does, to be perfectly honest with you, but the condition is false right now, so yeah. No, I don't like that. Never mind. I don't think that's correct. And then yeah, that's fine, just all requests satisfied. And then I'm going to add a condition for item count. So there you are. And yellow ammo. I only want to leave if I have more than like 600 ammo present. And then we'll add a station for Lignumus. And then just all requests satisfied, I guess. And I probably want to be careful not to automatically leave Lignumus as soon as I get there, because it'll just strand me again, which wouldn't be super cool. Where's the pipeline? Okay, so somewhere up in here we just need a pump. Let's grab one, and you can just go right there. Probably don't even need that. By one tile I do. Awesome. Okay. And then I'm sure I'm going to need another one somewhere in here, but that one pump is going to change where it's going to be, so I'll wait until I know. Anyway, Is there anything in here that I still need to do? I've got the tank down there, so the wall's coming together pretty well, so we shouldn't have any problems from the west or from above. So I think I'm going to bring the tank and park it somewhere around in here, because when I'm off planet, if I have any issues, it's probably going to be either this iron mine or something to the south expanding. So let's grab the tank, make sure it's stocked up first of all. I'm going to turn off my combat, but also take the shells out and shove them in there. Probably one of the ammo clips as well. And then let's just drive over somewhere to the southeast. Don't really have anywhere in particular in mind. I just want to be that way. Copper also looks a little spotty. I'm gonna have to go take a look at that. Somewhere probably just on the other side of the road is good. Like, right here is cool. Thanks, guys. Have fun. Take it all. I'm never going to be able to find that if I need it. Let's get all this ripped up. None of this is necessary anymore, and it's just kind of in the way. Same down here. You're all empty. Let's just pick you up and make room for something else someday else. The radar can stay. Radar's our friend. Solar panels still coming together. Everything's cool. We've got another fluid problem. Okay, so it's not going to tell me in any helpful manner where I actually need to put stuff. It's just going to say, yeah, you need one. Maybe once this pump is placed down, it'll be better. It should be on its way. I'm surprised it's not here by now. I guess it's a long journey for a little bot. Just hasn't had the opportunity. So everything else got placed, which is making me question that. All the pipes around it, even the ones that I moved and placed way after the pump, have been placed. Pump itself just hasn't. Oh, there you are. You just came from all the way downtown. Okay. So once that gets placed, I'll look to see if that helps figure out where the pump goes. Does that update the alert? Not at all. Okay. I'll just say somewhere in here then. Maybe here? Looks good. Yeah, that should be cool. That's not very long to go, so one pump should be able to handle that. I would love to get a southern wall in, but that's effort. Probably a good idea to take out this expansion base down here, though. So I am going to go handle that real quick. Let me not run into my oil pipe. Let's see, it's on the other side of the solar farm, so let's just go around on top of it. The tank's not very fast, but it'll get us there soon enough. Make sure shells are selected. And as long as I don't run into a power pole, I can flip into map view here. Let's get a look. So it's more west. We want to go more west. Okay, so not a very big nest, it doesn't look like, but it will probably put up a bit of a fight since they are big biters now. Or not. It'll go down super easy. Just gotta take out the warnings first, and the spitters. and everything else will just go down on its own. Oh, cool. Okay. I'm ready to leave the planet, I think. I want to do a equipment check, see if there's anything that I want to take with me. Like probably some roboports, things like that, but other than that, I am good to go. There is no source of iron or copper on Lake Nauvis, so I do want to be a little bit cautious before I head out. That's why I keep saying I want to do, you know, a shopping list basically before I leave. Because if I get there and I don't have all the things that I need, then I'm just kind of stuck. And I just have to... I would say just have to fly back, but I literally couldn't if I wanted to, because I won't be able to make a rocket silo. I thought that was a biter nest. I kept seeing red on the minimap, and I was so confused what that could possibly be. I knew something hadn't expanded, like, literally right here. But I was seeing that. Gonna catch some sleep. Good luck with the run. Looks good. Hey, appreciate it. And have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, let's see. Let's set requests for assembling machines. So... let's call this the new planet group, I guess. So anything I need for making planet drop the first time can go in here. So you, accumulators, probably some productivity, speed, and efficiency modules. Just cause why not? We will definitely want assemblers and inserters. Let me actually dig through recipes real quick. So you do take iron and circuits, of course. Iron only comes from iron ore. Right. Okay. So what I'm wondering is there's a machine that you get, this guy, the deep miner. And I'm not entirely sure what he does. He yields gold. Okay, so that's just a better way of getting a whole bunch of gold. Also, it looks like I might not be able to make that on Lake Nauvis itself because it takes steel and concrete. I also happen to notice it says 12 to 13 concrete. Oh, that's the recycling recipe. Never mind. Okay. I was looking at that. I was so confused. How can you yield 12? How can you... Yeah, okay, never mind. That's fine. All good. Okay. Can be made in a foundry, which is interesting. So anyway, I do definitely want to make a few of these. Rocket capacity is 1, so they're heavy boys. Okay. I guess I will go set production of that up in the bot mall, though. Here's fine. So... wait, what? Production building, deep miner, go for it. And then you are going to be deep miner. And we want to keep, like, I don't know, 2, I guess. They're a little expensive, but they're not too bad. They do have request on. So they should be sending rockets up to fulfill the requests I just set. Not really sure why they're not. Not enough to fill a rocket. Not enough to fill a rocket. Makes sense, I am actively expanding the solar field. Makes sense. Those have already arrived. Those have arrived. Um, maybe some lasers, I guess? Lasers are probably cool. No, even just like substations. Substations, power poles, probably nice. I am running out of space quickly though, so I might have to make more storage. Yeah, I have too many carbonic asteroids. Why do I have so many carbonic asteroids, actually? It says... You know what? Maybe I did need a trash chute somewhere. Do I have enough power? It looks like I have enough power. Granted, I'm not moving yet. Once I start moving, everything may change. Rocket capacity... Where does it show 25? Okay. I was wondering why only 25 appeared. So... Yeah, I need a way to get rid of trash, I think. Everything's pretty tight though, so I don't really know how that's gonna happen. Oh, also you don't have ore, so there you guys go. Have fun. Yeah, why do I have so many carbonic asteroids? How many do I have? I have 43 in here. That is too many. Oh yeah, things are starting to spill. And I don't think I have good ways to get rid of this, other than sending it to Nauvis. So, for right now, that's what I'm doing. But let's get a more long-term solution in here. Okay, so here's the idea. In addition to setting filters here, I can also set filters on you. There we go. So that way you at least won't pick it up. But that's only a band-aid solution. So let me move this cable to here, and then disconnect from there. And then you go that way. And we're going to... I could just do this again, but the opposite direction. And then this is trash. I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, but I don't really care right now. Do I have combinators? I do have enough of those. Okay, if I had arithmetic, there might be an easier way, but I'm not sending some up here just to make this more compact. That is a little too silly. So let's say more than 12. More than 12. More than 12. Connect you in, and connect you in. So splitter's not going to work there. That just comes in, that's fine. Read, hold, yeah, okay. Let's do like that instead. And then we're going to take the output here, set your filter, but you are an inverted filter. Notice this one's ice, this one's everything but ice. So when we have too much of something, then we throw it this way, and then this is going to get tossed into space. There we are, and there we are. So if we want to store it, when it arrives, it goes in. If we have too many, I can even increase this limit if I want. So let's say like 15, 8, and 15 again. That way they're not like playing this constant tug of war game, and I can control how much of a buffer I want and how much I want to just get rid of. Actually, I can't, because then it would just build up here. They actually need to be exact. Okay. Well, I'm glad I noticed before I did anything else. Okay, that's fine. So then if we want to store it, it goes in. If we don't want to store it, it goes out. Now, the carbonics that are already in here I can't do anything about, but, you know, we'll need them eventually. Alright, we don't have any accumulators, we don't have the solar panels. Probably should increase these to 100 and 100. But even then, I don't know if that's gonna work. I already have a cargo bay, so cargo bays don't need to be fully connected like reactors do, they just need to touch. So I think what I'm going to do is move this gun to be here, and then this cargo bay needs to go here, which means this actually needs to go down one further. So give me a belt, and then let me scavenge. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay. Yeah, let me just do that. And then the gun has to go a little lower. There we go. Pick that up. And then I think that's fine. We need a little more space platform, unfortunately, this way, but, you know, such is life. We were more than prepared, it seems. So let's see. Just accumulator and solar panels, which again makes sense. We are actively expanding the solar panel, the solar farm. So ammo still building up as well. Oh, there we go. I was wondering why it was taking so long to build up an ammo stockpile. I knew it should be faster than that. Okay, how is power looking? Dipping into the negative every so often. I do have more efficiency models I can sling around. Not that that's going to do much, but, you know, I had them. Okay, it's not too bad right now. I guess the crushers aren't running, which is the big one. So let's go ahead and throw on just a few more solar panels. And hopefully that'll bring us... Oh yeah, that's much cleaner. Even with the crushers running, I think we should probably be fine. Yeah, okay. So that's cool. Let's see if there's anything I can do to force more solar panels or accumulators to be made. And if not, then I'm going to just go ahead and leave. So let's see. Where am I? Okay, so here's accumulators. They're doing their best. They're getting used. Yeah, they're just running. Okay. So I can just do more. Let's raise that so that it copy and pastes a little nicer. There we are. And then these can be logistics limited rather than the weird circuit limit thing that I had to do. Let's clear that. There we go. So circuit, go away. Logistics, accumulators. Let's keep like 600. Yes, yes, okay. There we go. And now all of them can lose the wire. Oh, cool. Get you connected in, and you connected in. Wait, what is this supposed to be? Batteries? Don't think that even made it up there. Okay, sure. Why not? Wait, am I requesting batteries for some reason? Could have sworn they just brought me a battery. Oh, my fish spoiled. I guess I had fish on me at some point. Bon voyage, fish. Yeah, the solar panels are just about to solve themselves. It's really just the accumulators that needed a hand, which looks to be batteries being slow. Everything else is fine, the batteries themselves are just not quite keeping up. So, I think I'll make more batteries as well. Let's just, you know, make a lot. Why not? Not like batteries are expensive. If they're the bottleneck, let's have a lot of them. Yeah, that's like no production at all. That's nothing. Okay. I might even just add more. Yeah. I mean, why not? Let's just get it going. I'm kind of surprised no one's bringing the stuff in. Like, where are the construction bots? What are they doing? they go on vacation? There they are. Get in here, guys. What is taking science so long, also? What? What? Why are there no inserters? Why is there no wood? It's all going into basic circuits? Okay. Well, I guess that's one thing I can do before I leave the planet. I guess I will make more wood farm. Also, are you running? You're not even running. Why not? There's coal on the wrong side of the belt, it looks like. Maybe that's the only problem? Not sure how that could have happened, but that's what I was noticing over here. These seeds are supposed to be on the left, but down here it looked like there's coal on the left. So I will go ahead then and request seeds in here, I guess. Since I already have them. Might as well. And then I'll just copy this And paste it a few more times. I might actually just duplicate this whole thing. I'll have to patch up the first one a little bit, but I did leave enough room that I could come down here and copy it. Trying to be careful, so I need to line these up, but I also want to make sure I don't build them so close that I encroach on the tree growing territory up above. I think that's correct. Let's see. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. All good. So, like I said, the very first one is going to need a bit of a touch-up. So, let's fix that. And now let's get the fuel in. So, upgrade that. And all of this. Oh, cool. Coal comes from up here. Let's blow there. And bring it down. And in. Then wood comes out here. So wood, I'll just merge in over here somewhere. And in fact, let me move this storage chest thing I've got going. So storage chest here, filtered to wood. Gotta place the new one before you break the old one. In fact, let me do a requester chest. Let's request wood into here. So let's grab wood. Just all of it. And throw it in. Oh, and this is empty. Okay, that saves me that effort. There you go. And then I want priority input from the right. That way, any that makes it into storage will just immediately be turned into lumber. And that's that. And then over here, nope, this is all too close. So let's actually move you over that way. All good? All good, okay. Underground the coal, and bring the wood up. There we are. And that should be quite a lot more wood. I doubt we will have wood problems again anytime soon. Let's see, anything missing? Inserters, of course. 3 seeds. That's just from this one guy on the end that I requested that I thought would have extras, but I guess not. Wood underground belt. There. Can I upgrade those? A little painful, but I can. Let's see, in just a second, how many that left. 22. And let's see about now. It says 1. Why is there one wood underground somewhere? But with the amount we're about to pick up, that's perfectly fine. We will be okay. Anyway, that's a lot more wood. But that does mean I'm gonna have to put some seed logs into all of these. So can I just copy that ghost and paste it over? Yes, I can. Very nice. That makes this a lot easier. And wonderful. Okay. Very cool, very cool. So here's the thing that I'm wondering about, like, Nauvis. is that I'm going to have to send regular rockets up. And you can't send a rocket silo on a rocket. So I guess I'm going to have to send the ingredients for a rocket silo. But that sounds just painful. Like, even with my extended storage now, and even if I do start getting some of these carbonics out of the way, that's still, speaking of which, let's get a few more of these out of there, and I guess they're gonna go in a chest in Nauvis and just go away. Some of this ice and carbon can probably go as well. I don't think those are supposed to be in here. The ice is nice to have, but maybe not that much. So now let's go down to the landing pad and just go take care of that. Landing pad is down here south of Science. So let's just grab a couple little wooden chests. Maybe a couple more. There we are. And there we are. And then the other junk. And the other junk. Wasn't there something else? The ice. And then, I'm not gonna lie, I legitimately forget how to force shoot something. There we go. You can go away. Why'd I drop asteroids to the surface? They wound up stuck in the platform up here. My storage was full of them, and I didn't have a good means of getting them out. So I just dropped them to Nauvis, threw them in a chest, and blew them up. I have better controls now, so that that doesn't happen again. I thought I had them before, but yeah, it was just a one-time little hiccup of getting the space station set up. Shouldn't need to happen again. Let's see. So that leaves me with quite a lot of storage. So I guess I can send up the products to make a silo. I just wasn't really planning on doing that, so that's a bit annoying. But it's fine. In fact, I can just have you request them. Let's go here and say silo ingredients, something like that. And I can very easily set that by just putting down a blue chest here, grabbing an assembler. I assume I have one. I don't, but I think I can do it with ghosts anyway. Let's see. Silo. Copy the recipe. And then rename you to silo ingredients. Nope. No. Okay. There. Now it works. Okay. So you go away. Now I can go back to the station. And I guess I can get rid of that one. And then add section silo ingredients. And now you will request all of that stuff. Not enough to fill a rocket. Okay, so it is going to send steel, I think. Not enough. Not enough. Okay, so I need to store more electric engines, and I may just legitimately not have enough blues. Any mods? Just simple space, special planets. Played about 30 of them. I've got Lignumus. That is the planet that I'm currently trying to get back to. So, started here, and now I'm trying to make my way back to it. And then we also have, Meraxis. So, about the time that we get out heading towards Aquilo, there will be a special little treat. I can't remember how to access the star map, actually. And I'm almost thinking it was like something... Oh, there it is. Never mind. So, there it is, right down there. Should add the cubism planet. It's a hilarious chain. Honestly, it sounds pretty fun. It's a little confused. It's got the spirit, that's what counts. We're sending up so much concrete. Oh well. So when I get to Lignumus, let's start from there. So to really churn out the science, I want to start using the different recipe. So let's see. There are two recipes here. One is just straight gold. And empty steam science pack vessel. Thank you, Meraxis. I thought there was another recipe at least. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I can make you an irregular assembler with steam. So that's what that is. Yeah, the this right here is, I'm guessing, from a mod I have called Interplatform Logistics, which just allows you to send items back and forth between platforms that are orbiting the same planet. So you don't have to send it down to the planet and then send a rocket with it back up into space. Gonna need a sip of water real quick. I might be able to show it off. So here's this guy here. Let's say for some reason he wanted efficiency modules. Then I could come into here, request efficiency modules. Let's just say like 12, but rather than Nauvis, I want to select interplatform Nauvis, so in orbit around Nauvis. And then when I hit import, you must research interplatform before it can use it. Okay, so there's a research that I need, I guess, but you get the idea. Rather than selecting a planet, you select a planet's orbit, and then any station that is in orbit around that planet can provide those items. Speaking of items, how is this going? Oh, that's going to be a lot of rocket launches, okay. I've got a bit of weight. I did want to check on blue circuits and electric engines, though. We have literally no blue circuits, okay. Very cool. Let's go ahead and move this somewhere else so that I can make room for more blue circuit production. And then patch up the belt there. The name is Interplatform Logistics. If I come up here, I think there's... the research was up here not long ago. Maybe if I look for it. There it is. Interplatform Requests, and it comes from the Interplatform Requests mod. Okay, so that's the name of it. Interplatform Requests. Yeah, I thought it was neat myself. Wanted to give it a shot. So, greens are the limit for the most part. I think I might be able to squeeze just a little more production out. Just a touch. Okay. Let's see if that does literally anything. I don't know if it will. Certainly won't without the pipes being connected. Can I get maybe just a little more? Let me dream. There's no way I'm going to be able to support this much, but we'll see what happens. Maybe if I upgrade the belts leading out of green circuits? Nah, we're already at capacity, okay. Why is this not running, actually? Oh, no basics. Makes sense. Yeah, we can't produce more than a yellow belt of green circuits if we don't have more than a yellow belt of basics. That does track. Let's try upgrading. There we are. Probably want to upgrade all that as well. Mod Portal shows 3 mods that do that: inter-platform requests, logistics, or orbital requests. It's one of the first two, definitely. If you want the full mod list, because now that you're asking me, I'm pretty sure it's inter-platform logistics. That's the name that came to mind, but I wouldn't like swear to it. But I do have all the mods and everything in a link in the description. This is the Factorio community map, so it's a big, like, collaborated event. So everyone uses the same mods and world seed and everything. So if you wanted to get more info on it, that's where I got everything. I said that in a very strange way. I run the community map, so all of this was stuff that I made. It's not like I happened upon it, but all the same, that would be the source of truth. Now, of course, I'm not going to be able to do this with my current amounts of lumber. But fortunately, I did just double wood. Even still, it doesn't look like that's going to be nearly enough to sustain this. Has new wood production even started? Not really. Didn't I? Oh, there's no wood to provide you anymore, because I turned it all into lumber. Fair enough. Okay, maybe I only request you 100 at a time. And you are only enabled if I have wood still in the network. Let's say greater than 200. Or not. 200, thank you. Okay, and then I will just have the bots cut down some trees. These are mostly dead anyway, so that's fine. There we are. I'm gonna stream the game, but I do have over 8k hours in this one, most of my time in Bob Angels. Yeah, Bob Angels is great fun. We just finished up a Bobs and Angels map, trying to think. It was January and February. These are assembly machine 1, so they aren't going to get placed. Let's just upgrade them to 2s, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that keeps the request in them after they upgrade. Yes, it does. Okay. So that'll get them seeded at least. And it looks like we managed to get a couple seeded. Just not the majority. How much, okay, I can see in the bottom right, 184. Yeah, so we just dipped below 200, so that turns off. Very cool. Okay, so it is gonna work. So we should see all these guys get their deliveries. I think I watched some of that at the time. Space was not available outside. Oh yeah, I mean, Bobs and Angels is always a good time. Never a dull moment. never any uncertainty. There's always something to do. It's just a matter of how do I best make use of my time. Speaking of which, I've kind of been just waffling around for a while. Are these being delivered? They are. It does look like these might be the final deliveries, though I don't have the blue circuits to send up, and I forgot to give you power. You can go there. So blue circuits being blue circuits, that's probably going to take a while. But what about electric engines? Those are surprisingly late already. You're just missing greens. Oh, you take greens after blue circuits. That makes sense. Let's continue upgrading down this way. Up until you're split, and then we'll just... That's the best I can do. If I need more than that, I'm not really sure what to do. Let's see, where do you go from red to yellow? Right there. Go ahead and upgrade all of that as well. You're definitely running faster now. Go ahead and upgrade these. At least the end inserter to blue. But that just makes sense. Doesn't look like we're input limited though. We're chugging along pretty good. It's gonna be a lot of circuits coming out of these guys. Okay, that is definitely a fully compressed belt of basic circuits. If that's not enough, then we have trouble. Yeah, that doesn't look like it makes it all the way down to the very last guy. And I definitely don't have the capacity to make blue belts right now, so that's just gonna be what it is. Sure does look like a lot more coming down than it does coming this way. Let's see though. Okay, we are making some electric engines now. So that did help. It did help. Yeah, definitely. Okay. And then blue circuits. Unfortunately aren't running, so I'm probably going to kill electric engines again immediately once I kick on all these extra blue circuits. This might be the one part in the factory where I do not prioritize the output. Let's just split that evenly. It'll even back up, because electric engines don't take much, so it'll even back up through here and then down into blues anyway, so, you know, it is what it is. Should be plenty of blues coming in now, though. Plastic is finally falling behind. I knew that it would. Let's see, is it input limited? It is input. Okay. I figured oil had been quiet for far too long. We have plenty of crude. Plenty of... Actually, we have... Yeah, everything's cool. We're cracking enough. Everything's good. We just currently aren't producing enough. So, that's fine. Yeah, just, make more green. I mean, that is certainly the solution, don't get me wrong. It's just a little tricky, because to make more green circuits, I would need more basic circuits, and to make more basic circuits, I need more wood, and wood is pretty big already. And I'm just about ready to leave the planet. I'm just hobbling along. Like, once I get off planet, I can start making the science packs on Nauvis, and that's gonna let me get to Vulcanus and everything, and that's gonna be nice. I just have to actually make it there first. Also, it seems steel's died. Why did steel die? Or at least it's very, very slow. No, okay, that's just my capacity for steel, never mind. It's just all being eaten. Okay. Sure, why not? Put modules in the trees. I mean, if that worked, that would be wonderful. Productivity modules in the, in the tree harvesters. More tree per tree. Yeah, I need more green circuits pretty badly. Is there something I can do here? Because I do still have plenty of iron coming in. It is just the basic circuits for some reason. But like that is definitely fully compressed. So I don't know what it's on about. It should be taking the iron too. It's just not. Anyway. You speed the seeds, do the productivity, speed the tree line. I mean, I could actually, I could put speeds in here, I think. I don't think they have module slots, actually. maybe... Maybe if I wanted to research beacons, but that would involve setting up purple science, which I haven't done yet. I think what I'm going to do is leave. Of all things to wait for, blues can actually be produced on Lake Nauvis. Like if I come in here and look, there is a Lake Nauvis specific recipe for blue circuits, so of everything, it's not worth waiting on them. You just have to be made in steam assembling machines, which is fine. Oh yeah, these harvesters over here, these are burner. These come from Lake Nauvis. They're literally one of the first structures that that you produce. This is clogged with coal for some reason. I had one other do that somewhere else. Not really sure why or how that happened. These are running at least. This one is running, it's planting. And, okay, all good. What I do want to do is I do want to send roboports. So let's actually come up here. I forgot to request those. Let's request roboports. Cool. And we'll request some construction bots. And some logistics bots, because you always want logistics bots. They're very helpful. And might as well grab, I was gonna send passive providers and requester chests specifically. And I still might, but they're just green and red circuits and steel chests, so I might just send green circuits, red circuits, and steel chests instead. I think that's just a better idea. So steel chest, red circuit, and green circuit. There we go. And then I'm going to go force electric engines to be made by just shoving green circuits out. There we go. Oh, you already have green circuits. Never mind. Give me my circuits back. Okay, what are we waiting for then? We are going in here. How many go on a rocket? Rocket 400. That's the problem. I mean, I'd need a lot anyway. Let's raise you to 600, I guess. That's gonna be a minute though. If I wait for that. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna leave, and I'm gonna let those stockpile, and I'll have a rocket to return home on soon enough. So I'm going to throw all of my stuff in a chest. There we go. Let's turn personal logistics off. And in it goes. And I can still send the ship back and forth. It's not like I'm leaving forever. Let's grab you. Put you there. And then you go back in there. Ammo also has to go. I made that mistake once before already this playthrough. So let's travel to space. Don't want to go to my science ship. Okay. Let's go. Still gotta appreciate the space transition animations. They're so nice. I've seen them like 100 times now, and it's still nice. Let's see. We have met our condition. We're all cool. Let's proceed. We don't have all our requests. That's fine. Let's go to Lake Nauvis. And we're gonna... Let's see. Time passed at least 30 seconds. And passenger present. Just to put a lock on it. And then drop the planet. let's go. You know what probably would have been a good idea, now that I'm here, now that it occurs to me, probably would have been a good idea to bring a landing pad. That might have been a good idea. Where is the landing pad? Blue circuits, concrete, steel. Yeah. I can even fit one on the rocket. In fact, you know what? That trip was so fast. This is the wrong place. Whoops. You go here. Excuse me. I am hitting my capacity. I think I've already been streaming for 10 hours today, so I think I am close to calling it wraps, but I have to get something set up on Lake Nauvis before I call it quits. And let's see. Landing pad. There we go. Let's send you back to Nauvis. It's gonna take like 8 seconds to get there. You know, I set up this clock and never set the conditions on my pumps to actually obey it, so I guess while I wait for the landing pad to appear, I will go ahead and do that. So I want you to be on 60% of the time, so when you are less than 60, there we go, and there we go. Very good, okay. And why did I choose 60? No particular reason. It just seemed like a good number. If it needs to be more, I'll make it more. If it needs to be less, I'll make it less. I don't have any... You don't have any? I don't have any. I only made one. I was thinking, these guys for some reason. But, yeah, I only made one landing platform because why would I need more than one? But I suppose actually it could be helpful to keep more than one. So perhaps only one at a time. There'll still be another one in the machine if I really need more, but probably just one at a time. You need concrete. I'm assuming concrete is inbound. We've got all the concrete coming. Yes, we do. What's your craft time? 30 seconds? I mean, that's a bit. I'll come back. I will go ahead and find a place to put the ghost, though. So my original science area was up here. You can see my original labs there. So I'll probably want rockets somewhere in this area, and then send the science up. So, cargo landing pad. I don't really know where I want you to go. For right now, you can see my kind of pseudo production area down this way. So maybe if I allow room for expansion, then I will put the cargo here. And then let's see. Do I have the thing yet? No, I do not. Back to Nauvis. Okay, you're crafting. 60% of the way. And then we need to wait for you to launch it up. But, yeah. The problem is, I'm kind of waiting now on the ship to come back because I left all my stuff on the ship. Waiting on repair packs. I mean, fine. So... Okay, so you finished. So you must already have hit one of the rockets, I assume. Yes, you are on the way. So, sip of water time, I believe. send it on up. Let's go. Very cool. Okay. Looks like we're also getting some of those accumulators that I requested before, so I will wait for those, I guess. Actually, I have no idea at this point what happens if you make the station leave. Like, if the bots are bringing stuff in and start loading around it, I don't know what happens if you just say, you know what, nah. Thanks, but no. Anyway, that's everything I needed. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Did that not have... It doesn't have construction bots for some reason. Well, we'll deal with that in a moment. Where did... Landing pad, there we go. So let's drop that, and then we'll figure out where that's going to land. I would assume over where I landed somewhere. Yes, it is. So grab you, and then let's pop you over in this area somewhere. Well, I already had an area set aside for you. So, oh, if you've never played Nauvis, by the way, the music for Nauvis is awesome. Definitely appreciate it. And let's get you down here. Now I can drop all the other stuff that I wanted, so assemblers, some of the solar panels, the accumulators, I guess the rocket ingredients we can throw down. Anything else that I wanted? Pipe. Pipe's important. All of the stuff. Should probably have inserters in here. That would be smart. There we go. Some belt, I guess, the undergrounds, the roboports, certainly. I'll even take, can I take some of these? I don't think I can take just a partial stack, oh well. Guess I'm taking them all. No idea if I need chemical plants down here. I will take all the modules. Take the lasers. And I'll take some of the ammo because there are some enemies. And let's just see what I can do with that. And then you can head back home. Restock. Okay, so everything should be in here. Let's just fill up. Enemy has expanded. The enemy on Nauvis are tiny little wigglers. You can see them down on the ground. They're just tiny little guys. And they go down like nothing. This is the starter planet after all, so they aren't usually that big of a deal. And there we go. There's another nest down this way, so I'll just go ahead and take care of that. Once I wake up the base, if there are enemies nearby, I don't want a bunch of annoying little attacks, so I figured I'd go ahead and get this taken care of first. They do practically no damage, but, you know, you don't want the damage alerts all over the place. There we go. Let's take care of this one little dot on the mini-map up here. And I think that's probably good for now. Grabbing some of my assembling machines. You know what else I need? I need boilers. Boilers would be real cool. So let's also request some boilers. Production. So steam engines also would be cool. Boilers. And you know what? Let's just grab some iron. What's 1,000? I don't know if I want to send 1,000 iron up here. That's maybe a lot. Whatever. 1,000 iron, 1,000 copper. Sure, why not? I've got plenty available. I've not automated boilers, so that's another thing I should go do. So you're going to be boilers, and you're going to be steam engines. There we go. So boilers, 11. What is your rocket size? Rocket capacity 50. Okay, I guess I'm keeping 50. And then you, rocket capacity 10. I'll keep a few more than 10. Let's just also say 50. Just seems reasonable. And then up here, let's bump you up to like 30. I think that's fair. There we go. Okay, so let's see how Nauvis is doing. So we've got one spent miner down here. Having electric miners would also probably be nice, so let's add those to the mix. So let's say like 100. One thing I can do is start ripping this up, though. Also, I remember, so ADHD right now, that I tried requesting logistics bots and construction bots, and it just said no. And that's because you are in a steel chest. So let's make sure to upgrade you, but you have to be a provider, not a storage. So it is what it is. They will never make their way back here. They, for some reason, are pulled out, but that's just the nature of bot. Yeah, someone will get on that, I'm sure. And then we'll get bots up in here. Rocket capacity 2,000. 1,000. Okay, that's a lot of circuits. I'm not sure I'm completely on board with that many circuits, but we'll see what happens. I'm hoping they fit. Why are you disabled? There's the ice ones. Oh, you are on the belt. Is anything outputting? You're not outputting. You're not outputting. You're not outputting. Maybe I just don't want to read from the belt. Yeah. That was a relic from an earlier design, I think. So let's just not read from the belt. So greater than equal to, I guess, is the problem here. There you go, that'll kick you back to life. And that way nothing dead ends down there. Okay, all cool. So that'll get things coming back to life, I guess. Alright, anyway, we get things. We got bots coming up. Bots are always good. We still don't have steam engines. Available on planet 41, so we're getting there. 21, again, we're getting there. That one's probably just actually waiting for rockets, though. And it might try and resend all this stuff, which I'm not super happy with. I might actually move this into like a Nauvis specific group, since this is probably Nauvis specific. So bots and miners and everything, that is cool, and all this is cool, I guess. The reason being, I can just turn this off if it looks like the rockets are trying to send something other than those, because I would like to have them. Yeah, like it's sending rocket parts. Let's turn that off for now. Okay, it's sending the boilers. Okay. Good timing, because I think I'm pretty much out of science again. I've got like laser damage research I can do, and that's about it. Anyone else? You're sending steam engines. Very cool. You're still building. You're still building. Okay, so my 2 actually built rockets are going to send steam engines and boilers, which is pretty cool. That's the last piece I need, I think. And there they go. So they finally arrived. Let's get things into space. Filling up. And there they go. Perfect timing. And away they go. Okay. So once those arrived, I'm going to Nauvis immediately, and we're going to drop those and start building power on Nauvis for the first time. Oh, cool. Okay, let's go. So I'm going to remove that from the Nauvis group and then reduce you to like, well, 30 is probably still hot. So let's go ahead and drop this stuff. So boiler, steam engine, anything else I want to throw in there? Not immediately, I don't think. Oh, the bots. I don't think there's anything else right now, but you can just stay parked here, and if I need stuff, then I will request it. So, let's go grab that stuff. And some of these bots are going to be my personal bots, and then some of them are going to be actual construction bots. But before we can get bots, we need power. So let's get power set up. Let's break that in there. And since I have bots now, I can just start clearing stuff, which is very nice. Okay. I don't have an offshore pump. That would have been good to bring. So, I also don't make offshore pumps. How many fit on a rocket? Stack size 20. What is your recipe? Iron and pipes. Let's just try and get iron in here. Let's send you back to Nauvis. I already request iron. It'll make itself in here before too long. In the meantime, I guess I will go ahead and set up where they will eventually be. So let's say like up in this direction. I'll have boilers on the bottom, steam up top. So there you are. Steam here. Leave a gap. And so on. And I don't really know exactly how much power I'm going to need here. So I'll throw down that many, and then I will also leave room for further expansion, but I also have solar panels to place down. So kind of like I currently do on Nauvis, I only really want to run the boilers if I need to run the boilers. Otherwise, I'm just wasting fuel for no reason. I guess you could also say I'm a wasteful fool. Get those connected in, and then once I have the offshore pump, we can start bringing stuff in. Let's go ahead and grab wood. There's going to be lumber around here somewhere. In fact, don't I just have production? Do I not have production for inserters? I guess not. I was still handcrafting everything. I mean, fair enough. Okay, so lumber is over here, along with some basic circuits. Let's just vacuum those up. Might as well grab some gears too. Let's make some burner inserters. This is for fuel, so they really should be burner inserters. Let's turn my trash off for a minute. Don't know why I'm auto-trashing roboports. Because I have a lot. Okay, never mind. So let's get power poles in here. So there we go. Burner inserters, that's what I was doing. And there we go. And then belts. And I should probably request belts in here. That would be intelligent. Maybe even just red belts. Let's say like 600 red belts. Just a stack of red undergrounds and a stack of red splitters. Seems reasonable. Though it says I have none, which is a little confusing. Because I definitely have some. Oh, on planet 50. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, good. Okay. So that'll make its way up as I have more rockets coming in. I do have very limited yellow belts at the moment, so I may go back to using some of these on-site crafted wooden belts that I had before, just until they start showing up. Let's get rid of you so you stop blinking at me. And let's get rid of these labs. Don't really need them anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot these were steam inserters. Let's get rid of all of those, and then just replace you with normal steam pipe. Or rather, is there any reason to do that? Actually, I think steam inserter is probably pretty reasonable here. Let's just, you really need to go into a provider chest, though honestly, what all do I even need to send off planet here? I might just build you into a dedicated, launch pad. Like, I come to here, if I make a regular rocket silo, I need a bunch of steel, a bunch of electric engines, and processing units. So, steel's nothing, I can ship that in. Electric engines will come in their own time. Let's look at processing units. That needs to be made in a steam assembler. And it needs gold cable, plastic, wood pulp, all things I know how to make except for the plastic on Nauvis. Okay, chemical plants. Do I have spare chemical plants? I do. I do. Okay. Maybe bring chemical plants too, I guess. There we go. So that's gonna be a minute, though. It looks like the first of the belts is going to show up. Maybe it already launched, I can only assume. There it is, okay. So now let's go to Nauvis. And let's drop off the chemical plants. There we go. And might as well drop off the belts that I've got. Extra inserters, power poles will come in handy. Maybe not the substations. We'll bring the pipe. We'll bring the extra bath. And the extra steam engines. Anything else? Maybe some extra solar panels. Yeah, that's probably fine. Oh, wait. I do actually want all the steel. All the steel, please. Thank you. And now go back home. Okay, let's grab all of this stuff. I'm gonna leave the steel in here because that's for crafting a rocket silo. But then all this other stuff can just come on out and play. Missing repair pack. That is a good point. That's wooden gear and gold. So let's just make a few of those. And that'll be a second. Alright guys, go ahead and get all this place down. And yes, I still don't have any actual iron, so I can't actually make the offshore pump. But that will come eventually. We must believe. There we go, okay. So let's look at how fast these are made. I should actually be looking at how fast they are made in a regular assembler. Let's bring that down. So pop you here, and starting with wood science, that produces 0.15 a second. Throw productivity modules at you. And that is important because you do use stone, which is, you know, not a renewable resource. We have to go and find patches of that. So that brings you down to 0.14, so basically no difference. So 2 of you is 0.3, 6 of you is 0.9, and then one more to get over the 1.0 threshold. I already forgot what I said. So 6 of you would be 9, so one more, so 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So everything after here can be cut. There we go. And then let's just replace these if possible. Doesn't look like I can, so you're just gonna get hot swap. Oh, some of them can be replaced, but some of them could not. Fascinating. And you're gonna need power anyway, so we can just use regular old inserters in here. Should probably just deconstructed all the pipes first. Would have made this easier. There we go. Oh yeah, I still don't have real chests. All I can grab. Well, I don't want to steal the steel that's meant for the rocket silo. So, in a very Nauvis fashion, you get to go into wooden chests. until something better comes along. There we are. And also, let's do this thing where I group the inserters together. It just makes everything a little nicer. Yeah, sure. And then back in, and let's get the science packs thrown back in them as well. Yeah, that's fine. These can stay burner. They're already down there happily burnering away. Then the steam science pack. Let's pick you up. Pick all these up. And let's get you worked in. So you still only take gold and steam. That hasn't changed. It's just steam as an ingredient now. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Steam science pack. So what is the best way to do this? I think I will use steam inserters to pull out. That way you can get steam into the machine as well. And then we'll have regular inserters on the back because we need power anyway. And instead of going onto a belt, you just go into a chest, just like these guys do. Can't flip. Okay, sure, why not? That's fine. Put you there. Now we have something that should tile nicely. Let's see how many of these I do. Let's actually put productivity modules in you as well. Actually, you don't matter, because you're gold. And gold we just grow. That's not a problem. In fact, that's kind of a problem if we don't use the gold, because the gold also grows other things, and we need those other things for steam. So, let's see. You are 0.07 seconds, so 10 of you would be 70. So another half. So I need 15. So here's 4, 8, 16. 12 actually. Yes, that's 12. Which means I need to actually extend this way now, because I'm kind of out of room over that direction. So let's start moving this back. Now it's 16. Let's pick this up. And there we go. You need an underground. Just like so. Let's make a couple more wooden boxes. And it looks like I need some landfill as well, so I might go find some stone. I think I actually had production of landfill set up somewhere. Nope, that's a box of peat. That's a box of stone. That's 2 empty mines. I guess those were stone mines at one point in time. Yeah, I don't have landfill automation, I guess. So let's just grab some stone, and that'll make a little bit of landfill. We'll see if it's enough. I need 3 more. Looks like 3 more. 2 more. Okay. 2 more landfill. That's only 1. Let's grab just a little more. And there we go. That's 2. Okay, oh cool. All we need now is actual, you know, electricity. And I think we still need one more, actually. Yeah, because 15... Let me remember. So 10 was 70, half of that again. Oh no, 15 actually. We only needed 15. Okay, that's fine. We just overbuilt very slightly. Don't think that's gonna be a problem. I think all of this can go away. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. I'll leave the light, I guess. The light can move. The light can go... The light can go here. And then we pick all of this junk up, because none of it is needed anymore. In fact, none of this is needed at all. None of this is needed, I don't think. Let me see. Wooden gears, stone bricks. Yeah, you don't need any of this. I'm not sure what all that was doing up there, honestly. I guess that was all going for the silo? I mean, the fuel, obviously. Things up here needed fuel. It's just... There's a lot of stuff up here that isn't fuel. Let's see, I think that's all the science packs, so we'll go ahead and distribute those around. I missed the very first chest. There we go. Okay, so let's see, do you have iron yet? You don't have iron yet? I think I will specifically request iron here, and then disable this request. Yeah, look, for some reason that, like, immediately triggered. No idea why. Weird. Okay, whatever, we're getting our iron. That's all I care about. Can I also get copper, maybe? That would be cool. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. How strange. I'm sure there's a reason why. I just have no idea what it could be. Okay, that's gonna be a minute, I guess. They're bringing it in real slow. I mean, they're doing their best. Just a lot of items to move. Okay. Well, let's just say, what if I did already have it? What would I be doing with it? And that's a good question. So I have this power plant up here. If I had a offshore, let's go ahead and place the ghost for it. Then we can connect it like that. And then we drag the power down. Let's use large poles. We don't have lamps. That's gonna kill me. Okay, connect you in there. And then we'll have to bridge down, which is no big deal. Don't know why just this is wood and none of this is wood. But I guess that's fine, who cares? Anyway, once we have water, we have power. I guess I should actually route the power in. That would be a good use of time. Which also means more landfill, actually, unless I want to move everything. But at the same time, there's no reason not to move everything, so maybe that's just a good idea. So let's just move this very last one. over to here. You're still powered, everything's cool. Just gives me a little more room to worm around in here. That way we only need a little bit of landfill to sneak past. Missing 5. Can I make any? I can make 2 already. So you guys go deal with that. So I need 3 more landfill, which is, I believe, exactly how much this box holds. Yes, it is. So now we can come back in, fill in the rest. And then fuel. Fuel's nothing. Fuel's everywhere in Vulcanus because everything is burner. There we go. And there we go. A little confused by whatever is happening here, but sure. Oh, there's 2 sources of wood. I remember doing that now. One comes from the peat mine and one comes from the wood farm. Okay, speaking of peat. So here's the peat line. So let's split that this way. Up you go. And up you go. So where does this need to go? Let's say right here. And straight in. Okay. Oh, cool. Probably want to start upgrading all of this through here, though it doesn't seem to be running anyway. And I have no idea why that could possibly be. That's quite confusing. What? I'm not really sure what caused that to jam there. That's odd. Oh, it's because the wood's full. Never mind, I'm just dumb. Of course the wood is full. Is there anything I can do with wood if I'm not actively using it, actually? I'll have to figure that out in a minute. I can put wood into boilers. Let's do this real quick. Empty the boilers. Empty the belt, I guess. And then empty the boilers. Don't get stuck in trees. And throw all this random wood into there. Oh, cool. That still leaves me with so much wood. Okay. Alright. You are above Vulcanus. Let's drop all of the copper and iron. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, I'm trashing it. Okay. That makes sense. All good. So, I can finally at least handcraft stuff, so let's get stuff going. So, power, please. We have power. Now let's look at bots. Let's get bots hooked up. So as far as I can would be right here. That seems fine to me. Power down and power down. let's go ahead and release some of these guys. Gotta love the little bot swarms. Don't know why they're all coming up here. That's a little weird. Also, I think I threw my personal bots in there as well. Didn't mean to do that. But there we go. So we've got power now. And we've got bots. Let's continue that down. Yeah, you can go there. Let's grab a long pole. And long pole. There we go. Of course, you're going to be one off. You know what? You can just go there. Have fun. Looks better there anyway. So, all the science should mostly just kick on. Wood science is running, steam science is running. I do need chests, which does mean I need circuits. Specifically, I need red circuits and steel. Let me grab a machine here, and I want to put a rocket silo as the, I guess I should do this near the landing pad. That would make a lot more sense than up near the steam engines. So, here you are. Put you down. I want a rocket silo. So, concrete. 1,000, good. Pipe, 100. Make 3 pipe. 100, good. I need blue circuits, but I can make those. I need 1,000 steel. 1.2, okay. 1,000? 1,000, okay. All good. I do still need the electric engines. But I think I will disable you, and then re-enable you, and send you back to Nauvis. Actually, I will move you up here, because I don't want the other silo ingredients. I just want the electric engines. Available on planet 600, so it should be capable of sending them. Shouldn't be a problem. We'll find out. Also needs power, of course. So let's grab a big old pylon and just drag it this way. There we are. Okay. Really, we're pretty much done, but we do have to figure out the whole plastic thing. So let's look at that for just a minute. Wood pulp, water, and some sort of nectar. The nectar... Okay. So this is percentage based. Why? Okay, so you make 45 nectar out of 10 nectar, but I assume you probably spoil. Freshness resets on craft completion. Yes, okay, so products preserved and machine output. Okay. And then you spoil into something. Can I do anything with that? Used in plastic. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. I think I understand. I have so much peat on me. You were never hooked up correctly. So, this stuff over here, I can finally stop wasting by turning into peat and gold ore. So, stop wasting by turning it into peat and gold ore. So there's the 3 of those guys. The extras come up this way, down here. Okay, so that's the reseeding. That's the one that replants, and then the extras come down this way. Okay, so far so good. So the extras come down here and are just here. There we go. Okay. Don't know why that's there. Don't think it's important. Don't think that's important. So, I think this is a chemical plant recipe. This is going to be a little tricky. Let me do a design over here, just so I can see what I'm working with. So, chem plant. I do have this idea. So the idea here is this one needs to be fed peat, stromatolite, wood pulp, and water. It turns into this nectar, but we don't really want to rely on this recipe. Once we have the starter kit, as a starter culture as it calls it, then we should be able to just cycle them endlessly. The only thing that's going to be a problem is when we back up on plastic, and we will back up on plastic. Which means I'll always want the ability to start this. But you just come from peat and stromatolite, and that's it? Okay. I can deal with that. I will deal with it with bots, but I can deal with it. It is almost 11 my time, so I am going to be calling it fairly soon, but I am pretty happy to see that I've got Vulcanus most of the way finished. I mean, I didn't even need to do much of anything, I just kind of touched down and replaced some of the machines. But, all the same, all I really need to do is get plastic up and running, and I think I'll be mostly good. Like, the only thing I don't think I can do here is I don't think there's a native way to get copper for LDS. So to send the rocket, I'm pretty sure I'm reliant on Nauvis sending in LDS in order to actually launch the rocket. I could absolutely be missing something. There is a gold recipe. Okay, never mind. Gold, plastic, and lumber. So you can... Okay, you are self-sufficient. Good. What do you produce then? You could be something weird. Nope, you're just a crafting machine. Okay. I was thinking you could be like the sawmill or something, for all I know. But okay. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. In fact, you're really fast. Yeah, you're really fast. Okay. I might as well go get some of that stuff set up. It does look like I might want a few more chemical plants. Would be nice if Nauvis would just supply those. Doesn't really look like it's inclined at the moment. So let's go ahead and get the silo area set up, and I'll worry about plastic later. I do want to move plastic around with bots, so until I have good bot infrastructure, I'm not all that bothered. I have random Steam Science Packs in my inventory. Let's go throw those somewhere. You can go in there. Now I see why you're blinking at me. There we go. Well, at least we're still producing science packs as we go. Let's get just another box of peat in here, I guess. And let's grab some of these guys. And if science is up here, I do want the silo to be roughly in this area, but I do need entirely new production for all of the parts. And I don't necessarily know how big that's going to be. So let's just clear out this area right here, and this is where I'm planning on having silos go. Guys, you're killing me. Well, you know, you did this. You're stuck there. You have fun. So let's just throw a couple things this way, and you can make the Vulcanus recipe yes, and that makes 0.1 a second. Excuse me. So if I made 10 of you, that would make 1 ODS a second. So there's 8, there's 10. You need plastic and lumber. Lumber's literally right here. You might wind up needing more lumber, but you know, that's just how it goes. Yeah, that's 2 per second. Not really sure how that's gonna shake out. We'll find out. I will go ahead and upgrade the belts down this way though. Which way are you even moving? Moving up, okay. So if I wanted that to go there, I would need an underground like right here. And then we'll split there. How many products do you need? You need 3. So I also need gold in here. Gold is up here somewhere. Gold's over here. Okay, we don't have very much gold coming in. Don't have very much gold coming in at all. That is the way of Vulcanus. I do remember this. But that is what the core miner is for. I have him somewhere, don't I? Oh, he's probably still on the ship, if I even ever requested it. Don't think I did. Alright, let's get rid of those, and then request the core miner. There we are. 20, how about 1? How about I request 1? We're getting new modules up here, but not electric engines. What if I put electric engines down here? Just for fun. So let's see, rocket capacity 400, rocket capacity 1, right? Okay. So those are coming in. What if I just turn you off for now? Doesn't wanna, huh? Why not? Core miner needs blue chips. Okay, fair enough. Your chest is full. Okay, I didn't realize you were quite so expensive, I guess. Okay. Fair enough. You get to connect directly, just like the rocket silo does. And then trash unrequested is checked, and that's going to dump a whole bunch of electric engines into the system too, so that's cool. Oh, that's part of the problem. You are sharing a chest with the rocket silo. But that'll definitely do it. And there's 2 other kind of expensive buildings in there also, so yeah, I guess that tracks. Not on the way, like, don't get me wrong, it's still not gonna have any for me, but I guess there's a difference between not having any and not having the ability to have any. Anyway, once this fills up, I wonder what it's going to try and send. I guess I don't get to know. Or maybe it's going to try and send nothing. We definitely have the electric engines. If it doesn't try and send those, I will be confused. Yay, there it goes, finally. About time. I don't remember how many... 200 actually. So, fortunately it always sends 400, but I need 200. Okay, anyway, that's cool. I will allow that to just keep going for now. So anyway, we need a belt of gold on one side, and then plastic and lumber. Any particular mix. Plastic needs to be near... No, gold needs to be near. Plastic and lumber need to be far. Okay, so shared belt of plastic and lumber. And I will mark these for upgrade at some point. I just literally don't have the yellow belts on me. I could make them red belts, but that feels a little silly. Anyway, we've got the lumber over here. So if I say plastic comes in here on just box or something, then there's a nice input for lumber. And bring it in. And then I can do something like that. Let's go ahead and copy that down to the next one. Missed a long inserter, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. There we go. And might as well just connect in right there. There we go. So then gold. I still need a some way to get gold. Once I have the core miner, it'll be a lot easier to get gold. Yeah, all this mess will be made a lot easier with bots. So let's go ahead and get bots in here. Granted, I don't even have actual chests for them yet, but it doesn't even matter. Let's just figure out where they're gonna fit. In there. And in there. Oh, cool. And then we're gonna get some, like, way over here. Let's run you down this way. Probably go ahead and pick these up. And then run this over this way. That was a lot shorter than I expected it would be. Yeah, whatever. In you go. Okay, oh cool. Well, let's once more look at you. We've got the electric engines now, we can take those off. Let's see if I can request any red circuits. On planet 0, that seems odd. Like, they're definitely crafting, but they're also being used as quickly as I can make them. Okay. Modules are running, for example, so maybe that's one of the reasons. I am requesting a lot of modules, I guess. Nothing in here should be crazy absurd. Maybe I'll just request the chests. Rocket capacity 50, it's not even like... It's not even that crazy. Yeah, maybe I'll just add that up here. Red chest, yellow chest, and blue chest. Just why not? Here comes another shipment of iron and copper, I guess. You know what? I am curious. We're going to Nauvis. Does the iron and copper just show up? What does Nauvis do at the rocket? Okay, it looks like the bots were bringing stuff in and they just left. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Anyway, let's drop the rest of the silo parts down, which is just these electric engines. Anything else I want? Maybe some more assembling machines might be cool, but I don't necessarily know I'm going to need them. I do think I'm going to want the belt, though. Maybe paracles, but I don't think so, and I can always come back for them. Okay, and straight back to Nauvis with you. So, grab all that, shove you in there. All you need now are blue processing units. Also, I forgot it was only 200. Don't know what I'm going to do with 200 electric engines on Nauvis, but here we are. So let's get the gold belt down here. And how much gold is this gonna take? It would be a lot. It'll be 10 per second, which, yeah, I guess we're going with red belt. That's just that's what we got. No idea where to steal it from. There's gold right here. So let's just start from there. Let's see if I can underground any better through here. I don't have any of the other red belts. I only have red belt. Crap. I can, okay. It's gonna be painful, but it's gonna work. How did I get stuck with? There we go. Gold. Where'd gold go? There's gold. Okay, perfect fit. Love to see it. You down there, and then get this going down this way. Okay, this is making gold wire down here. So I think I'll probably take the opportunity to split gold off right into here. Let's see. You go here. So this will be undergrounded. I don't even know which direction you're going. Okay, you're going down. So there we go. We want to split. That's going to be a minute, so I'll just put a yellow down and then mark it for upgrade. There we go. Okay, do I have more undergrounds? I do have 2 of them, which I think will be perfect. Let's go one further out. And a perfect fit. Okay. Okay, then I do need one more underground, which means another 40 years to handcraft, but that's fine. Okay. Wood belt would not do it there, so red belt it is. Not the other stuff. If I make 10 of you, that's 3.5, which I think is exactly half a wood belt, so yeah, that should be fine. Bring you up and over, and there we go. That's the gold coming in at least. Not that we actually have the smelting to keep up with that, but we do have the belts in place at least. I should have productivity indeed. There we go. Now, as for rocket fuel, that seemed pretty easy. That's just peat and wood pulp, so that's pretty much nothing. What are you produced in? Regular old assembling machine, okay. So, let's get these guys over here to output. Bring power poles over. And through that onto a belt coming down this way. And that'll go to the rocket silo somewhere, I'm sure. What am I actually missing? Blue circuits. So let's see. Regular. Let's get you in here somewhere. So, plastic. Do blue circuits with the Lignumus recipe call for plastic? They do. So, I'm going to say blue circuits also get to be here. Which means I'm going to leave a bit of space and put stuff over there for, this is going to be a rocket fuel. Let's say your outputs get to share a belt, even. That seems fair. Has to be steam, I forgot. I have a couple steams on me. Steam burner, there we go. There we are. So, blue circuit. We have a fluid, which is a bit of a problem. Maybe you won't be able to share an output belt because you're just going to be complicated. Yeah, you have 3 item inputs and a fluid input. That's a lot, actually. How much you need? Okay, you don't need very much of anything except for basic circuits. So once again, plastic and gold wire can just share a belt, while I need 20 of these if I want one per second. Let's see. That's 5, 10, and then copy you again to get 20. Yeah, I'm feeling like maybe sharing an output belt with LDS was a little bit optimistic. So maybe I can get it to work. Who knows? Still need a few more of these steam crafters. There we go. That's going to be a second. So let's rip up the trees here. They're in the way. I want gold pipe down the front here. That's going to be the wood pulp. So I guess using steam inserters, I can still get a close pipe. Like, that does work. I just need a lot more of them. Interesting. Let's not use that recipe, and let's use this recipe. Okay. So, steam inserters and longhand inserters. Let's see how this goes. So if I have longhand and shorthand here, then copy and paste that. I think that just works. Nope, this doesn't work because this is the side that needs a hole. So let me actually flip this. The fluid has to be on the other side. which means flip this back around. Yeah, which just means I can't put steam inserters or anything on the front, which is fine. I thought that was an interesting fix, but I was thinking the front pipe was going to be steam for some reason. It definitely was not. So this is... I don't know why I'm ghost placing that. This is fine. So I still need long arms. And if I really want to get crafty with it, I could space them out so that I could underground the pipes a little bit. I just don't know if I necessarily want to do that. What I'm thinking is maybe I long arm the output out of these machines. So flip that, make it level, and put you here. That way, a long arm can reach over the pipe and deposit it onto the belt. Oh, you're actually powered anyway. So this just works. Now the other side, the inputs, that's another story. But you know, we're just trying to find where the machines can work, and then work from there. Still a little too much. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, an expansion party found one of my radars. That's not very cool. Don't like that very much. Drive remotely. Let's head out there. Not even sure exactly where it was. I think it was up here somewhere. I have the machine gun selected in case I just randomly start taking damage. Back into radar coverage. Okay, well these are fine. That's not very reassuring. Maybe it was further south? Yeah, unfortunately it's a little hard to tell right now. If there is anything in there, then I would think that I would have drove right through it, though. Doesn't seem to be the case. Whatever. I'll park the tank here and just be a little more cautious. You got chests. Come on. Really? Oh. Okay. So, that one. Unfortunately, there's not really anything I can do. That was a destroyed. It did get destroyed. I'm within logistics range right here. Let me look at something. Can I get some solar panels in here? Just on the fly. with a personal roboport. This can go in the tank. Maybe a few more solar panels wouldn't be a bad idea, and maybe a few more of those. I know I have tier 1 shields. And maybe even an exo or two. Just to make driving around a little easier. Put you in there. Maybe just more batteries. The tank's gonna sit empty most of the time. And then let's come in here and logistics request to you. Some construction bots. I think 20 maybe? Max robots 20, yes, okay. So get you 20 bots. Let's get you some repair packs. Sure. And let's get you a handful of solar panels and a handful of power poles. And then you also get the honor of having a few gun turrets in you. And a radar. Anything else? Ammo. You can get your own ammo, I guess. Say 400, and might as well request your own tank shells while we're at it. I don't know if I'd actually be able to place stuff in you, so requesting more than 100 is actually just kind of a waste. Oh, I guess if you have your own bots in you, then you could. So, I guess that's fine. Not like you're gonna be wandering outside of range forever and a day. What am I waiting on? Everything seems good. I've got ammo. Yeah? Okay. Looks like that one right there, because there's no longer a gun circle around it, so it gives me a pretty solid target. Yeah, let's just go ahead. Bots can fill me up when I'm not doing stuff. So I'm going to drive out to this radar right here, and I'm unable to build right now, but once the sun comes up, I'll have radar range here, and I can use it to leapfrog my way down to this radar here, and reclaim what's mine. In the meantime, you can just park up this way. And then I'll go back to this. Speaking of which, still no chests, right? Yeah, of course not. Why would there be? I'm over Nauvis right now. I don't see anything requesting the electric engines, so I think I'm just gonna throw them back, honestly. I don't want them right now. Let's see, what else have I got? That is too much ice. Let me reduce the amount of ice. I don't really want the concrete either. Let's just throw all that back. Everything else seems mostly okay. Ah. Anyway, let's see what I can get going on with Nauvis. I might drop some of this copper and iron again. Might as well drop all of it, I guess. Return to Nauvis. And just keep waiting on the chests. At this rate, I might be able to handcraft them. So, okay. I think my brain's a little fried, and I don't think I'm making good decisions. And I think I'm just about to call it a night. But I do want to get this hooked up first. So, let's do this. I'm almost out of inserters, actually. You do have more inserters, at least. Let's get rid of that. I don't want that anymore. Are you here? There we go. So let's drop those and some power poles, why not? And maybe even a few more solar panels and accumulators. Just cause, why not? And then bring me on back to Nauvis. This one was going to be rocket fuel. So, funny enough, you also take the liquid wood, whatever that stuff is called, I forget. You take 2.5 a second, and I need a lot of it. So, let's see how it's produced again. So, I can make 10 a second in a steam assembler, or 15 from the same amount of wood, and probably roughly the same amount of steam. Yeah, that just seems the better way to go. Don't know where it is, though. There you are. Let's see, what is that? 3.5 or 3.7 a second, which is only enough to support about one of you. Yeah, the ratio here is actually pretty terrible. Wonder if I can productivity either of you. I can, which is important. We only get so much wood. And if I put up solar power, then power's free. So I need 25 of these if I want one per second. Which means 50 a second. That's a pretty lofty goal, I think. Yeah, that much wood would be really hard to produce. I'll build it, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to supply it. So, 25 of these. Yeah, that's going to be a lot. So let's get that in there, and then let's move you way out of the way. Because this guy still needs a whole nother belt of stuff. Yeah, so this is your basic circuits, and then we have a mixed belt of gold cable and plastic. So we still need long arms on you. And you still need power, which somehow that reaches. The game decided to be nice to me, so I will take it. Let's grab that, and that's a better tile, I think. And there we go. Okay. Let's go grab inserters. I think I gave myself... I did not give myself more inserters. So, let's hop on back. Fortunately, this is a short little hop. I'd be thinking about this a lot more critically if it wasn't quite so easy to hop back and forth. But since I can just hop on back and forth, it's no big deal. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Oh yeah, I was waiting for daytime on Nauvis. It's coming past. Whoops. Oh well. Well, let's see. If this is the output, then I can arrange you like so. And then you have your input over here. So that would be... Oh, you only have one input. Okay. That works for me. And it's 10 per second if I want 1 rocket fuel a second out. So that's a bit. Then you're raw wood, you're just peat. Okay. So let's find the raw wood lane. Right here. And let's just start upgrading it. I don't think I'm going to be able to support a red belt of wood coming in, but I do need more than a wood belt of wood coming in, so that is a little confusing, I will admit. It's all fine. Let's keep on going. So, we need to upgrade the underground here. And here. Make sure that's a red. Keep this going up. And over. And in. And over. Oh, that'll upgrade. That upgrades the red. I didn't know it would do that. Doesn't for the splitter. I mean, still cool. Okay. There we go. And, yeah, I'll continue upgrading that when we need it. But for now, let's just focus on getting it connected. So I need raw wood somewhere probably in this space up here, let's be honest. I could reroute the steam, but let's not bother. I need steam anyway. Let's undo that, and I'll just cut you. I'm trying to think how best to do this. I don't really know how many of these I'm going to need, which is most of the problem. So let's just say I do a whole row like that. And then I have the gold pipe, which serves as the output. Oh, come on. Okay. And then I need an underground from somewhere or another. Yeah, so I'll do that, and then just bring you down this way. And over to here. Oh, cool. And then you need to continue this way, and then connect up here. Why do I have an incorrect number of undergrounds? Oh, the joys of Factorio. Alright, in you go. I'm back to an even number. Okay. All good. There's gotta be peat around here somewhere. Yes, there is a peat line. So let's also start upgrading the peat, I guess. Or I'll probably just need a new field. Where is peat? Because that's kind of hard to spot. There's a peat field right there. That's it though, huh? Should have brought radars. Radars would be nice. Radars are something I should probably add up here. How many per satellite? 50? Okay. That's a lot of radars. Sure, that's more radars than I will ever need. You are going to need input. And you're going to need power. So let's solve both of those problems at once. Let's also move these circuits up out of the way. There we go. Okay, so red inserters. And let's keep it going. Sure, that's fine. This big pole is right in the way, so let's move you up a square. And this needs wood, which was over here. How far do red undergrounds reach? If I went here... Okay, that's decently far. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about that. Okay. Then we need power. Didn't I have... Yeah, there's a large power pole right here. There we go. That's gonna start producing our yummy wood juice, which can start filling up all these processes in here. So, for you, and for you. Still need gold cable. Basic circuits will be easy enough to get in. There's a lane of basic circuits literally right here. So let's go ahead and just route those in. Yeah, like right there. And let's not do that. I'll use my limited supply of yellows, I guess. Should probably just be reds, but whatever. I have the yellows, so I'll use however many I've got. Okay. So that's all connected now. You have no steam, so let's get you connected to steam. These all should be good to go. Okay. All connected, all cool. We do need power on the other side, so let's go ahead and bring that down. Just make sure all the power poles are nice and neat. And there we go. Okay. This does not need to be red. We're aiming for 1 per second here. I think even a wood belt will be able to sustain 1 per second. Okay, so let's see. Where does that get me? You want peat. Let's get peat in here. Peat is right there. So let's go ahead and lay the undergrounds for peat. And just get it all snaked in here. Yeah, let's lay this underground as well. Do you reach? No, you don't. Bit of a shame. But we can just do that. And that. Let's just move that backward. Works much smoother. Okay, all cool. So that'll get peat into the rocket fuel. Let's go ahead and copy that. I think I said 20 times. Yeah, that goes there, and that goes there. Okay. So, again, 1 per second. Wood belt, perfectly fine. Now let's grab all of you. Drop you down here. And let's copy that again. I'm gonna use that 8. So this will make 16. And let's get some pipe on the go, because I'm certainly gonna need it. And let's see. You make 0.05 a second, but once the productivity goes in, that drops by just a smidge. So you're 0.04, so 5 makes 0.2. I needed 25. Okay. So I've got 16. So I need another 9. Let's copy 10 and then just take the last one off. That'll just make it a little easier. So clear these trees through here, just because I certainly can't see anything. And I am out of assembling machines. That is surprising. So back to Vulcanus. And I guess I can go ahead and just throw those in the trash slot. That's fine, along with the productivities. And yeah, that's fine. And you can just go on back. Okay. So that's gonna get all that up and going. Gonna go grab the machines and the productivity modules. There we are. Okay. I'm still missing modules, I guess. Oh well. But that's good enough for me. So that's gonna run. Blue circuits still need plastic and gold. You need plastic, and that's gonna be a whole deal that I'm not gonna be tackling tonight. In fact, I think I've probably hit my wrapping up point. It's literally I've been going 11:45. The maximum you can stream on YouTube without losing the VOD is 12 hours. So if by no other reason than force, I feel like I must stop. I would otherwise happily continue going, but I do recognize the insanity in that. So I do believe I'm going to stand here and bid you all farewell. So I do really appreciate everyone who came out tonight. It was a good night. We got off Nauvis. I mean, technically, we wound up on a planet we were already on, but, you know, we've achieved real space flight. And as soon as I can get the science off of Vulcanus, then we will have all the other planets at our disposal. And I feel like the whole game opens up at that point. So, I'm very excited for the next one, and I think we made good progress, even if it was strangely slow progress this time. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Always remember to save. There we go. Later.